Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4.
The 16 best teams in the world
with $700,000 up for grabs. Every day, these guys are grinding, they're practicing, they're strategizing, they're waiting for this.
We have got the world's elite here. This is the final stage in the Global Pro League. This is do or die.
I think people are going to come with a purpose. It honestly could be anyone.
There's going to be a lot of competition.
You're playing the best teams in the world, so every match is a grind.
That was sick.
I think Elevate are going to do it. Oh, please, this is too good to be true. Oh my God.
Ghost Gaming has done it. They are heading to stage 2.
Oh God, what was the reaction? Oh my God, untouched with the 1 versus 4.
Anything in this game could happen.
Stage 2 of the CWL Global Pro League got off to an exciting start on day 1 of Group Blue. Here's a breakdown of all the action. Coming into Stage 2, Elevate has underperformed in their recent tournaments. Today wasn't an improvement as they finished 0-6 in their map count, getting 3-0'd by both Enigma 6 and Ghost Gaming. Elevate needs to refocus their efforts if they want any chance at qualifying for Stage 2 playoffs. Fresh after being newly acquired by FaZe Clan, Gunless got off to a slow start, finishing the first map with just 14 kills and 25 deaths. FaZe Clan ended up losing the series 3-1 to Ghost Gaming in an upset they will surely not forget. FaZe rallied back in their second match of the day, closing out Enigma 6 3-0 to finish 1-1. After qualifying for Stage 2 through the relegation tournament at MLG Anaheim, Bittersweet, now known as Ghost Gaming, came out in day 1 and they played amazing. They finished 2-0, getting big wins against FaZe Clan and Elevate, having them sit on top of the group after day 1. Enigma 6's first match of the day was against Elevate, who they handled with relative ease, finishing that series off 3-0. The last match of the night, we saw Enigma 6 go up against FaZe Clan, and they dropped that series in an 0-3 fashion. Enigma 6 has a huge match against Ghost Gaming tomorrow, which could put them in a great position to finish second in the pool. That's it for day 1 of the Blue Group here from Columbus, Ohio. Stay tuned to MLG.tv for day 2 and extended coverage of the Call of Duty World League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Stage 2 of the CWL Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. Week 2, Day 2 now officially underway. My name is, of course, Benson. I'll be hosting the studio throughout the rest of the weekend. And joining me is my expert panel, Call of Duty World Champion TP, former professional European player Momo, and COD XP champion right on the end there, of course, it is Merc. And what a day 1 we had. I mean, we really did have a fantastic, fantastic day 1. Some, I guess you could say, surprising results, maybe, and some big teams underperforming. I mean, TP, the first thing that comes to mind, I mean, we heard Matt talk about it right there. Elevate underperforming 0-6, and quite frankly, they don't look like they're going to win a map this weekend.
Well, to me, that's not too surprising. I guess the big surprise is Ghost coming out with a 2-0 start to the weekend is very impressive in itself. So proud of those guys. They seem to put in that preparation. The notepads are coming out for sure to destroy. They look like a really strong squad, but look for FaZe. I think they're going to start to roll, get everything together going on further to this weekend. You know, first land with the new roster, it always can be difficult, and it seemed like that second match yesterday compared to the first, they improved a lot of things. So
definitely did. It was exciting to see Gunless, of course, playing for FaZe. Kind of a little bit weird at first. We're kind of all looking at the screen like, this doesn't look right. It looks a little strange. But as you said, FaZe kind of getting into the swing of things in that second game of the day. Of course, they finished 1-1. But we should talk a little bit about what is on the line here at the stage, or during Stage 2. Of course, Momo, tons and tons of money.
Yeah, $500,000, 200,000, of course, going to that first place, all the way broken down to 8. So a lot of money on the line. These guys, of course, wanting that playoff spot, and to get there, obviously, you've got to finish top 2. Day 1 is done. You've already got Ghost Gaming at 2-0, and Elevate, they're sitting at the bottom at 0-2, so things have got to change.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, here's a look at our group right now, Merc. Do you expect much to change by the end of this Day 2?
It just comes down to those 3 North American teams. I think match number 2 is today. We're going to have Ghost Gaming versus Enigma 6. That's going to be a very important match, sort of set the day, set the tone for the day, and then again tonight you're going to have FaZe versus E6. We saw E6 have a great first match versus Elevate 3-0, but then they got 3-0 tonight. Not sure what sort of form they're in right now.
Definitely can't wait. Of course, we have so many games still to be played here at week 2 of the CWL Global Pro League, of course, but I do want to talk a little bit about some players who impressed you guys yesterday. Team, I'm going to start with you. I believe you picked Mox, and he did have a fantastic day. I'm not surprised.
Well, I took the easy pick in this one. I think it's quite obvious what Mox was able to do for these guys on the side of Ghost Gaming. 1.37, 28.8 Slayer KD, and then the SnD is no slouch as well. So just dominant gameplay overall. And I think we just have to go to that breakout hardpoint. That was one of the hardest single-person carries that I've seen in probably a long, long time. Maybe like study at Anaheim going back to the last year in Black Ops 3. For a single player to perform that impressively throughout a hardpoint like that, where two of his players were double negative, wild stuff from Mox. If he can do that again, I'm really expecting them to go 4-0. So,
of course, that was actually now the kill record in hardpoint so far in stage 2, and the fact that he did it on that map as well, right? That was what kind of blew everyone's mind. It was like, wow, he really is playing that well. But the hard carry definitely came through. Momo, go to your pick. I believe you went with Lacefield. What was your thought behind that?
There were definitely ups and downs with Lacefield, and it would have been, I think we could have all sat here and chosen Mox, but Lacefield, for me, he had some very, very standout moments. Him and Spacely, I think, had one bad map. They were going like 5 and 15, but apart from that, his search and destroy, his uplink, and his hardpoint, just his overall playstyle has been very, very strong. And I think Lacefield is now that kind of player that will bring that hype to that team, and he was the one that kind of getting loud as well. But I do think going into those bigger and later games, thinking today and Sunday, he is going to be the one to kind of turn up and hopefully for themselves bring out a top 2 performance and secure that playoff position.
Lacefield with a fantastic day yesterday. Looking forward to what he can do in day 2. Merc, I know you went for the FaZe clan. You went after Attach as the player who impressed you the most. Why Dylan?
He just sort of flew under the radar. Kind of every single game, he was just doing his thing. He was slaying well. He had a 1.25 overall, 25.8. I mean, really, besides Mox, he was probably up there. A lot of attention was on Gunless and Enable.
Yes.
So how is that transition going to be? But Attach, he stepped up big time, in day number 1. And if he can keep it going, maybe, old Attach is back. We'll have to wait and see.
Very true. Of course, that is a look at the good, if you will, the players that impress. Now, let's talk a little bit about the bad, the players that may need to step up a little bit coming into day 2. Teep, I'm going to start with you. Who are you going at? Who do you think needs to step up?
I'm going to go towards the E6 side, and I'm going to pick General. Okay. And the reason I'm going towards him is you look at these stats and you say, Teep, what are you talking about? I feel for me, General hasn't been that sort of star we were expecting from E6. The past couple of months, especially going back to stage 1, there's several interviews where he's like, I can do it all. I'm like the game-changing player on this team. And I feel like the past couple of months, he hasn't really been at that top level, I guess. He's been really good, but for him to make those sort of claims, and he's been sort of the star, getting those 1.2, 1.3 KDs, I feel like if they're going to make it to playoffs and probably do well at playoffs, it's going to be on his shoulders. He's got the backup that he needs now with some of these roster changes that have gone down. So I just want to see him do more and be that sort of MVP caliber player.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to back you up here. I think those stats are inflated a little bit because they had a 3 over Elevate, but versus FaZe Clan, I don't know. I think he had a pretty solid uplink, but the hardpoint on Breakout, which usually he performs very well in the Search and Destroy, he was a bit lackluster, right? So those guys, looking at him and Royalty, they really have to step it up. They want to beat these teams like FaZe and Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, because the stats definitely a little inflated. Let's be
3 O's are nice.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Dropping like 12 and 3 in SnD, I think that was one of his stats line against Elevate. But fair enough. Moving forward, Momo, who are you looking at to step up? I
mean, as kind of the European specialist, I had to look at these guys, and I do feel like I know these guys more than anyone here, and that kind of says a lot. But I always try and take KDs and stuff with a pinch of salt. We know that, there's only been one day. But one thing that I knew about Zed was how amazing he was at the start of the game. Then he went through a dip, but kind of coming into this, he was saying they've changed things in game, they've changed things out of game, and I just wanted more. I think there was one particular game, I think he had 2 very poor maps, but one particular game he started like 6 and 20. I don't expect that from Zed. Whether it's in Europe, whether it's global, I expect more from him. I hope we see that today.
Yeah, I'm not surprised you went after an Elevate player. Honestly, I thought coming in, all 3 of you would have had Elevate players, but that probably would have been a little too easy
team at this point.
You probably could. Merc, who are you looking that really needed to kind of step things up? I think you went after Desire, which is interesting because that was actually Momo's pick yesterday.
Yeah, so I had one player. I'm not going to say who it was, but then I was driving home and I was just thinking about this. I was like, you know what? Desire is a player who, he got 4th last year at the World Championships on that Fab squad, right? First, he starts the year with Epsilon, then he gets dropped. And as soon as he gets dropped, like, those stats, like, he gets picked up on a team by Elevate, you have to step it up a 0.42. And in SnD, a 0.74, he has to be a leader. You know, I mean, you got 4th at the World Championships last year. You have to step it up. You got dropped by a team. You think you would be super motivated to just sort of work together. Just a bad day overall from Elevate, and that's why I went with Desire.
Obviously, we have talked about just kind of how poor the performance has been from Elevate, but you go back to stage 1, of course, Evil Geniuses, they were in a very similar position. They go 0-2 on day 1, and then they somehow managed to finish top of that group to secure their spot of playoffs with a 4-2 record. So, you know, for the European fans out there, it's not over for Elevate, but I guess it will have to be proven wrong, I think is going to be the key. But we'll take a look at today's schedule and find out exactly when Elevate is in action. Of course, that first game of the day, we are going to see them going up against FaZe Clan. Then we have Enigma 6 versus Ghost. Ghost back-to-back. They play at 5 p.m. against Elevate once again. And then Enigma 6 versus FaZe Clan to close out the day. I was kind of disappointed. I'm going to be honest. That last game of the day, we obviously saw that yesterday as the last game of the day. It kind of disappointed me a little bit, Steve. I thought it was going to be a bit more. A 3-0 to FaZe was meh.
Yeah, it was just a quick day overall. I thought at least one of those games yesterday, for how even these top 3 teams are, I thought we were going to get at least one map 4, map 5 in that sort of scenario. But I think these teams are just trying to get things together. It is double round robin, so I think in these second matchups that we're going to see, I think these guys are going to figure out each other a little bit more. And I feel like it's largely due to how FaZe is playing overall. Yesterday, they were really good, really bad at times. So I feel like once they get that teamwork together, a lot of these guys are going to figure out what's going on. I'm expecting some Game 5 SnDs today.
Hopefully we do get a couple of Game 5s. Yesterday that was rather quick, but
yeah,
we may get some Game 5s, that's for sure. Of course, as we said, first game of the day today, FaZe Clan versus Elevate. We caught up with both of our 2 teams a few days ago to find out their thoughts on their upcoming match.
Elevate, they're a good team from Europe. We've beat them twice in this year, 3-1, 3-1. So hopefully this time we can get a 3-0 on them. But they're just a good team. We just got to play our game and kind of control the pace of each match and map. I know all the matches are going to be close, so I'm not going to say we're going to 3-0 them, destroy them, but I'm sure they're all going to be close matches, so we'll just see what happens.
We know that they're a very good team. They're a very solid, well-rounded team, but we just need to play our game. And like we have the past times, even though it's going to be different having Gunless on the team now, the SnD could be pretty close because they're a very good SnD team, but I think we'll be fine.
Gunless is just a freak all round. He's so good. Like if you watch him play in like an awful situation, you can just pick up a 2-piece. I think they could be more dangerous with Gunless, but I won't think they will be yet. I think if they make playoffs, that's when they'll be at their best.
SnD is so 50-50. You just need to watch out for Zoomer on the flanks. If we come and play our hard point how we know how to play it, we should take the hard point.
It's important that we qualify. Hopefully we win both games, or win 1 out of the 2, which will ensure that we do qualify. But we'll see.
Excited, of course, for day 2 to get underway. FaZe Clan versus Elevate. Here's a look at the map, Smirkin. Is this going to be another 3-0 against Elevate, do you think?
I think so. I think sort of what's in their favor is those first 2 maps are a bit slower, especially that Scorch Hardpoint. You know, you can be a little bit slow down the pace. Force FaZe to rotate, Crusher, Search and Destroy. I expect a better Search game out of Elevate, but yeah, I think FaZe is just going to consistently improve 3-0 to FaZe.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, looking at the hard points, the one thing I will say is map 4 retaliation. Elevate, they've got 4 wins and 26 losses on hardpoint going all the way back. 3 of them are on this map. So, Retal, if they get it, maybe there's...
I was going to say, they have to get there.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing. The one thing I will say, though, is Throwback Uplink is statistically their best map as well. So,
interesting.
Maybe there is something to take from it.
You don't look...
They're being way too nice. It's going to be a very, very quick 3-0. Let's get on to the next series, in my opinion.
I love it. At least you're honest. At least you're honest. Anyway, first game of the day about to get underway. We can send it down to the fabulous Jack and Mr. X to cast.
Wow. I still in shock after hearing those predictions. Not really because of what they think, but because of how savage these guys are starting to get. You see your TP?
Good.
He's already brushed this series off.
I love how Momo goes, statistically, it's their best uplink. It's like, he didn't really give us the stat. Like, it could be like 30%.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It could be like 30%.
When you have...
Oh, they're 1-4 and lost 1? Oh, so they're... Statistically, okay. They're very good then. Okay.
That's an 80% win rate on throwback.
80% win rate on throwback.
Momo wins this one. He wouldn't lie about his European brethren, but well...
He would. He would lie.
Yeah, he absolutely would, actually.
100% would.
It is day 2 here of our second week of the CWL Global Pro League Stage 2 presented by PS4. You heard the analysts. They think this is a swift 3-0. Matt, I'm sure you're going to agree with them. If there is one map that you think Elevate could have a chance at taking, which one would it be?
I mean, I would say it's the Game 4 retaliation hardpoint, but they have to figure out how to get another map before that one shows up.
Yeah.
So, statistically, I'll go with Throwback Uplink. I'll agree with Momo.
There we go.
I'll agree with the little stats we have, the positive numbers we have in favor of Elevate.
Hey,
honestly, Momo could have made that up. I have no idea.
Oh, he probably did. Just look at him. The little leprechaun. Here we go. Game number 1 between FaZe Clan and Elevate. We're watching Gunless, the new pickup on this team. He had a slow start to his first series yesterday. Brought it back, though, in the second half of the day. The big numbers so far from him, Matt, in Search and Destroy. No surprise there.
And yesterday, I know at the end of the day, I'm doing the interview, right? And I'm like, oh, I know, we'll grab an Able. Like, usually we talk to an Able, Attach, Zuma, whatnot. We haven't really spoken to Gunless that much, even when he was on United. And I get up to the stage, and Gunless is like, no, I want a taunt. Like, it just seems like a definitely more confident, you know, now that he's back to playing, obviously, you know, after taking that little break, not able to play at Anaheim.
Yeah.
Just seems really confident that this team's going to play around him, let him do his thing, let him kind of make the impact that he wants to make on the game. Really excited to play with this FaZe roster. It's something we haven't seen from Gunless in a while.
Gunless has a fantastic opportunity ahead of himself to be one of the biggest brands in competitive Call of Duty, especially with the breakout we've seen from him so far this year. Watson and crew, though, they had a rough day 1. Matt actually caught up with Watson in the bathroom. I know it sounds weird, but trust me, we were just washing our hands. And he said, Jack, mate, I'm ready to play. Gave myself some self-motivation. Ready to go big today. And I said, okay, Watson. Or at least that's how I translated it.
I heard Watson as well. He was like screaming in the bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you could hear it like when we were in the green room. He's like, today's a new day. Today's a new day. I'm like, I mean, it definitely is. I just don't know how much of a difference it's going to make after the first day. But they're starting to make a little bit of a comeback here against FaZe Clan. As,
and Zed.
I was going to say he's uncontested in the hill, but Gunless just walks right in and just kills him. No idea how they let that happen. As FaZe, they'll retake. You have Attach watching up here on bridge. They'll be able to hold. It looks like Elevate going to give up on the last few seconds here. They're going to rotate all the way over towards Hangar.
We mentioned Zed. I'd love to see if we could actually hop on board with him for a second, because he's going to be the guy watching this flank with the ERAD. He'll push towards middle map and try to watch towards tunnel, but I think Zed would be the first to critique and say to himself, Matt, that he had probably one of his worst days of competitive Call of Duty yesterday on the main stage. You saw the numbers he put up. The biggest standout for me wasn't the 0.7 KD. It was the 17, what was it, like 17 kills per respawn?
Well, him and Desire were
both
awful.
Of them were abysmal.
Him and Desire were awful yesterday. Now, right now, Reedy getting off to a good start, but you still have Zed and Desire. You know, Desire at 2 and 6, Zed at 1 and 3, both playing very slow right now. It's unfortunate because Reedy, I feel like, you know, he's taken a lot of flack for his play over the year.
Yeah.
And he actually hasn't been too bad. You know, I remember the uplink that we casted yesterday, he was actually pretty good in. You know, he's getting off to a good start here in the hardpoint. Just not gotten the support from the rest of the team.
There's a popular spot Karma loves to play in. You catch people off guard with that wall run just above the door. Kills being traded on out, but it's Zuma and Enable who muscle their way through until Desire has something to say about it, though. The two-piece from him doubling the kills he's gotten to this point in the game. Right now, Elevate up by about 12 seconds. One thing to take note of, yesterday, FaZe were the first team in Stage 2 to lose a hard point when they were outslaying their opponents. I think the total breakdown is like 19-1 in favor of the team that is outslaying, wins the map. We'll see if that comes into play as the game develops, but right now it's still Elevate up by 10.
And it looks like they're going to be able to get a break here. They get a few nice kills. Desire working on streaks, on a 4 streak right now. It's a good break there from Elevate. This be a big win as he's actually earning streaks. So, gets very close to bombardment. Not able to pick up another kill, but a map 1 win here for Elevate would be huge in terms of momentum. I think it would be a big shock to FaZe Clan because they probably expected to come into this series and just roll.
Absolutely. No, there's no doubt in my mind. Any team, after watching Elevate yesterday in the Call of Duty World League, Global Pro League, probably would think they would steamroll this team. It doesn't matter what group they're in. Hell, bring Mindfreak back over. I'm taking him on a 3-0. 93-89, the score for Elevate. Gunless still staying alive in this hardpoint, Matt, and we talked about it a little bit. We saw the NV4 brought out at times yesterday on retaliation hardpoint, and people have been critiquing FaZe even after just a couple series. The biggest one is that Gunless is having to play to what FaZe likes instead of FaZe changing how they play for Gunless. What are your thoughts on that with what you've seen from Gunless so far?
I mean, I think they should play around Gunless. I mean, the guy is just so good with the K-bar ERAD in his hands, but then, you know, you're going to force either Attach or Zuma to kind of switch. But the one thing that I wanted to bring up is that, remember we did that video piece? There's a video that we played where Zuma talks about how excited he is to have Gunless because it gives him another player who's going to play fast, like up there with him.
Yeah.
It's like when Gunless has the, you know, NV4 in his hands on a map like Retal or, you know, just playing a little bit further back, he's not going to be that partner that Zuma wanted. So, like, they need to figure out how that's going to work, because I feel like Zuma wants him to play fast. With him, Gunless may want to play a little bit different.
Well, FaZe right now, they definitely are being tested, Matt. Still down in this game. Elevate doing a fantastic job of keeping themselves not only in it, but with 2 pieces like that, they're going to keep building on this lead. They're set up again now for Turbine. This is where they first took the lead in the first set of rotations. Reedy still staying alive. That rear guard saving him there. 130 to 114 now. Elevate up by 20.
And Elevate needs to hold on to Turbine here. Some must-win hill for them because they blow this. You can see FaZe going right back into the game. FTL comes through from Zed, not able to locate the second player. Desire all alone, able to get one. One player goes right underneath him, Gunless, not able to connect with any bullets, but it doesn't matter. FaZe able to get the hard point back, but as I say, it's going to be Elevate coming right back into the hill.
The E-Rads right now from Elevate outclassing that of FaZe. Look at the starts we're seeing from Attach and Zuma. Rough games up to this point. Not a lot done inside the objective for them as well. Still Desire. If he's putting up numbers like this, if he can remain consistent with Zed, Watson and Reedy will continue to pull the weight they need. We'll see a different Elevate on day 1. Remember, folks, or day 2, sorry. Remember, Elevate have yet to win a map so far this weekend. They're 0-6 in maps, 0-2 overall in series. They're putting themselves in a great spot to change that here, though, in their first map against FaZe.
They have the control of the hill, but it's going to be Attach and Zuma that are able to get in. So Attach picks up one from the bottom side, jumps up top, grabs one more. And although Elevate rotated early, it'll be FaZe in control of the hard point. So you see Reedy pick up Zuma. A lot of pressure is going to be on Attach here soon.
8 kill difference between these teams. Here comes the push from Elevate. Attach the front line of defense. He's got some help, puts bullets into 1. There's Enable for the 2 assists onto Watson and Desire. And that's a held push from FaZe. Still 20 seconds left on this hill, Matt. This is a great setup now to get a full 60. But we know last time at Drill, Elevate did do a better job at FaZe getting the kills on rotation.
And I believe Elevate still has those streaks as well. I believe it is Desire. Yep, still has the Trinity. So we'll see if he uses this on Drill. Maybe if FaZe is able to break early, get some control, but it's FaZe able to take the lead back. Let's see how they attack. That's this. Huge. It's going to be Enable with 1 in the middle of the map. That's a big kill.
They've got the pinch now developed. Here comes the pressure from FaZe. All dead on the side of Elevate. That's the break FaZe needed. Do we see Desire pop the Trinity Rocket right away? It doesn't appear so, Matt. They're going to try to retake this, and they're not getting any split spawns. They're having to flood through this back catwalk area, and FaZe are ready for this.
I imagine the Trinity comes in here.
Here we go.
Yep. Here comes the Trinity Rocket. So see how many he gets. It's going to be 1. His teammate picks up 1 kill. Then he's able to find Gunless inside the hill. So a good Trinity Rocket there from Desire, able to get 3 kills.
Does get a couple. Has some help now as well near this new hard point. Zuma doing what he can to just keep Elevate out of the hill. He's not getting time himself, but he's staying alive on the map. Great plays from him. Gunless now has his help. FaZe still pushing for this final 10 seconds, and they will get it. So FaZe will be the first team to eclipse the 200-second mark. They've turned it around a little bit in the slang, led by that of Enable and Gunless still. But we know Elevate have done a better job up to this point, Matt, on the Turbine. Hardpoint FaZe have to keep that in mind.
I was just going to say that as well, Jack. I think if you are Elevate right now, you can't get caught up in trying to win all of Bridge. You need to take as much time as you can and then get over towards Turbine. You need that Turbine hill coming up next. Regardless of what you do, I mean, FaZe could just kind of contest this, hold on to this spawn, then hold on to Turbine and end the game there.
Well, you mentioned hold on to the spawn. Look who's flanking now. It's Zed getting cheeky. With that E-Rad, he's found a way in towards Warehouse. Only gets 1, but the team kill from Zuma comes into play as well. So 216 to 192 the score. FaZe still doing what they can to get as much time as possible off this hill. And Matt, you also mentioned, if you're FaZe, you don't want to let Elevate get within striking distance where if they hold a full 60 on Turbine, they can win the game as well. So there's a trade-off for both teams. It does look like Elevate have now gotten to that point, but for the first time this game, FaZe are the team rotated on over to Turbine. They will be set up in the positions they want. The question remains, though, will Elevate be able to get the break? This camo is going to be huge.
Reedy needs to make a play. He's going to come on the wall run, puts a lot of shots in 1 player. He's able to take out Zuma. Watson with another kill, and it's going to be the trades going in favor of FaZe Clan, but see Attach inside the hill, able to pick up a second one. Those are big kills there from Attach.
Go to Gunless really quick. Go to Gunless really quick. The man just gets buried by the side of Elevate. He gets saved, though, by Attach. Attach's 2-piece winds up making it so that the camo that was used and burned by Gunless is for naught. Still, though, Elevate pushing on through. They've got a pinch developing from Catwalk, and Able trying to stay alive. don't think he's going to live on through it, so there's still a ton of time left on this hard point. FaZe can actually win off this, Matt. They're going to continue to pressure this and Elevate. They have to get back towards this hill.
You see Elevate, they're just storming on in towards the hard point, and they're actually going to rotate now. They know they've contested for enough time
They've done their job
to extend this to another hill, so they're going to get over towards Hangar. And I like this setup here from Elevate. A lot of pressure on Attach. If he can find this one kill in the back, could open things up. Yep,
that's
there
heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking for Zed. He doesn't spot Attach. 2 kills now coming from both teams. 240 to 230 to score. Gunless in the hard point. Attach is there as well. Those sequences of kills might just be enough. FaZe now just a couple seconds away. One final push from Reedy. Elevate will drop map number 1. It was not pretty for FaZe, but at the end of the day, they get it done. Attach, for me, the saving grace in the final couple hills.
Yeah, that flank by Attach there at the beginning of Hangar. He comes around the corner, he's able to kill Zed, and then just that threat coming from the backside of the Hangar just puts a lot of pressure on Watson inside of the hill.
Yeah.
The collapse comes in from Gunless as well. And FaZe able to take Hangar there at the end.
Reedy didn't have the best camo. Yes, he got the entry kill, but an even worse camo was that of Gunless. Winds up kind of panic popping it in the hard point, dies immediately, but as I mentioned, he kind of gets saved there by Attach. The 2-piece swung it into FaZe's favor.
Well, didn't yesterday we see Gunless, I think, in their first series not run camo? I believe Clint and I brought that up, or was that in Search?
It was in Search.
Search, he doesn't
using it.
Didn't not run camo.
He was actually running FTL, and it was on, I believe we saw
Throwback.
one. Yes, we saw one where he rushed top middle immediately and kind of FTL jumped right in towards top food. One of those little plays where they just try to catch a timing on their opponent. We'll see if that remains true today. Yeah. That was actually my biggest critique, and the biggest change we saw at SnD was how he was having to change to how FaZe liked to play SnD. Was it still working? Gunless is great at Search and Destroy. Yes, he put up, I believe, double digits in both games they played. But it comes down to planting the bomb still, no active camo, and still a learning curve here for the side of FaZe.
I think with time, though, like, he'll kind of make his mark on this team. Like, it's hard being the guy who just kind of comes in, you're the new face on the team, and you're not as experienced as these guys. So to come in and tell them how to play right away, you're not going to do that. So I think Gunless is definitely going to take a little bit of a period of, warming up to the guys, getting to know their personalities a little bit before he can really start to be like, hey, remember like a month ago where you said that was a great idea? I hated that. Yeah. Like, we should change that. Like, it's just not working. Like, so I think it's going to be a grace period before that happens.
Well, guess what? Gunless and some changes in his gameplay weren't the only thing that FaZe shifted in this new roster change. We sat down with the team to talk about Enable and their new in-game leader and how it's all going to play out.
I don't feel any added pressure now that I'm stepping into the in-game leader, because I've been doing that a lot. It just hasn't been shown to the public, I would say. So I'm fairly comfortable with this role.
I think Enable fills a leadership role pretty well. Even when Clay was on the team, he didn't really have that much of a leadership role. A lot of people see him screaming on stage, and a lot of people call him our leader. But even when Clay was on the team, and he would even tell you himself that Enable was pretty much our leadership role even when he was on the team.
I'm a pretty outspoken player. I've kind of been a leader for most of the teams I've been on, so I think I'll be in a pretty good spot to do so.
Clayster would hype us up, like get the energy going a little bit, but Enable was definitely more so the in-game leader.
I think being around first-person shooters for as long as I have and having that experience really helps me, because I can kind of tell my teammates who are still fairly newer, I guess, compared to me in the scene, how it is switching a teammate, kind of forming that new relationship so late into a game and really mixing up that team chemistry. So me having that experience, and I've been through it multiple times before in my career, I think that helps a lot for the newer guys.
Enable, one of the biggest veterans competing in console esports. It's crazy to say. Been playing at the top level of multiple games for 10 years now.
It's weird. I remember the other day, Clint and I were sitting in the back, and he's like, do you realize how old Enable is now? And I'm like, that's scary, because now I'm starting to realize how old I am, how old you are. I was like,
me?
Whoa. Okay. No, not you. Not you. You're still young. I was talking about Clint.
I was going to say, Clint's pushing 35. I mean, you might as well be 40.
Oh, no.
No,
I'm significantly younger than him.
Yeah, he's got a, what are you, 27?
He's got us all beat. 28.
28? Whoa, Matt is old. Can we talk about that on the analyst desk too, please, guys? Thank you very much. It's Crusher SnD, Game 2. Fun fact for you all, go ahead and write this one down, folks. Up to this point this weekend, Elevate have won 2, you can count on one hand, rounds of SnD. You can also count it on 2 hands.
I just texted with our statistician Momo. He said that is not good.
Momo.
2 rounds, not good.
breaking down. Momo's slogan is, I break down COD better than you can break down COD. And there he's doing it.
I imagine he has Rel at home in like a lab coat, just like with a calculator, just crunching up numbers, just texting them across.
Oh, that's the only reason why Rel, you know, isn't here. It's because he's got to be Momo's.
No, it's because he's retired.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Someone who might retire after the weekend, Reedy, with how the team's playing right now.
Reedy's played well.
He has. I said the team has played.
Oh, yeah, his teammates. Maybe consider that.
Watson does get first blood. FaZe, look at how awkward this is for them. They're on offense. They've already been flanked from their spawn.
Yeah, they have no idea where this pressure's coming from.
This is one of the most...
This should be a round win for Elevate.
Oh, 10 out of 10 times.
Oh, it's an easy kill to even up the odds, but it'll be Watson again. Second kill of the round. It'll be a 1v2 for Zuma. Can Elevate get the first round on the board? Is Zuma all tagged up? I believe that's Watson with a third kill, so it'll be Elevate taking round number 1. Good round there from Watson.
That's an example of what you just got to do if you're Elevate. They just decided to go on a crazy offensive strat in round 1, fly through middle map, fly through that flank. Watson gets first blood from the side, from the spawn of FaZe, like 17 seconds into the round. And at that point, FaZe have no idea what they can even do because they have players at Rock who are watching over where they are. They have players on their flank. They decided to just rotate back to their base, and they get gunned because of it.
It was the ace for Watson in round 1, so wasn't sure if he picked up that third kill, but he did. So Watson with the ace, working on streaks, obviously helping towards getting that payload ability. You see how much further he is than everybody else.
So if you watched week 1, you know that this is the same setup that Luminosity like to use on defense in Crusher. You have a player watching the cross at Rock, then you just go for a 4-man retake from the same side. We'll see if FaZe can do what LG did so well on this map, which is take this retake with ease. First blood for Enable with that NV4. FaZe now with a number advantage. They don't catch the outer wall run, but they're not able to get a kill on the side of Elevate now at 2v2. Zed puts the numbers in his team's favor. It's Zuma all by himself, 23 seconds remaining. Oh, and Zuma's been tagged up too. Does not look good unless Reedy gets gunned. Second player there, but because he was already weak, it's Zed who cleans it on up. Nice recovery from Elevate as they hold off the 4-man retake.
That was a ballsy challenge by Zuma.
Oh, yeah.
When he gets weak and then there's that guy behind the box, he's like, screwed, I'm just going to gun this guy, and just pops out.
That's nuts.
For a second there, I was like, okay, if he had a little bit more health and he comes around the corner, he had a realistic chance of killing Reedy as well.
That's an example of where you see a lot of AR players do that little hover that they'll do, where you just kind of use that box for as much cover as you can, because look at how easy those shots were for Zuma when Reedy had nothing protecting him. Remember the ERAD with those energy weapons do not pierce through walls. 4v4 again, and Elevate doing the exact same strat. Just going for a ridiculously fast flank, forcing the hand of FaZe.
I mean, if you're Elevate, you have nothing to lose, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you haven't really been too great with what you've tried to do in Search and Destroy this weekend. You may as well try some interesting stuff. And here they go on a pinch, so they have decent positioning. It's Attach and Enable. Picking up kills for FaZe. It'll be Desire on the opposite side of the map, able to get one. Whew. Zed, though, needed to make a play on the flank. He drops right away. That'll be FaZe's first round on the board.
Those are the ERAD kills that FaZe were struggling to get the first half of that hard point. Now Zuma coming to life in the series. We'll see again the final kill cam from Gunless with the ERAD. And take note, look in the bottom right of your screen. Using FTL jump, no camo for him. In Search and Destroy, as it's Elevate still up by 1 round.
And I wonder why they switched that up. Put Gunless off of camo. Because I feel like we've seen him make some amazing plays with camo. I mean, you remember on United, I think it was a 1v3 on this map against FaZe. Ooh. That was one of the best clips we've had all years. See Zuma grabbing first blood, but I'd love to speak to the guys, get an idea of why they switched him off of camo.
Reedy getting tagged up by multiple grenades. Will have to just play his life. Desire was first blooded inside you. It happened quick, but it was Zuma again with that ERAD, striking him down. As FaZe, they're going to stick together, and why not? Run around the map, hold hands. You've got number advantage. Just make sure you can't get two-pieced. Zed already almost at that FTL jump, just 4 rounds into this game. As they're rotating all around each other, this might work out perfectly for Elevate, though, on this A site if they can get this bomb down. This is great for them.
Yeah, they got to get bomb down right away. But they have good positioning, and
love this spot from Reedy. Unfortunately, if FaZe do peek through middle, that might be a disaster for him. No, so he's still going to be able to just stay alive here. Watson also gets away with his life. Already 15 seconds off the clock, Matt, and no one's died on the side of Elevate.
doing a great job. Just staying alive, burning the clock. Gonna be Zed and Reedy with a kill apiece. They try to use the FTL to get back towards the bomb. Not able to do so, but only 20 seconds left. Reedy just needs to pick up 1 kill here, Jack. And he can win the round for Elevate. Ooh. Goes inside the bomb, doesn't pick up anyone. They'll get defused from FaZe as they tie it up 2-2.
So right there, FaZe wind up checking you last because look where the bomb was planted at. It was planted for that back garage side. They weren't expecting Reedy to challenge through you, and you can see it forced Reedy to have to overexpose himself to try to get a sight line on that bomb. Look where it is in that right pocket. He's just trying to see if someone's defusing that bomb. Unfortunately for him, both FaZe players ready. We'll go ahead and secure that round. As we move forward in this game, it's Zed who, does he have the FTL jump? Oh, he actually used it, I forgot. Yes, so
yes, no,
already used 1 FTL jump and we're just in round 5.
Yeah, he tried to use the FTL to get back towards the bomb to take a peek. Maybe he thought somebody was defusing from the side of FaZe. Nobody was home though. It's SnD able to take out Watson, drawing first blood here for FaZe Clan. They have control of the A side as well. This push is way too easy.
More of a push from Elevate coming on through. Now at 2v2, Zuma's flank though should swing this round, yeah. Zuma doing a great job of finding the open hole in the setup and abusing it. Reedy left by himself yet again. This time a little bit more manageable in the 1v2, and he does spot one. Unfortunately, both FaZe players are there. Quick little trade, but Matt, I actually want to talk about the start of that round. I don't know if you saw that grenade from Enable. I don't think it was on purpose, unless that's the greatest nade spot I've ever seen. He got blessed with a bounce off of that middle crate that landed right behind the site and forced the player one shot to lay down, hide behind cover. It gave them a free first blood. I
don't know if that was intended.
I don't think it was at all. I think he just got the best grenade bounce I've seen on the break off of Crusher.
Well, we can see if they go back to it again and he lands it again. Maybe it was intentional.
I would love to actually bring
I can't remember if I've ever seen, maybe we just haven't caught it from another player's POV, but
we'll see if we can grab it for replay for you guys. As Reedy, his job, watch out for another aggressive FaZe push through this A warehouse. And I think he's made the right call yet again. As you can see those yellow arrows storming on through, but unfortunately, little does he know, they've all hit underpass. It's gonna be like a double flank from both sides. Zed gets first blood. Why would he expect anyone to be there? Reedy was watching that whole side.
Yeah, Zed is probably screaming at Reedy, like, what are you watching? How do they all get behind us? As now Reedy has come on this flank. He has finally made it, but the rest of his teammates are dead. Not ideal. So he's gonna be able to get one, but still the 1v4 scenario has to force through that little choke point with the NV4 in his hands. And after Elevate win their first 2 rounds, it's FaZe with 4 rounds straight.
They're starting to pick up the pace now as Elevate
I would say so.
More and more behind. Hey, if there's a silver lining for Elevate, you've won as many rounds in this SnD than you did in
I tell you what though, Elevate has definitely turned around from yesterday. I mean, yesterday their games were really not that competitive. They were not there yesterday.
Yep.
Now the first hardpoint, they definitely had a chance to win it.
Oh, 100%.
Right? I mean, they're right there towards the end. And then in Search and Destroy, they dominate these first few rounds, the first 2 rounds. And then ever since then, these rounds have been close. It's just been some little timings that's not gone their way.
Enable, a couple kills off that active camo. Spots Reedy and backs him up right away, so FaZe will get the green light to push towards this bomb. Love the shot calling there. Recognizing that there's no way someone from that outer rock can re-challenge, especially when the main AR has been forced out of his power position.
And that'll leave Gunless to watch the flank with the bomb down over at B.
Yep, you just heard the call out. Yeah. I can hear Gunless yelling, wall run behind you guys. Now at 2v2. Gunless has to stay alive. I'm surprised he's even peeking for a second. He should be dead here momentarily. FTL jump now available. 25 seconds left, down to a 1v1. Health beginning to come back. Still just playing the clock. Spots him again.
If you're Desire, why wouldn't have you just challenged him when you knew you had him weak?
FTL jump. Oh, Gunless gets it! And there's the smile on his face. I guess that's why he's using FTL jump. I was like holding my breath, waiting for him to use it. Look at this. Waiting. There you go. Desire not ready.
Desire had him basically dead twice. And then like just waited so long to challenge.
Is that a lack of confidence because you're facing Gunless?
I think it's just like confidence. I mean, when you had him that weak behind the box, you know, his teammate actually pushed him and got him weak. Just jump over the top, put, 2 shots in him, he's dead. Elevate would have been able to win that round.
Oh, no.
Now, first blood in favor of FaZe Clan. It'll be Zuma taking out Reedy early.
Zuma has been dominating you until Enable kills him with a flechette. So as about to compliment Zuma. Oh, Enable takes him out. Desire one shot. I think they were just trying to buy time for Attach to get there to clean up the kill. Full streaks for Attach. Enable spotted the players rotating back as well, so they know exactly where they're at. Attach has this cross. They've got the pin in the back of the map. This is a tough, tough round to secure if you're Elevate. Thankfully, they found an opening in towards A.
But the clock is dwindling down, Jack. 40 seconds left.
And if you're FaZe, you can just stack the A site. If they go towards B, you've got streaks.
Yeah, you got the streaks to just get them out. So this is a round that definitely is favoring FaZe, although obviously the man advantage.
Look at this timing. The second they go to plant, Attach calls it in. That's got to be so frustrating. He didn't actually use anything. Now he goes to bring it in. The one player's going to get behind cover. I have no idea why he didn't use it. He knows where both are at. Gets one. 2 versus 1. Attach with the player in front of him. He guns Desire as well. Okay, Attach, you know what you were doing. FaZe 6 rounds in a row in SnD. Are now up 2-0. Elevate fall to an 0-8 map count.
Although Elevate, obviously a lot closer this game than yesterday's matches. You know, the rounds were close, right? They were competitive all the way through.
I think that's the big thing
you wanted to see. These games were definitely closer than yesterday.
I like the way you put that. They were closer than yesterday. And when you mentioned the close rounds, go back and watch that entire map. How many 2v2s were they in? You know, 2v1s that were possible to be won. The gunless one, clutched that up with the FTL jump. There, you know, a 2v2 that they're in. Absolutely.
Game could have been much closer.
2 or 3 before that as well that they just don't clutch up. It's simple as that. FaZe doing a better job of securing those neck and neck rounds, and because of that, they're now up 2-0 going into Uplink.
Yeah, and Uplink was not Elevate's strength yesterday. You know, it was just not a great game mode for them. It's tough when things are not going well, like when they're going very poorly. It's kind of difficult to see, like, especially with 3 other very strong teams in the group.
Yep.
It makes it very tough for Elevate to kind of say, okay, no, let's say, or even say Mind Freak or something like that. They could always look to that and be like, okay, that's a series we can definitely take.
Yeah.
Right now, if you're Elevate, you're just kind of sitting there. It's like, well, which series are we going to win? Like, which one is our best chance?
Where's our opening?
Where's our opening? And I don't think they really know.
Well, they have some time to think about it, as they're now 0-8 in maps on their way to a Cloud9 Stage 1, potentially, where they went 0-12 through the first couple days. This has been our first series of the day up to this point. It's a 2-0 lead for FaZe. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the rest of our best of 5. Oh boy, it's a G Fuel key player matchup as we head into game 3 of our best of 5 between FaZe and Elevate. Right now, FaZe up 2-0, and a lot of it comes down to the plays in map 1 from Attach. The guy was clutching up in Hardpoint, and now he's looking to continue to slay out in Uplink, a 1.30 Uplink KD on day 1 against 2 very strong squads in Enigma 6 and Ghost Gaming. The guy just knows what he has to do in this game 3 mode. Reedy, on the other hand, the standout player for Elevate, will need to go absolutely off if he wants to keep his team alive in this series. This has been your G Fuel key player matchup. Oh, baby, look at those flags draped from the sky. This is the MLG Arena in Columbus, Ohio. The rain has stopped, but the games are continuing. Mr. X here with me on the caster desk. Matt, is this series done here?
Yes. Yeah, this series definitely, I think, is done. I mean, you look at the way these 2 games have gone. Obviously, Elevate playing much better than they did yesterday, but not good enough, I think. It's just... like we were saying before the break, it's just they look at this group and it's difficult. Like, where are they going to get games? Where are they going to get a series win? I don't think it's here against FaZe.
Just shows the competition at this level here in the Call of Duty World League Global Pro League. We still have 2 more weeks of the regular stage after this one concludes tomorrow. And those weeks, for a lot of people, are the closest of all.
Dude, the last week.
Last week, what is it? Optic, Envy, Cloud9, and Epsilon?
Yeah. Anybody could win that week.
Anyone.
That's like the one group I think we've had through both stages where you could make an argument for any combination of those teams to finish top 2, and I wouldn't call you crazy. I think that group's gonna be a bloodbath. Yeah. I mean, Epsilon is very, very good. Cloud9, they showed a lot of promise, right, with their new roster.
And it's Aches. He lives for groups and moments like this.
Right. And then, I mean, you look at all the games that he has to play against, right? I mean, he gets to go against Optic. He loves playing against Optic. Gets to go against Envy.
It's getting
loves
closer
Envy
and
as well.
closer. You know how Aches is, man.
Getting closer and closer.
To that champs time, Aches' skill against Optic Gaming increases by 400% the closer
I tell you the difference is up until maybe the month before champs, Pat sleeps till like 7 p.m. every day. Gets up, maybe gets Chick-fil-A, stays up all night, watches movies and whatnot. Once we get a month out of champs, he's up, he's grinding early in the morning, he's playing all day. Just another level of dedication from that guy.
Another level of dedication from Patrick Price. You'll see him in week 4. For now, it's week 2, and it's Enable getting first blood with the NV4. It's throwback uplink. If you were here for the analyst breakdown prior to the series, you would remember Momo talks about that statistically this is Elevate's best map as of late. They've won 80% of their throwback uplink games. We'll see if they can keep that momentum going.
But I feel like this is a map that's going to play in a FaZe's strength. With how fast they can play with Gunless, Zuma, and Attach.
Okay.
I just find it's going to be very difficult for Elevate to just pick up kills. Like, who is going to be the guy who's going to constantly go off? You see there, it's just a 4 dead in favor of FaZe.
And look at Zuma. Why would you ever... Oh, the timing. As he turns the corner, the player runs just behind the barrel. This might just be a 1-point play for FaZe. There it is. They get the lead. 2-piece from Enable as well, as he wants to keep the pressure on the side of Elevate. Enable 3-2, still has that ERAD as well in the back pocket to win some up-close gunfights.
And Zed getting off to an 0-4 start. He's been the player, we talked about it yesterday. You know, at the beginning of the CWL this year, we heard a lot about Zed. I remember Reedy saying he's probably the best player in Europe. Him and Shawnee were supposed to be a powerful combination for this team. Shawnee, he finds his way off. He's on Red Reserve now. And Zed has not found a groove since then.
Remember watching CWL last year in Europe? When
that was pretty sick.
Hyper Games, the guy was absolutely nuts. Right now, again, I feel like I haven't talked about him at all this weekend because, really...
Oh, we talked about him, just not positive.
Yeah. The only times we talked about him is when we bring up how poorly he has actually played. Again, 0-6 start from him. Now just showing up in the 0-7 start from him. Oof. Trying to go for an exotic 0-11.
Which is unfortunate. I mean, it's when one guy is struggling that bad, like, it's hard not to notice, right? I mean, you see Another kill goes in favor of FaZe as Zed gets off to an 0. It's hard even for the team, right? You're playing, it's like, okay, like you just pop open the scoreboard when you're dead and you're just trying to figure out how you're down by so much. It's like, well, we got a guy who hasn't picked up a kill yet.
There we go.
There you go. He's able to get one.
This will be
that first kill is the hardest to get when you start like 0-4, 0-5. Like, once you pick up one, you can start to get going a little bit, but it's 5-0 in terms of score in favor of FaZe.
Slaying aside, Matt, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. The aggression that is able to be used from FaZe on this map, they just look comfortable right now. Unable, more than willing to pick up an ERAD too to help put on the pressure as well. Oh, Zuma gets 2 players, 1 shot, but no kill to show for it. An awkward beat down there for Enable. The drone now being moved forward. This should be a 1-point play for the side of Elevate. Intercepted by Gunless. Oh,
Just when you thought things couldn't get worse, they have. As Enable has looked great with the NV4. I think that's really been where we were thinking, like, okay, where would this team struggle? You know, maybe not have the best, main NV4. Enable really wanted this role. I think this is it's a big catalyst, I think, behind the move to get rid of Clay, is that they wanted Enable to be their main NV4. He's definitely played well this weekend. Gunless throws it right at the feet of a player on Elevate.
That's the equivalent of a block from basketball.
Yeah, well, it's not even intentionally blocking it.
Yep.
It would be like me shooting the ball and it just bouncing off your head.
My head is a big target, so that probably is exactly what would happen if we played a 1-on-1.
That would be your best defense, Giant.
It would. Oh, trust me.
Don't even jump with your hands up. Just jump with your head towards my hands.
You should have seen how I used to play basketball. As Zed is now -9, 4-13, triple neg in this game. FaZe up 5-0. If you are an Elevate fan,
it's hard.
I really, you know what it is like, you look at the rest of the teams in this group, you keep talking about how there's like a series you look at and go, well, we could probably take that one. Right now, no, there is not that for Elevate at all.
I think you would have came in and maybe like, okay, Ghost Gaming, maybe they're just not going to be able to keep up with this, putting up a lot of kills in the respawn.
Yeah.
But with the way Ghost Gaming has played this weekend, no. And they have come in so prepared. I really wanted to come out and take #1 in the group, and Ghost Gaming's played amazing thus far. So with how strong their play has been, Enigma 6, you know the caliber of the team they are, and same with FaZe Clan.
Is a dunk.
Should be.
Okay, they'll at least get a 1. So they'll end the half with a point. 6-1 the scoreline. Absolutely still possible for them to come back. But from anything we've seen so far from this Elevate team this weekend, it's the second half of Uplink is where they struggle. If you remember from their series versus Ghost Gaming yesterday, they were outscored inside to 16-1 on Precinct Uplink. FaZe now 5 minutes away from a 3-0, their second in a row after their 3-0 over Enigma 6 late last night.
The most telling thing for the first half is Enable has more kills than Reedy and Zed combined. I believe it's 16 for those 2 players, 17 for Enable. So it's you need more slaying. In a game that is so slay dependent, especially on a map like Throwback, you're just not going to get by like that. Oh, it's even 19 to, 16.
What do you even do? I don't even know what you, how do you just say we need more slaying? What is your answer to that?
That's something you solve before you get to the group week.
Okay.
Something you don't solve here. Something you figure out, post Anaheim before this moment. It's something you can't really kind of solve now. You can't just go in the back and be like, guys, we need to shoot better. It's like, well, obviously we need to shoot better. It's like,
they have started this side though, shooting a little bit better.
Yep. Picking up some kills here.
And then move the drone immediately towards field.
Reedy's in a nice spot here. Towards the top side of the map.
Okay, Reedy.
It's on a 3 streak now.
Okay. This should be a dunk.
It should definitely be points. Yep, dunk. Nice play there from Elevate. So they get on the board here early. After, we talked about Zed and Reedy. Neither played better. I believe Reedy gets off to a nice start with a 4 streak. Zed, picks up 2-3 kills. They get a good offensive push early, but now it's FaZe. They hold on the defensive end. Now they're starting to push.
And this is where FaZe can absolutely begin to rally this drone. They have themselves a payload to use with this overdrive. Big 1v1 gunfight win from Desire, though, taking out that lead blocker, and Zuma will relieve the pressure for a brief moment as the rest of his team fights for control. Where's Reedy right now on the map? Reedy is in the FaZe spawn. The rest of his team fighting for their life in middle map. Reedy now beginning to backtrack, gets 2, and goes right back to the FaZe portal.
I mean, he's just trying to get some kind of positioning maybe for the rest of his team, open up that middle of the map, but he falls. But I guess it gives his team enough time where they're able to win some gunfights mid-map and get drone in their hand, and Zed able to win one. Desire now all alone with the drone, able to get a nice beatdown there on Enable, trying to line up a 1-point play here. Going for another beatdown it looked like, but Zuma just gets right by him. Reedy still here on the opponent's side of the map, but just does not look like a push that's all together there from Elevate.
Zuma does cut down Zed. So FaZe, they're doing what they can to hold off this unorthodox play we're seeing from Elevate. Some of these European teams love to focus this drone towards this field side. FaZe definitely not used to it. As they're doing what they can to just hold on to this lead. It was a 3-possession game, now down to 2. 2.5 minutes left. Attach, a quiet game for him at 10-19. It's the rest of his team, though, really exploding in the slaying department. And you know what? Attach, I'm sure, is fine with that as long as they get the win.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think if you're FaZe, obviously, you haven't had the success you want as of late. So I think if you can come out of here, you know, you get first in the group, you go to playoffs. I think a lot of these guys will sacrifice the stats in terms of the wins. I don't think it's really, you know, after the move they make, it's clear that it's not about the stats, it's about winning tournaments.
Another interception from Gunless. That's his second of the game now. Big swing in points because of it. So he'll just stay alive. Active camo earned. Lane now cleared. Zuma all the way in the opponent's base. He gets into top blue. He can pop this camo. Yep. Here goes Gunless. Here goes Gunless. The dunk. 8-3 now. Beautiful use of camo, and it all starts with Zuma's 2-piece in Elevate's base.
Yeah, Zuma comes on a flank up the middle of the map, able to grab 2. Gunless with a fabulous use of active camo. That's why we talk about him as one of the best active camo users in the game. Enable gets a few players weak. I believe it's a 1-point throw miss from Elevate.
Doing his best Lonzo Ball impression there.
He was awful last night.
As he just whiffs that one from the range.
I watched the Laker game. I was like, man, I wish we had De'Aaron Fox.
I don't know what any of that means, but I just said the Lonzo Ball impression because I just knew he had a bad game.
Well, with a minute to go. It's like
once you get past the top layer.
Yeah, we can't have a conversation.
I can name like 3 athletes per sport.
Yeah,
Michael Jordan, Lonzo Ball, LeBron James. Basketball.
It's sad that that's your 3 on your list, but it's Elevate trying to get the drone over the top of the house, passing it forward, but I mean, there's nothing they can do with this much time left, right? I mean, it's just the pressure. I mean, even with Attach going 11-24, FaZe is still able to put a ton of pressure on the side of Elevate. Well, really, and thanks to Enable. I mean, Enable goes 31-21, and I think Zuma's done a fabulous job, you know, with the ERAD just playing fast.
Oh, Attach is double neg almost, and the rest of FaZe is positive 26. So no matter what really happened to Attach this game, I think the rest of the boys had it covered. GG's, GG's, GG's. FaZe, the 3-0, 2 sweeps in a row after their rough series to kick off day 1. Elevate now 0-9 in maps.
Yeah, this is great for FaZe's map count. You'll see another 2-point play go in as they put 10 points on the board. But great for FaZe's overall record, great for their map count record. So it's a good win here for FaZe, taking care of business against Elevate.
As you'd expect, there's the final kill from Attach and have the flashiest game from him. But FaZe do get the job done. Walking across the stage. Give GG's there as well. Elevate, you've now faced every team in this group. Nothing going for you. And this is a double round robin, so they've got to do it all again.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we keep talking about the situation they're in. They're much closer to winning these, maps than they were yesterday.
Yep.
Yesterday they got blown out. Today they keep it pretty competitive. But it's just where are they going to find a win in the series? I think they do have the potential to play spoiler, though, with so many teams kind of upping their map count. Like if Elevate can just take like a map or 2 off like one of these other teams, it could really kind of spoil their overall map count later in the weekend.
Those are the storylines I love to hear. That will do it for our first series of the day. Congratulations to Matt and all of our analysts for correctly predicting the 3-0 right there.
Gonna be honest, Jack, wasn't that difficult, I think it's fair to say. TP, you kind of called it straight off the bat. You expected this to happen. I will give Elevate a little bit of props. So that map number 1 did kind of take us all by surprise. They actually scored more points in that one map than they had in the previous 2 yesterday. It did look like maybe Elevate had brought maybe a new look coming into day 2, Momo, but it didn't last long.
It just seemed a lot faster paced, and before going into that, actually, their Scorch hardpoint was 0-7, and that was through all the way back to Dallas. And going into this one, I kind of had written
written them off to start with.
0-8.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it ends up that way, but with a close game, I will say give credit to Reedy. I don't think he's actually feeling too well today, but he played phenomenally. Zed, for me, was the player that I said needs to step it up. He was kind of my pick of day one. And in this map, only really, he did. You know, he played very well. He kind of did some flashy plays, didn't play off there for him, but throughout the game, it was close. This map was close.
And it was key to say, Elevate was actually leading up until the second hanger, and that's why FaZe get the full 60.
Yeah, right here. This is a sort of turning point for FaZe, and you can see Elevate, they had a scarab and it blows up, and then 4 of them try to go through that upper door. Just not the best way to break that hardpoint. We've seen it time and time again. Like, Hanger has become one of those hills where you can hold 50 to 60 seconds very easily. FaZe, that brought them back into the game. You know, Desire, he had streaks, but they rotate to that hill as well. And this is just really the sort of difference maker. A great job by FaZe. Elevate, though, you know, a better start from them. All of them were slaying decently well, and that's just what we talked about. They're able to sort of slay, force FaZe to rotate and run into their setups. The games will be close, and you can see right here, you know, the difference maker really is that drill hill for FaZe.
And of course, the game was tied at 218, Teep, and then that was really where Attach came out and made one of those game-changing plays that Attach can do.
Oh, 100%. That last turbine there, he picks up a 2-piece, pushes up and gets another as well. And then on the rotation over towards that last hanger, picks up the kill at the back, gets those spawns for him and his team, and it ended up getting the win. But overall, talking on the Elevate side, yesterday we were just harping on them. They just need to get kills. That's step one of Call of Duty. It's how it's always going to be. They got the kills and then started making the fundamental mistakes. That hard point, I guess if I'm Elevate in that sort of scenario, I'm not too mad at it, but it's just sort of scenarios where you see them 4-stack a little doorway that's a few feet wide. It's like, well, how do you think that's going to work? You're playing against one of the best teams in the world. They're probably going to kill you in a doorway that's this big. It's just, you got to revamp your strats sometimes in those sort of scenarios.
Definitely do. Of course, FaZe go up 1-0 in the series. We go over to Search and Destroy on Crusher. And it started off very well again for Elevate, Memo. Watson picks up an ace. You know, they get 2 rounds, and we're sat here thinking, okay, all right, Elevate, I see you. But again, didn't last long.
Yeah, Watson, you know, fair play, he picks up the ace. I don't think it was all him. I mean, you know, it was definitely a lot of team shooting. But I think that caught FaZe off guard. They were playing, obviously, a little bit different, and Watson was kind of like, you know what, I'm just going at them. I'm going around the back. And it did catch them off guard. But one thing I will say is that's great for 1 or 2 rounds. But when you've got to... There's 8, 9, 10 rounds in an SnD maybe. You got to do something different. And the one thing that I think they did do pretty poorly was they gave up the B-bomb site way too easily. And sometimes you want to do that and go for a retake, but their retakes was, instead of like a 2-2 pinch, it was like, you two going first, oh, that didn't work, we'll try now. And they didn't seem on the same page.
Very true. Of course, on the flip side for FaZe, Merc, it was a fantastic game from both Attach and Zuma. I mean, Attach finishes with a 2.67.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like these guys are just going to get better and better. Like, I feel like that Scorch Hardpoint, where they might have struggled, if they play that map again this week, I feel like it's going to be better than what we saw that first time. Right. That's sort of what we saw in the first series, the second series yesterday. And this is just Search and Destroy. I mean, if their Search and Destroy is stellar, I mean, they're going to be very tough to beat all weekend long, and it has been so far. So that's a great first showing for FaZe. Search and Destroy is typically that game type that is hard to sometimes get on the same page, that and Hardpoint. So, you know, if Search and Destroy is flourishing, they're going to be tough to beat.
Very true. Good point. Of course, for Elevate, in terms of strategy, it seemed like they were going for the 2-2 split, and it didn't really work out, Teep.
We wanted to see some new things today, and I think we saw it from Elevate early on in that Crusher. That's why they got the lead. I have to give props to FaZe for adapting, like kind of Phil was saying earlier. But the biggest thing is when you're doing those, number one, late flank strategies or 2-2 splits, especially on Crusher, you need to engage on both sides. And on length flank scenarios, you can't have your front line challenging right away before you guys even there for the flank. So it's just like a communication thing where the strategy I like to see, and it really could have worked out for them. But when one of the sides challenges in a pinch before the other side's ready to actually execute the pinch, those 2 guys die, and then those 2 on flank, the other team just looks around and it's just easy kills from then on. So I like the strategies, I like the sort of switch up we saw from Elevate. It's just fundamental execution failures that just doesn't lead to those easy kills. So.
Even like the mid-round movements from Elevate were just a little bit different. They were using the middle map a lot more than other teams, and they were catching FaZe off guard. They were getting bomb plants. They just weren't able to clutch up, and that was really the difference maker. But again, it was a little bit different strategies on Crusher, something, you know, typically we're just used to 4v4 retakes, but Elevate trying to switch things up. And I felt like they were in situations like 2v2, 3v2 situations with that bomb down, which got down to 1v1s, and they just weren't clutching up. That's really the difference maker.
True. And then, of course, going into game Game 3. FaZe lead the series 2-0. And this one closed out pretty emphatically. 10-3 was the final score in favor of FaZe. I know, Memo, you said you want to see Zed step up. I imagine the 0-8 start probably wasn't what you had in mind.
Yeah, and the crazy thing was, his first Hardpoint, he played well. Second SnD, he went neutral on a game where you lose 6-2, not bad. But it's these random games, and to be a top professional player, these games, they need to disappear. You can't be starting 0-8, because straight away, that 0-8 is a 5-0 deficit in Uplink, and to claw back a 5-0 is so difficult. The end score was, what, 10-3? I think those last two came in the very last second. So 8-3, if you like. That's 5 straight away like that. You've got to have that hot start. And again, you know, from that 0-8, he played okay. But, you know, it kind of just set the precedent for the game.
Yeah, and just that first half obviously wasn't close, but the second half, Watson and Reedy just early on sort of step it up. It comes a 6-3 deficit, and they're back into the game. And again, it's just back off the slaying, and just right away, you could see Enable +12 had a great Game 3 throwback uplink. That's where really where a main NV4 just thrives. They use that bridge, they use that train cover, and you know, we've seen like Octane and Informal go off on that map, so great job by Enable to set the pace.
And I think one of the key things for me watching Teep was I just saw Elevate not capitalize on so many scoring opportunities. I know you're one of the best objective players to ever play Call of Duty in the history of esports, so that must kind of gripe you as well. So many 1-point plays intercepted, so many 2-point conversions that didn't quite go through. How do you fix that, I guess, is the big question.
On the first half, FaZe played it perfectly. They were just sitting up, getting those easy 1-point attempts. On the other side, Elevate had several scenarios where they take that drone over to that right side towards Barn. When they took it into Barn, I think that's completely fine. It gives you that sort of avenue through the side door, the back door, whatever you need to do, and they ended up getting a dunk off of it. They didn't do that again. They always took the drone on that right side, and you can get a throw from there, but it's very easy, number one, to intercept, and it's so hard for the rest of your teammates to pick up kills in those back sort of corridors. There's so many corners you have to check. It's just sort of a mess at that point. They got the kills at middle, they had drone control, and then sort of just went the wrong way with it. Go into Barn, go back to Lemon. It's just simple mistakes, and FaZe ran away.
I was curious, so I actually added up all of Elevate's scores across 3 matches, okay? Hardpoint, 750 to 423. That last Hardpoint, of course, increases that pretty heavily. Search and Destroy, 18-4 across 3 matches, and it doesn't get much better in Uplink, 33-11. They've been outscored. So, I mean, it's been a pretty tough weekend for Elevate, but they can still turn it around. Hopefully they can, because we want to see some close games here, that's for sure. But we should, of course, talk a little bit about the Call of Duty World Championship tickets, because they're on sale, and you guys can purchase them right now at mlg.tv/CWL Champs. Of course, COD Champs will be August 9th through the 13th in Orlando, Florida. But the first game of the day has been now completed here at the Call of Duty Global Pro League. Elevate still searching for their first map win and sit bottom of the group at 0-3. FaZe start off day 2 strong and now sit at 2-1 in the group. But up next on the main stage, we have Enigma 6 taking on top of the group, Ghost Gaming, for the first time this weekend.
We haven't played E6 yet as a team. We know they're a fast-paced team. Kind of just talked over their gameplay and what we need to do to adapt and match up with them. They kind of like to flood hills and hardpoint, so we're definitely going to have a lot more hill presence against them. And then their S&D game, we've seen a lot of their strats and the way they like to play. Don't want to say too much, but we definitely are ready to adjust to what they like to do.
How we prepare for a team against Ghost Gaming is we just go out there and play our game. I mean, they may have beat FaZe, but I feel like that was a weak FaZe. Zuma had problems with his hands. Clay had something going on, I believe, with his tooth. I don't feel like they should have played, and Ghost Gaming just took advantage of a weak FaZe.
I feel like the roster changes of between the Emery's and Royalty, I feel like it definitely benefited E6. They have Proto just being fast on the map, and they have Royalty on top of that, so it's just definitely something we got to shut down.
I personally think if we're pulling up to our standards and we're taking those first 2 maps, or at least taking a 1-1 per series, we can 3-1 them. But it all has to come down to how consistent we are in our hard points and whether we can close out our SnDs.
Our series versus E6, I think the outcome's going to go to a Game 5 for sure. Only reason being is because going into this event, you know, we're just realistic and we know that our hard point's weak, but we're so confident in our search and destroy and uplink gameplay that we think we'll go the distance and end up closing it out on that Game 5.
Up next on the main stage here at the CWL Global Pro League, Enigma 6 take on Ghost Gaming for the first time this weekend, and I'm excited to get this game underway for the simple fact that yesterday, Merc, Ghost Gaming impressed everyone. It just kind of shows that Anaheim wasn't really much of a fluke in terms of what they did in groups.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was a team that, I mean, they were a team. Like, everything just seemed to work out very well. They obviously, you know, were able to beat Elevate and FaZe yesterday, but this is going to sort of be a huge story, I think, for the rest of the weekend, especially for Enigma 6, because I felt like we didn't see the best E6 last night. In Enigma 6, they have a very aggressive playstyle, and if their energy's not up, if their shots aren't on, I mean, they're going to lose to a team like FaZe, and I think that's just sort of it. I'm really looking at their energy coming into this one.
And as you kind of touched on there a little bit, E6 yesterday was hot, then they were kind of cold a little bit as well. Which E6 are you expecting this morning?
It really depends on the back of General, in my opinion. The reason I picked the 2 players today, Mox versus General, is sort of for this matchup. The 2 NV4 players, that slower style of play, going to be baiting their teammates a bit more. These are the 2 players. We're going to find out which is the better today. And like Joe said, whichever one's more warmed up, more mentally prepared, I think I'm initially going to sway over towards Ghost. They seem to be more prepared team overall, better teamwork from what we saw yesterday, and that's why they got the 2-0 start. And then E6, I really was expecting more in that late matchup against FaZe yesterday. They didn't impress me too much in those sort of big-time matches. This is another one.
Right, taking a look at our top 3 hardpoint KDs. I mean, here it is. Ironically, all 3 players are going to be in this next series. What's your take on this?
The crazy thing as well is that's not a padded kind of stat from Elevate. Mox dropped that against FaZe. You know, that was kind of the biggest thing I take from it. The one thing that I will say is completely backing up what Teep said. It's General. I want to see that General where he was dropping 35, 40 consistently. And I think, yes, the team dynamic has changed a little bit with the roster change, but I don't think he should suffer from that. I think he should be able to kind of still put up those numbers. If he does, I actually favor E6 going into this one. I think, you know, they've maybe had a little bit more practice as a team, and I think Ghost Gaming, they may have done their research at this boot camp. It could show off, but I agree with Spacely. Game 5.
Really? I'm curious to know what's in that little notebook, that's for sure. I mean, we'll take a look now at our maps for the series as well. I believe map number 1 is going to be Scorch Hardpoint. We then go to a Crusher, Search and Destroy, Throwback Uplink if it goes further, Retal, and then a Throwback Game 5. Merc, your thoughts on this map set?
Yeah, just right away, I think Scorch and Crusher, and we saw in the last series a lot of ERAD play, so I'm definitely looking at Proto and Lacefield. I think that's going to be a huge matchup, and they're going to sort of set the tone and the aggression for both of their teams. So definitely look at Proto and look at Lace. I feel like whoever's thriving, that's a team that's going to be winning.
For some reason, I'm going to lean towards Ghost. They've been more impressive yesterday. Again, going back to the big-time matchup, I think due to the 2 sort of lacking players yesterday in Spacely and Lacefield, I think you're going to get better performances from them today. I'm taking Ghost in a 3-1, though. I think a lot of these maps are going to be going down to the wire.
I've got to go with E6. At this map in particular, they are undefeated as a team on this. And I do think what Spacely said, their hardpoint is weak at the moment. I think if we get the same Ghost Gaming as yesterday, definitely going to be a close game. Otherwise, I just favor E6, and I don't really know why. I just have that feeling about them today.
Fair enough. Excited to get this matchup underway. Of course, the second game of day 2 here at week 2 of stage 2. All the 2s. We can send it down to our fantastic casters for the series. It's Maven and Courage.
Thank you, gentlemen. Phenomenal stuff as always, and I think we agree. this has potential to be the best match so far this weekend.
100%. In my opinion, we're seeing a Game 5 here, maybe a round 9, round 10, really getting down to the wire. I'm hoping so. This is our last match of our round robin. So far, we've seen how many matches this weekend? 5. 4 of them have been 3-0s. Hopefully this one's a little bit closer.
Yeah, we haven't had many close series at all. We were joking yesterday. A broadcast typically, I think we schedule it to be about 6 hours. Usually with 4 best-of-5s. We were at, what, 4 hours and 20 minutes flat yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
It was quick, just due to the number of 3-0s. So this, I think, most potential to kind of break that mold. But I don't know, man. Ghost Gaming did look spectacular yesterday. Yeah. Mox, breaks the record for kills in Breakout Hardpoint. He looked like an absolute beast. And I don't know. I'm becoming a fan of him, man. I haven't I guess watched him play that much just because he's sort of an up-and-comer still, but he was so nice, man. I was like, you played really well. He was just like, thank you so much, Maven. It was so polite. I was like, I love this guy.
He's a polite guy. He's always on the grind with his stream. I'm actually a sub of his. He's got cool lights in his room, and the man just likes to play a hell of a lot of Call of Duty. You saw the top 3 hardpoint KDs. He's sitting atop that list.
I actually, the first time I casted him, I referred to him as Mao the entire broadcast.
Like, what did you think? He was French?
Yes. I literally called him Mao.
Okay.
And I had a lot of tweets telling me that I was a moron.
That's not the only reason why you've had tweets for that, Maven. As you see, the boys of Ghost ready to go. Spacely and his Book of Secrets, as I'm now calling it. It's like a start of a new Harry Potter series.
The Chamber of Magical Secrets.
As we'll get ready for this one, a look at Proto and E6. This right here for me is our matchup of the weekend up to this point. Can Ghost remain undefeated? Or will the boys of E6 move to 2-1 and put 3 teams at 2-1 up to this point? Maven, you heard the analyst predictions for you. Where do you see the series going?
I think back to what we said. I think this is going to be our tightest series. I think this goes the distance. You have an Enigma 6 team last night that I believe disappointed everybody in the swift 3-0 they received from FaZe. They're going to be looking to fire back, and Ghost Gaming, on the other hand, riding high on the confidence of a 2-0 start. I'm looking forward to a hell of a series.
Let's get it started. Mox right towards middle map, double trophy, blocking the grenades. Llama God on the hard point. This is the setup they want. Every nade shut down lets Llama God push right on through to this close pocket. Love that break from Ghost Gaming.
So far, so good. They're going to be fighting this entire time to try and break through, flip the spawns. Yes, it's the favorable spawn to get time on bridge, but you need to get set up. As we rotate out to Turbine, you can see they're still controlling the rock spawns, trying to fight in. Enigma 6, though, on the other end, trying to rally some time.
Already you're seeing how these roles will play out on this map. Some great shots there from Royalty, but Proto immediately hitting that outer wall run, flanking and pinching towards the hard point, shooting the player who was behind cover for Ghost. Aggressive SMG. You see General rocking that K-bar. He's going to fit that kind of mid-roll for his team, can get in the hard point, can fly around when they need him to go for a break. On the side of Ghost Gaming, Mox with that NV4, still rocking the weapon that gave him so much success yesterday. And Llama God, the guy is going to be up in your face, close on engagements. Look, he's the first one soaring on him with Lacefield. He's there for the trade as Ghosts look for the break on this Turbine hardpoint.
So far, though, it's been a solid hold here from Enigma 6. A couple players up inside the hardpoint. Mox doing his best job to try and contest, but with him dropping, you're going to have a bit of a stagger spawn here. So only 2 players left to push for Ghost Gaming. You're only going to have, 2 cracks at this, really. With a full 4-man up, you stagger again as Llama God drops. They might not get a full 4-man push.
Oh, yeah, and it's because of this awkward angle General still playing inside this L-wall side. They still have yet to kill him. The pinch, though, might be Ghost Gaming saving grace. It's Lacefield on the flank. Oh, gosh, that was an ugly gunfight. Lacefield with the beatdown, though, does get the break, so he was the difference maker there. The 2-piece from him, 39-30 to score currently in favor of Enigma 6.
And you can also keep an eye as we get ready for the next rotation at number 4 on the minimap. That's going to be Mox, already set up inside of rocks. He's the guy that can maybe end up making a big play when they start to push through to try and break into Hangar. The first engagement, though, going to be Proto versus Lacefield. That's a matchup that I'm really looking forward to in Game 2 when it comes to Search and Destroy.
Gets a great timing on him there for the first kill. Mox uses the NV4 for the first hill. Now has swapped over to that K-bar again. Trying to help pick up the pace as everyone from Ghost pinching in. They had a player who hit through tunnel, a player from back rock, a player from top hall, and a player from front door, literally hitting every single angle, and they wipe Enigma 6 off the map.
Well, how many times have we knocked a team? I believe the last time I really remember it being bad was a team like Millennium, where they would have everybody trying to hit from one route, whether it was the front door or from Skybridge. You have got to try and break this hard point from multiple angles. You can't just bash your head into a wall trying to hit it from one spot.
There was one where it was Fnatic, where we just couldn't
that what I'm thinking of?
It was literally the most pitiful break attempts we had ever seen. They changed it up, obviously. It was a one-map thing, but, man, it was so bad that I couldn't stop roasting them for the rest of that series. Enigma 6 do take back the lead. Just like we saw in the first series today, though, Maven, a lot of these kind of four-man hits from either side. Some from this observation deck, others from where Mox and crew are pushing from drill. It's just straight-up gunfights. This time it does look like Ghost Gaming will come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, you've been set up nice and early for Enigma 6 in several of these hard points. It's just been breaks within the first 10 to 20 seconds you've got for Ghost Gaming, each time collapsing from multiple angles and doing a fantastic job breaking. And that's what happens when you have great players that are willing to play aggressive and throw their bodies to the wind. When you look at Lamagod, Lacefield, Spacely, look at the breakout we saw last night. Yeah, Mox was sitting back dropping 43 kills, but they were just flying without abandon. It was great to see.
What's really awesome for me is right now you can look at these two teams and kind of find the matchup and define roles you're going to be able to keep an eye on throughout this series, right? You know, you talk about Lacefield versus the likes of Proto. You have Mox going up against General. Cade as well as Spacely are kind of that back and forth gunfight that you'll see as well. Spacely's got the better of him there. And then Lamagod and Royalty, two of the guys that'll just fly around, try to challenge each other, see what they can do to open up a lane for their team. Look at how even this map is to the first rotation. Only 4 seconds separating these two teams.
Very tight early, and now into the second set of rotation, setting up at bridge. Lacefield on the prowl, trying to find kills. Does he check his close right corner?
Oh.
He does not. Runs right by him and will be tagged in behind. Easy kill for General.
A little bit of an awkward spot right there, as Lacefield doesn't see him holding that corner angle. Cade trying to challenge a one-shot player, will keep control of these spawns. You just saw Proto pop up in Warehouse. That'll let Enigma 6 keep the pressure on middle map.
Cade now wrapping back with this K-Bar, just getting nades out, as you can see. The blue players of Ghost Gaming starting to push forward. Cade able to win one gunfight, has to drop down, finally will get picked up. We've got 20 seconds now remaining at bridge. The all-important spawns for Turbine going to be the next fight.
You heard the analysts at the start of the day. During the news segment, we've been pushing in stage 2 players who impressed, players who need to improve. One member who was on that players who needed to improve was General. He put up some great numbers. Yes, do not get me wrong. They were probably inflated a little bit with their 3-0 series victory over Elevate, but a lot of it came down to his presence in the game. He just isn't that big playmaker like we were seeing earlier on in stage 1. Now bringing it back at 19 and 12, leading the lobby in Slay.
Yeah, we know what he's capable of, and he's starting to do it here now. It looks like we're going to have another tie and lead change incoming. There you go. Enigma 6 back out front. Controlling Turbine. General going to be controlling inside, but everybody else is hitting on the bottom side. He has to rack back to help his teammates. Now Cade and General falling back. Cade, Proto pick up the headshots. That shuts down the first push. And this is going to be their first kind of complete hold right now that you look like you're setting up for. Ghost Gaming's been cracking through really well.
Yeah, Enigma 6 looking better and better as this game goes on, and a lot of it has come into play on Turbine. FTL jump was used from the side of Ghost Gaming to go for that first break. More payloads should be earned soon. FTL jump now burned actually on the side of Enigma 6. General tries to make the flashy two-piece happen. It won't work out, and Maven, with this scrap time, we will have ourselves a 1-second game. This is why all of us were saying how much closer this series has the potential to be.
It's true, but I thought Enigma 6 did a good job. You got, what, 40 or so points there. By the time you broke through for Ghost, you then get spawned out in Hangar, and you're set up for the next hard point. Can they hold on here? They weren't able to do it the first side through. Ghost broke in very, very quickly. Remember, they hit from basically every single angle, now bunching up front. Reinforcements coming in from Ghost, but Enigma 6 holding strong thus far. It's 3 kills in a row for Royalty, but Lacefield and company trying to say otherwise as him and Mox both find kills. This is their chance. They have a 2v2 for the moment as players spawning up for Enigma 6. E6 still holding, Jack.
They were ready for the push from underpass as well. Royalty just spinning around with this high sensitivity, keeping the action going, try to challenge this top door. The biggest lead now of the game for Enigma 6, up to 40 seconds, potential for a full 60 here. Remember, as he rotated to this hard point, the score was 137 to 137. Finally, Ghost Gaming break on through, but the damage has already been done.
Well, it's back-to-back hard points, where you have the opening setup for Enigma 6. They get 40 or so points, and then with basically just over scrap time remaining, Ghost breaks through. That's the first time they've been able to put back-to-back ones together, and that's the reason they're now enjoying their biggest lead. What do you know? Another hard points up, Enigma 6 in early control.
Ghost Gaming coming in today, undefeated in respawn game modes. The only map they lost was to FaZe and Search and Destroy. This could be the first one that they drop, and it's in the hands of Enigma 6 now, as they have 3 players really heating up. Proto still doing what he can. More of a quiet map from him alongside Lacefield, that matchup we talked about. Not too influential in this game up to this point.
Well, let's see if Lacefield can change that right now. He's got a good angle for players pushing in. Now has to overpeak because he missed the opening shots, but with teammates looking over him, he still has stayed alive. 2 players left, though, for Enigma 6, doing the best he can to dip and dive. As Mox picks him up from behind, we know how good he's been in that role.
Oh my goodness, this game could not get closer. Lacefield staying alive. One final challenge is here. The scrap time will go over to the side of Enigma 6, and it's Cade again, the 2-piece at the end. 24 and 20 from him. Now has just caught up to it. General in total kills, over a minute in the hard point as well.
It's all going to come down to that rotation between Turbine and Hangar for me. Can Enigma 6 hold like they did the last time through, or will Ghost break like they did in the first rotation?
Wow. Look at the close spawn on the side of Enigma 6. 3 players spawning right in top Hangar. The side of Ghost Gaming, they were still kind of turning around, getting set up. Meanwhile, players were already flying into the hard point. They get blessed right there for Enigma 6, as they're now back up by 20 seconds.
Yeah, we may not even get to a Hangar if they keep holding bridge this well. Cade doing a brilliant job inside. An assist as well goes towards Royalty. He has Centurion ready to go, getting closer and closer to Trinity Rockets, but will end up falling. Cade right now, great job, 27 and 22, and he was a player to look out for from day one, if you remember. He's stepping it up here in a big way.
Lacefield just tried to stay alive in middle map. The split spawn comes in. It's Mox all by himself. He's going to go for a little bit of a cheeky play here. The super, super high wall run, just trying to buy time for his team. They're not expecting to be this high up. General spots him, though. That could be the kill Enigma 6 need to clinch the map now, as they're just within 15 seconds of a map with victory.
You will have Mox coming back with camo, though. Can we go to his POV, as he's likely going to have to use it to break. He does find the opening kill. Trying to take care of the Centurion, shuts it down, doesn't even need to use the camo, still has it here to hold. This is very much a game, Jack. 40 seconds remaining. Now Centurion out for Ghost Gaming. Payloads to work with inside. Mox.
Royalty gets a kill on the flank. Oh, the 3-piece from Royalty with reactive armor. And right there, he'll shut the door now. On to Ghost Gaming. There's only one player close enough. It's Lamagod. He's been killed off. What a play from Royalty. 25 and 18 ends it on a 5 streak to win map 1.
Yeah, you get a lucky close spawn there in observation deck, and maybe Mox can pop a camo and try to get in one more time, but they spawn the whole way out in rocks. There's not even another opportunity for another attack. Royalty, though, that's how you use reactive armor. It was Lacefield with a nice play in the breakout last night, finding a 2-piece. It's reactive armor from Royalty, this time getting it done.
We commend Ghost Gaming earlier on the map for their ability to push out multiple lanes to break towards that Hangar hard point. Great, they do exactly that, right? Well, we got to give the same commendations to the side of Enigma 6 at the end there. Not panicking towards the final moments of that game. Still getting 2 players in the Hangar. Still getting 2 players towards outer catwalk. Pinching. Royalty winds up turning everybody's attention towards him with the reactive armor as he gets basically a free 3-piece there. They shut the door in map 1. That is Ghost Gaming's first respawn loss here this weekend.
And as good as Royalty was, General really stepped it up. The leader of this Enigma 6 team. We had a chance to sit down with him before the matches. Let's take a look.
Ever since I was young, I was always known as Jordan General. And, you know, it's always stuck by me. Everyone called me a general because when I was first young, I used to play with Legos, and, you know, everyone used to, you know, say, oh, you're the general of your Lego army. So that's part of the reasons why I got my name. My family takes it fine. You know, they're perfectly fine with it. Yeah, I would say that my name change also speaks of, you know, being dedicated to Call of Duty and, you know, the team. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I just wanted a whole new fresh start and see what that could bring.
Ooh, the music in that video got me feeling some type of way right there.
Yeah, lady is watching right now.
Yeah, right?
He might be single. I actually have no idea.
We'll ask him after the series. Maybe if we get a post-series interview. Big victory over Ghost Gaming. General, though, he's locked in right now. He did exactly what he mentioned they needed to do in the pre-match video when they talked about the series versus Ghost. General said, we need to come out into Uplink at least with a map. We need to go into that 1-1. If 2-0, great. They now have an opportunity for 2-0 here. They just did what no one else could so far up to this point this weekend, and that's take a respawn of Ghost.
Yeah, I think yesterday was interesting in the sense that I think we knew Ghost could be good, but they exceeded expectations. And I think for Enigma 6, I did not think they were going to get 3-0 by FaZe. I didn't think there was any way. I thought that was going to be a much longer series. FaZe makes it look easy. You know, I saw the guys kind of chatting after that loss as they're getting, you know, prep for day 2. They're definitely looking a lot stronger. I don't know if that's one where yesterday for Enigma 6, you had the easy 3-0 versus Elevate to kick off the day. Never really kind of got warmed up and into it. The next thing you know, you're going against a pissed off FaZe. But man, they look good there.
Just think, this is the last match of our first set of round robin, so that would mean we've seen every team face every other team. If E6 did win this, I mean, have E6 beat Ghost, Ghost beat FaZe, FaZe beat E6, and all three teams would be 2-1. Talk about a breakdown heading in to the rest of day 2.
That's exactly how we thought this could go, right? I mean, when you looked at it, not to knock Elevate too much, but there weren't many of us that thought they had a chance to come out top 2. We thought it was going to be a battle between these 3 teams, and that is exactly what we've gotten thus far.
Crusher, Search and Destroy going to be up next between Ghost and Enigma 6. What do E6 have up their sleeve to take this to a 2-0 map count lead in our best of 5? And what can Ghost Gaming do to bounce back after their first respawn loss? I'm wondering what kind of notes they now have on E6's Search and Destroy play.
You know, I mentioned kind of during the game on Hardpoint that I was really interested in kind of that Proto versus Lacefield matchup.
Yeah.
Both good at finding first bloods. Proto, one of the more efficient players, but we know how aggressive Lacefield can be. But this isn't a map like Throwback. We're just going to be hitting those mid-rails, having a one-on-one gunfight to basically kick off every round. It's going to be a bit different here. A lot more about team fights and trading. But I am really going to be looking at those 2 guys to find those opening kills.
Here we go. Ghost versus E6. Crusher, Search and Destroy. Lacefield and Llama God draw some attention towards that A site and immediately dart away. I think Royalty just had a great spot. He did. He went for the high flying peak in middle map. He does see multiple players go towards A, so E6 will be able to rotate early, but Ghost Gaming, they're ready for that answer with the opening 2 kills.
Yeah, I thought that was going to work out really well, where you had a guy planting the bomb. You have a 4v3 advantage kind of in that situation, but could not have played out differently for me. Great hold there by Ghost. I was with you. I thought the vision they got was going to be all the difference.
Yep. Not when you don't win gunfights. Here's Mox at the end with the final cleanup. Knew Proto was weak, so he just pushed for that kill and ended the round early on. I've got to say, Ghost, off the break, they always have a strategy ready to go.
I do, though, think from Enigma 6 that was the right call. You saw the cross. You don't think you're aware. You try to catch them as they're planting the bomb. Just doesn't work out.
Royalty's goal was just to kill the player off the bomb. Even if he was immediately traded, it would have made it a 3-on-3 with no plant down.
But Papa Mox was there.
Papa Mox was there. This will be a very quick round, though, towards B, as it's going to get hectic quick. First blood for Royalty. Second challenge now in from Llama God. Proto is there to give his team the number advantage. A second kill now for Llama. It's down to the wall run where he gets caught reloading. General now all by himself in the 1-on-2, and I think they've just spotted his back. They most certainly have. Mox just behind him. Should have the cleanup. Ghost Gaming now up 2-0.
About to say, gave himself a chance with how fast he got that first kill. But a couple bullets in him, and it's an easy cleanup. And that was tough. I mean, he had Cade on the wall run. General, he's still towards mid-map, not there to try and trade it out quickly. Still, he had a chance in the 1v2. Comes up a little bit short.
E6 now down 2-0. They've lost an offense. They've lost a defense. What do they change up now as the game goes on? No surprise here. Mox, middle map with an AR, spotting what he can on the cross towards B.
As he wraps back, Royalty might get very good timing. It just depends if they turn around in time. It looks like somebody from Ghost just did. He doesn't check the back box. They're basically running parallel to each other right now. Does he finally get spotted? He does. Can't snap in time. The high sense still not enough. 3v2 advantage for Ghost.
Beautiful stuff from Spacely. He'll also know both players are now there, so it's a 2-on-2. The wall run being hit might make the difference. Nice switch over to Llama God here. Does get out with his life. He has help from his teammate, though. They're going to try to pinch towards Proto. Proto, though, somehow kills Lacefield in this engagement. Llama God and Cade last alive.
25 seconds now on the clock. The 1v1, just trying to defend his Llama God. He checks the bomb, gets away. That may seal the round, unless Cade would have stuck that. He hasn't yet. Llama in a very good spot.
Wow, Llama hitting some ridiculous timings. This might wind up working out, though, for Cade. Nope, Llama God again. Another 1v1 victory for Ghost, as they're now up 3-0.
Yeah, that's what they talked about. This is where they felt the best, right? You know, they said their hard point, their weakest mode, search and destroy, they feel very, very good about. You're seeing a lot of that why, a lot of the reason why right now.
I've played a good amount of S&D matches, actually, with Mox this year, earlier this year. And of all the pros I've played with, I actually think I had to try the least with him. Because every game we played, he just had like 15 plus kills.
Well, it depends what pro you play with. Some will try, and some will troll you and make you try very hard.
That's Nagafen.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I was going for.
But he also, because of how poorly he's played in S&D as of late, has forced his team to do the same thing in the Global Pro League. Love you, Jared.
We love you, Ziskin. Proto, sitting at 2 and 3, has a long ways to get towards that camo.
Look at how slow this retake is from Ghost right now. Yeah, they're going to play off a Scarab. I knew they had to have had some streak. Nade will destroy the Scarab before it sees anything. So now 15 seconds already off the clock, and Ghost haven't even pushed the site.
Yeah, that works out really, really well for Proto. Gets a little bit fortunate there picking up the Scarab. He's been tagged with nades, just continues to shoulder peek, but that's an FTL from behind. It's Lamagod finding the 2 opening kills. Somehow he survives through General's bullets, and now it's Royalty. 15 seconds left, so much work to do. One at the close edge, he's going to be dropped. Already on the defuse. Mox has got it.
Did Lamagod have reactive armor as well as FTL jump? What was that?
Yeah, I don't know if it was some missed shots. I mean, must have been, but he survived in a situation it certainly seemed he shouldn't. And that's, I feel like we've seen a lot of rounding and kill cams now from Lamagod.
Oh, the guy, he's already got 8 kills this game, but you think of what he just did. Slid through onto the bomb, gets a beat down on the first player, FTL jumps behind the crate, gets the 2nd kill, stays alive and forces Spacely to get pinched for the 3rd assist, and then lays down, covers his bomb planter to close out the round. Nearly gets the ace. Big reason why Ghost are now up 4-0.
Lacefield just waiting in case there's some aggression coming from the wall run, but you can see everybody flying in now on the flank. Mox is already ready for it. The battle's going down behind him, so he's going to go ahead and push on forward. There is one player here. General's there.
Gets both. Individual plays being made right now by everyone on Ghost Gaming.
Can General now make an individual hero play in a 1 versus 3? First gunfight, tags him up, should be able to win this one. Gets away with his life, now turns this into a winnable situation, but he still has to get the defuse, the re-peek, still tagged. 5-0 advantage for Ghost Gaming. They're in cruise control.
They're just picking Enigma 6 apart, Maven. Simple as that. Every round, it just seems like Ghosts are ready for what Enigma 6 have to throw at them. A lot of it, too, is they're dictating the pace, right? Like, they're bringing the action to the side of Enigma 6. Think of that retake on the site. Even there, Mox completely ready. You have Spacely already on the flank. They know what Enigma 6 are about to do before Enigma 6 even show it.
Well, let's see what they flash on defense this time. 3 players inside hitting you, all 4 pushing from Enigma 6. Royalty finds the first. Spacely should be dead in a moment. I have no idea how he's still up. Goes vertical and does find the kill. Now, quickly, a 2 versus 2. A ton of time on the clock. Bomb in Cade's hand. He's not working on the flank quite yet. Just feeling out the position. Now I believe he's getting that down.
And where they're planting for, they should run right back into the hand of Ghost Gaming. Do Ghosts check the underpass area? It doesn't appear so as of yet. They did just spot one going towards you, so they're getting all the information they could ever ask for. Oh no, Lacefield loses the one-on-one engagement.
Mox needed 1 more bullet there, but Enigma 6 now gets around in.
That was just unfortunate for Ghost. They actually played that very well. Moving towards that backside, they correctly predict where the bomb will be planted for and kind of covered.
Lacefield wins that one-on-one, they win the round.
Yeah, they just don't check the underpass push, and because of that, they drop the round.
We haven't seen very many 0-5 comebacks. Are we going to see one now?
No. The game's going to end right here. Lamagod's going to finish with 11 kills, and that'll be it.
It's impressive when you're averaging over a kill a round, and he does have the Trinity rocket to work with, working towards another FTL as well. First gunfight mid-map, Cade's gonna get the better of him. First blood to Enigma 6, 2nd blood, 3rd blood, everybody dropping. Mox, only 1 left.
I jinxed it. Mox all by himself. Unfortunately, Crusher, no area to jump off on this side of the map, so he's just gonna try to make his way to see if he can get maybe 1 kill to get closer to camo. That's all you can really ask for in that scenario. 5-2, Enigma 6 staying in the game.
Who was it that we saw clutch a 1v4 in that same scenario? Oh, it was Pristini, remember? He was in that same spot almost, and he had that crazy 1v4 just slide around.
That's where you were freaking out so much, you accidentally actually called him Panini.
Yeah, I was hungry that day.
You were. That's actually like a true thing. There's sometimes where we call people nicknames, you accidentally called him Panini.
I think it's a better name.
We'll talk to him about that after this series is done.
I love you, Pristini.
4v4 off the break of the round. First blood so far. Big difference in why Enigma 6 has slowly been able to claw back into this game.
And we saw, I believe it was Cade, 1 kill off the Trinity rocket. So that could be, yep, they'll be getting set up here. That's going to get him towards it. They'll have something to work with. They are coming in, though. Does he survive? The answer is no. Lamagod's Trinity takes his Trinity off the map. Won't be able to use it this round. There's another kill for Lamagod. This should be the final round, unless Royalty and General can go big. First kill in. Royalty drops. It's now going to be up to General. He's been in so many 1v-something situations.
GG. That is it. Ghost Gaming will take it 6-2. The final round count. Streaks again. Very, very good tool on that outside site. Ghost Gaming know it, they retake with it, and they'll now tie the series 1-1.
Yeah, you were just kind of waiting for that one to end. It was so easy for Ghost Gaming early once they got a 4-0, 5-0 lead. Nice job by E6 to start to fight back a little bit, but it was too little too late. I mean, maybe if Cade gets some streaks, you have some payload errors on the side of Ghost Gaming, you have a chance, but yeah, not really.
I think right now you can look at the series and you flip a coin. You got Uplink up next, the swing game in this best of 5, with both teams tied 1-1. That's what General thought that E6 needed to do when heading into Uplink. We saw Ghost Gaming have some great Uplink maps yesterday. This one for me, absolutely do not know who to call.
Enigma 6, your #1 Uplink team from stage 1. Can they keep it going here in stage 2? We'll find out after this quick break.
It's another G Fuel key player matchup, and it's only right it's between the two superstar AR players for their respective teams, General for E6 and Mox from Ghost Gaming. These are the stats from yesterday. Mox with the 1.36 uplink KD was a big reason why he was our standout player from day one. 8 total points as well in the thrashing they had of Elevate, as well as the victory over FaZe earlier in the day. General, that kind of sums up how he plays uplink with his team, though. He's the one getting the kills, while the rest of his team are putting in the points. This is your G Fuel key player matchup for Game 3.
I'll tell you what, Mox, man, some of the shots looks intimidating.
Yeah?
His gameplay has been intimidating as well.
We'll see if it stays that way, though, heading into uplink. You got Merc with that one.
If I saw him in a bank, I'd be preemptively hitting the silent alarm. He just looks like he's ready to do something. I don't know.
Okay. I actually don't know how to even bring that back to talking about Call of Duty.
Let's do it. I trust you can do it.
Welcome back to the CWL Global Pro League Stage 2 presented by PS4. My name is Jack. This is Clint Maven Evans.
Hey.
He's 10 years older than me, and we do everything together.
Star-crossed lovers.
Thanks, buddy.
All right.
I'm standing on a box.
The series is tied up at 1-1.
This is my actual height. What if we actually look like this on broadcast?
Looks ridiculous. I took your toes.
Woo, thank God for this little box, and I'm still shorter than you. Thanks, Mom and Dad. But no, this series, the players just getting warmed up and good to go. The map now just starting. If you're just tuning in, it's 1-1 between Ghost Gaming and Enigma 6. Ghost, up to this point this weekend, 2-0 in series, atop this group, but if they drop this one now, in the best of 5, the storylines will develop forever. That would put you at FaZe with 2-1, Ghost Gaming at 2-1, Enigma 6 at 2-1. That would make me a very happy camper.
That's exactly what we want. I mean, we haven't had a scenario similar to that since, everyone being 3-3 going into Sunday back, week 2, stage 1. And it makes it more exciting, man. I'm a gigantic fan of everything coming down to Sunday. That's what was great about last week, though. I mean, yes, there were some blowouts. Yeah, LG kind of cruised, but just it all coming down to that EG Fnatic. That's all you can ask for.
Here we go. Uplink Game 3. We're watching Cade off the break as he's going to be challenging immediately right towards his top ticket side. And you see Proto. He's already soared towards middle map and gotten first blood.
Beautifully done. 3 down. No hesitation. Have to go. This is a 1 point. As long as you go, go, go. That's exactly what they do. Proto's got it in his hand. He might be able to flush it through. Goes for the deep 1 point toss. Too deep, though, in fact. But it ends up working out. It's a pass.
Okay. We'll count that as a pass on that one. As Enigma 6 get the dunk in just 30 seconds. And it all starts with everyone on their team getting a kill on the opening break. You literally could not ask for something better.
Well, that's got to be up there as like your #1 rule in a way. Kind of avoid getting 3 or 4 down, right? Like, just avoid team wipes. When that happens, you're guaranteeing points for the other team, especially when it happens around mid-map. Good job by Enigma 6. No hesitation. They get forward, get points on the board, and they'll enjoy this early lead. But can Ghost Gaming now fight back? Perfect in respawns through day 1. They've already dropped 1 to Enigma 6, who are looking much improved here on day 2.
Proto shot right now with that K-bar looking very, very good. He's 5-2, double positive off the break. And he's moving forward with this drone. Should have a 1 point play. As the rest of his team's just soaring around inside Barn, looking to keep this lane clear as they want to keep the pressure on. Loving what I'm seeing from Enigma 6 so far, dictating the pace of the game.
They absolutely have, but now a few players down. This is going to enjoy a little bit of breathing room for Ghost Gaming as they want to wrap it out through Courtyard. Lamagod going to keep patrolling through mid-map. He'll be the one that can hit a flank as the rotation does come in for Enigma 6. He's able to weaken up a player but not finish it. Will the interception be there at home? It is picked off by... Oh, no, sorry, goes through. I thought I got picked off for a second. 3-0 lead. I'm blind.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, it was intercepted. Okay, okay.
You all right, dude?
I have no idea.
All right, calm down. I'll handle it for 30 seconds. Regain composure now.
I'm just going to go take some deep breaths.
Go ahead. Lacefield doing what he can. The duo with Lamagod doing a great job of relieving some of this pressure middle map. Enigma 6 finally backed into their base. You've got 3 Ghost Gaming blue arrows surging on through, and a pinch now developing from Spacely. This is all the signs of a dunk unless General can do something about it in middle map, and he's done just that. As the drone will be pushed on out, it's a pass and a throw to keep it away from their base.
Llama continuing to work towards these streaks as he's patrolling the mid-map. There's one right in front. That's going to be General. He's going to get vision on. Nice shots, able to clean that up. 225 now off Trinity. That, I was about to say, that's not a gunfight you want to take with an ERAD, but it works out.
When you're already 9-6, you might as well. Mox now leading the team. You saw him in the key player matchup, a 1.3 plus uplink KD from day 1. Now already at a 2.2 to start off this game. Has a beat down in front of him. 1 player onto the portal. Lead blocker there. Ghost Gaming now on the board.
Right back in the midst of things. 4 streak for Mox. Spacely 3 in a row as well. Can they keep these going, get some streaks into it? Pass up over the top. Perfect angle of it there. And now it will be another dunk and a lead. Great set of 30 seconds there for Ghost Gaming.
This is how you rally, man. They know exactly what they had to do. They decide to give up mid-train, and because they do that, they just throw the drone through. But look, they're so far pushed forward. This was something that plagued Envy. When Envy were at their lowest point, they would give up middle, and let plays like that happen. Unacceptable from Ghost. They just give up a free dunk to the side of E6.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating if you're Spacely too, as you're set up and basically spawn killing, but they answer right back, so it doesn't matter much. Lead back to Ghost Gaming, 6-5, counterattack on counterattack. Both teams putting up a lot of points here in the first half.
4 dunks in 60 seconds right there between the two teams. They just get control of their opposing squad's base and get the dunks because of it. Already 11 points combined between the squads, as Ghosts are now in the lead.
Proto roaming now as he hits over through Lemon, shots a bit off, and Mox going to get the better of him. Mox now out to 15 and 7. Tries to tack on the 16th, but Spacely able to slow him down for the time being. Enigma 6 still trying to mount a push, but it's only going to be Royalty here. 2 players are weak. He's got a chance to make a play, but the last remaining player on defense does slow him down.
And that drone just automatically resets, which should work out for Ghost. I like that Ghost keeps some sort of pressure towards field. It's been Spacely going there a lot. Now it's Mox going on the pinch. E6 are not ready for this at all. Look where Mox is in your map. He's number 4. He's underneath their portal, just ready to kill players on rotation as they're now trying to wrap back towards their spawn.
Yeah, this is 100%. I mean, it should be points. You still have several players here. They're going to be able to make a play. It gets cleared out, so now it's back to mid. I don't know how you don't get points on the board there if you're Ghost.
They threw it forward, and the drone just bounced right into the hands of a player on Enigma 6 who reset it. Now Cade, because of it, look, he's going to throw the drone in towards Barn, and now who's here? It's Royalty from E6 trying to see what he can do to get a last-second one. Not going to happen. It will go to the half at 6-5, Ghost Gaming.
A back-and-forth affair in which most of your points, like you said, came in basically a minute of gameplay. Very little defense during that period. But it will be a 1-point lead for Ghost going into the second half. They're trying to get revenge for their Game 1 loss and respawn.
Just like the Hardpoint, man. Back-and-forth lead changes, close down to the wire. And I think what will make the difference again are payloads in the final couple minutes.
Second half kicking off. We're going to start things off with Lacefield, as he's going to be moving out towards Courtyard. Has Llama God to work with now as they're going to hit through the mid-cut. Will Enigma 6 be ready for this? Right as they hit the corner, timing ends up in their favor. A couple down. Make it 3 down for Enigma 6. Now, can they turn this into early points like we saw Enigma 6 do in the first half? Players coming off a spawn, not going to be as easy for them.
Still just throwing the drone down. If you're trying to improve at uplink, know when it's time to push forward with the objective and know when it's time to slay. With streaks coming in, they want to make something happen, and that beatdown might just open the door. There it is. What an individual play from Lacefield to get that point on the board.
That was fantastic. He was the only man up there that could do anything. That's about your best spot to get a melee, right? Just that little hallway there in Grandma's. Makes it look easy, then gets a 1 point through, but now a counterattack for Enigma 6. Cade's got the drone. They're flying forward. This should be a dunk unless Spacely can make a play. He's the lone man up. He gets the kill. Spacely trying to go huge. There's one member left for E6, and there's the dunk. We're tied up at 7-7, buddy.
These teams are so evenly matched. It's not even funny. Ghost, everyone pulling their weight right now. Cade, a quiet game from him at 9 and 18. The score dead even after 6 minutes of play.
Lacefield does use a Trinity Rocket there. You can see how tight it has been throughout. But interestingly enough, I mean, you have every single player positive for Ghost Gaming, right? Mox going off. Be a little bit surprised to see maybe not more of a lead here.
I think it's safe to say that. I think it's also a testament to Enigma 6 kills and where they're coming in their base, trying to hold off, playing some good defense when they are alive to do so. You got to think 6 of Ghost's points came in 1 minute of play. Outside of that, it's been all Enigma 6.
Well, wasn't in stage 1 like the only respawn that a team won when they were being outslayed was Enigma 6 and an uplink against Optic?
Yep.
Yeah. So they've done it before. Maybe not frequently, but certainly one of the few teams to do it.
I'd love to potentially hear from the analysts on what makes that possible. Why are E6 a team that can continue to do that even when they might not be getting the kills? General and Royalty trying to clear a lane, but no drone to show. As Llama God's still in the middle map, he's now dead, and this might now be a green light for Enigma 6 to go and try to get the lead back.
And if you're Royalty here, try to play a little bit selfish as you're getting very close to streaks. He's soaring out mid. Got a good little timing here to pick up another kill. Next one, not going to be able to do is Llama God. Connects with the grenade, connects with the ERAD as well, and thwarts the push from Enigma 6.
Look at this, still all 4 players positive from Ghost. And there again, they keep putting more focus towards field, and I've got to say I like it a lot.
So they're pushing forward, Jack. Llama God's got the mid-map. They drop everybody overdrive. Now engaged. Spacely, the boost on through for the dunk. 10-7 advantage. one of the biggest leads we've had in the course of this game. It's been so darn back and forth, and they're looking to rally this one. Lacefield back to mid, Llama still clearing the base. This could be more points. You're trying to rack back if you're Enigma 6. Haven't been able to get there yet. Drone pushing through. Grandma's 1-point toss is picked off.
Beautiful stuff, Royalty, keeping it a 3-point game, but this is an example of one of those spots where you hear TP mention it, where you just got to change something up, try something different. You know, Ghost, they weren't getting a ton of points on the board inside too, so what do? They go for a push down in field. They know they have overdrive, beautiful stuff from Proto. There goes the camo now, Maven. So overdrive used, camo used, and it's still a winnable game for Enigma 6.
I swear we've seen more and more camo players getting kills. Like, not even with the wall run that you can see a little bit, just getting gunned down. Hey, players improving a little bit, trying to pick up those kills, but you're still in an advantageous position in the fact that you're Ghost, you have a lead, you have drone in your hand, you're biding your time, and Llama Gods in the back of the base wreaking havoc yet again. One player up for Enigma 6. This should be more points for Ghost. Llama just going massive right now. He was brilliant in the search. He's the catalyst here in the uplink. Spectacular stuff, but only 5 bullets in the clip.
This is a top 5 play right now from Llama God, a 6 streak, a combined 10 streak now for the squad. He's the reason why Ghost Gaming are going to close this map out with a W. Streaks coming in as well, looking to add insult to injury now. Finally dead, and the only reason why is because he's stuck in his streak.
And I'll tell you what, for Enigma 6, you lost 1 uplink in stage 1. You already have lost 2 here in 3 series. You've got camo to work with. A dunk here maybe gives you a chance, but that camo player cut down now on this side. The players, they know the angles that are being hit. They're pre-firing and ready to go.
I think the big thing too is that we've seen a lot of times this weekend, go look back at it, that the camo player is weak when they use it, and they're a couple bullets away from dying, and players will just start to hip fire, just start to spray on, as you mentioned, that lane that they're used to hitting. So instead of having to hit, 5 to 7 shots through the drone armor, they hit 2. And the kill is made. Ghost Gaming now up 2-1 as we head into a game 4.
Yeah, I think I actually talked to, I believe it was Ghost Gaming, a little bit about the camo stuff yesterday, and they said, yeah, it's just, we've been playing so much now, we know the routes that people are going to hit, whether it's to break a hard point or try and push through on offense at uplink. We're pre-firing it, we know where they're going to be. It's just, it seems to me more and more over this past month, you see camo guys getting burned down where it just was never, right? For the first couple events, if you bought camo, it's like you were invincible. You were scoring or finding a 3-piece pretty much every time.
In your opinion, Enigma 6 worse at uplink now?
I mean, I think you have to say they are. And again, I'll go back to our buddy Chance. He has a brilliant job casting, and on the analysis desk, when Royalty got picked up, he thought that's what was going to hurt him. He said right away, he's like, I think Uplink, they're so good. They can win when they get outslayed. The teamwork is brilliant. You have players that, they play unselfish, which is one thing I think that maybe EU teams have had an advantage over North American teams in Uplink. With Royalty, I don't know if you get like a more selfish player, but in some ways, yes, you do. And it seems it's hurt him. You just look at the stats, yeah.
Well, you mentioned selfish versus unselfish players. One of the most unselfish players in his career is Spacely from Ghost Gaming. It was great to chat with him about his return to the Global Pro League.
I actually got into Call of Duty because I was into some legal trouble. I was actually arrested when I was 13 years old for something I didn't do. I ended up beating the case and going to trial and whatnot, but I was in juvenile corrections office for a week, and then I was on house arrest for 3 months, and those 3 months is what got me into Call of Duty. The journey since the fans have last saw me have been really stressful, a lot of time going into the game, having to sacrifice, going to hang out with friends and whatnot, just because I knew what I was capable of, and I had to break through and put the extra time in to get back where I am now. Teaming with Slacked and Classic in the past, and now seeing them on top, it's definitely a great feeling. It's kind of bittersweet, like those are my best friends in gaming, and it's really good to see them successful, but it's definitely a feeling as well that I want to top them and take them down and show that I belong there as well with them. The thing about our roster that makes us click so well and just works, I couldn't really explain it going into when we first formed the team, because the talent pool of players going into relegation was so small. There was a lot of swaps in between that people don't know about that we tried with different people, but for some reason we just played with this team, practiced, and put the time in, and it just ended up working, so we're really glad that happened. But I think it's just, everyone has the mindset and the hunger that's needed to make the Global Pro League.
This team is incredibly hungry. Spacely, in particular, a man that's been on the outside looking in for too long. Now he's back. Lots to prove. I love it.
Spacely, he was joking about how he looked during yesterday's matches. Maybe not the cleanest haircut he's had at an event or the sharpest beard. He was saying that just shows how much I was grinding prior to this weekend. He didn't care about what he looked like. All that matters is results in games, and Ghost Gaming are now one map away from being 3-0 in the first set of our round robin matches here in week 2.
And it's such a big difference. I mean, versus, like you said, the 3 teams going 2-1. You know you're fighting for your life tomorrow. Is that still the case if you're 3-0? Yeah, more than likely it is. But gives you a little bit of breathing room, right? Kind of rest easy.
I mean, it gives you a map advantage over Enigma 6. It gives you a map advantage over FaZe, and you're not worried at all about Elevate. So that's as best you could ever have through the first set of these matches. But here we go. And here is the strat that I hate every time I see it. It's Mox with the DMR, and already bringing out some different type of grenades, launching them right towards those power positions on the high wall run. Some differences.
I love this. I thought I saw Iron Man for a second.
Yeah, right?
Mox, though, connecting. This is a nice little start. Look at the time they're getting. You see the spawn now coming in for Enigma 6. They've been caught off guard for sure. Llama got already pre-aiming the push out from Curve.
So we saw Nagafen try to attempt this. I actually talked to Nagafen about the DMR break, and he said Mox is the first person he really saw use it. This is an example of a time where it does wind up working out. Obviously, we've seen it work out less than how much it's failed. Right now, the guy's still live. He's 2-0. He's just hitting his shots. He's down to 9 bullets in that gun. He'll have to pick up an NB4.
Well, I think that's what it boils down to, hitting your shots. Yep. I mean, the last time I think I saw Nagafen do it, he whiffed 10 when he went over the top. You just have to connect. It's not the easiest thing to do, but you see Mox getting the better of it. And look at the lead they enjoy here. First sight on Bridge, 39-3. And that's where you talk about, maybe watching VODs, prep that goes into the event. Just coming off on a strong foot here in Game 4. I love it.
Trying to stay alive top plat. It's actually General who shuts him down. 44-5 now the score difference. As already, Ghosts have tried some unique strategies. They brought out some different types of grenades. The DMR works out. 3-0 still for Mox.
And, I mean, you get blown out in the first hardpoint, but also you're at risk of giving streaks early, which you cannot feed in retaliation or breakout. You can't do it. And you had, I believe, Lacefield really close. Yeah, 200 points away now. If he gets a kill and this contest goes back and forth, he's able to recapture. You're looking at building streaks very early.
Well, what's funny right there, you can tell that that was his goal, right? Because he fades away out of the hardpoint instead of challenging forward towards the player contesting. If he fades away, gets that kill, the second that he's out, that gives Enigma 6 control, the kill, then obviously the retake would have given him enough for the streaks. That was his goal there. Doesn't work out either way. This is what made Ghost a threat in hardpoint yesterday, Maven. They get the first, 40 seconds of the hardpoint. They give up the scrap time, but they slowly but surely build their lead to a point where it becomes something that just can't be overcome.
Oh, Proto right now. He killed, about to say he killed 3 and got an assist, but the shot's a little bit shaky on the final man. Instead, what a different story. Now it's Spacely with a clutch 2-piece to hold on. Oh, God, almost a perfect break from Enigma 6. But now Spacely looking to do damage. First shot's on point. Second fight can't win. Now it's a 3-piece from General before he falls. And it's like Ghost has done just enough to hold on here.
And Ghost has done just enough, and they get the close lower street spawn. So not always what you want, but there's still 30 seconds on this hard point. They don't need to overextend yet towards Broken. They'll fall back, make sure they get these 30. It's about to be a 100-second game as everyone on Ghost is positive.
I'll tell you what, you heard Spacely say hardpoint, a mode they struggle in. It is not looking like that right now, retaliation.
They were undefeated on this map in game mode combination in Anaheim. This is by far their best hardpoint map.
Let's see if they can pull out another one here. They already have beaten FaZe on this map.
Look at the spawn out.
Oh, no.
Far spawn from Proto. There's a chance here for the 3v3. Unfortunately, the pinch does come in. Nice job by General to recognize that lower street push.
General now significantly more kills than the rest of his team combined. Cade sitting at 1-8, but I mean, there's not much to speak about for Royalty, for Proto. It's the one-man wrecking ball. That is General, but he needs help. I mean, you can see it's just not reflecting in the scoreline whatsoever. I know we have Mox do a hard carry yesterday. We've seen that happen, but this, it's not a recipe for winning.
Yep. Ghost Gaming get the full 60 on Cathedral. This is what Enigma 6 needed to do, and that's get the full 60 here on Broken. There is one final push opportunity now for Ghost Gaming. They've got all 4 players here. Cade is now stunned up. Tac Mask is something that Enigma 6 have wanted to have at times on Scorch, and now on this map 4-2. Ghost 120, 59 for Enigma 6, the score difference.
We'll get the final 5 ticks here, Jack. And they're just up a little under 70 points right now as we get ready to go. Spacely wrapping around through lower street. They're going to have to try and break into hotel hallway. Nice grenade, but the rest of his team has dropped. It's all on Spacely to try and make plays. Kills 2, weakens another. Lamagod not able to trade it out as Enigma 6 continues to hold on in hotel hallway. And what an interesting story this would be, at least for your kind of first set of rotations, of where they really bring it back and turn it into a game is a perfect hold in hotel. But suddenly it's Proto by his lonesome as all the kills go the way of Ghost Gaming. Finally, they clear it out.
You mentioned earlier the streaks potential for Ghost Gaming with how positive and well they started off. If there's a silver lining for Enigma 6, Maven, it's got to be going into the second rotation that they don't have any streaks for Ghost Gaming, right?
Certainly, yeah. Especially with remember how close the game 1 hardpoint was, really back and forth. Usually on retaliation, when that ends up being your type of game, you're ending on bridge as your final hardpoint, and that's when those streaks can come into play. So certainly, yeah, you got away with one. A couple players were close to building them for Ghost, but didn't quite get to it.
Cade coming to life after the 1-8 start. Beginning to get involved, especially in the kill feed. Lamagod, though, the man goes off in throwback. Uplink, Nameless, giving him some props on Twitter. Now, continuing to be a nuisance here on the flank in hardpoint. General, though, on the pinch, still getting some kills. FTL jump burned, though.
Well, I think you're seeing a player in Lamagod that can do it all, man. He was good in what? He was good in the search, good in the uplink, showing great moments here as well. Another player that is great to see back in the league. I just love the story that is Ghost Gaming, man. They're fighting back against all odds.
40 seconds now from 100 at Cathedral to just 35, the difference in score. And a big reason why, Royalty stepping it up, General continuing to stay hot. You got Cade now getting some kills. Royalty still on the hard point. Another 3 streak from him, 15 and 12 now.
Royalty doing what he can, just playing his life. But you'll see there'll be no more pushes. Final second ticket away. It's now to get the lower streak. Can Royalty find some intro kills to give them a chance? First win inside a hotel. Pre-aims bedroom. Nobody there. Gets fortunate, though. Just saw him on the push. Going to get gun up and ready for this pressure. Swapping over to the K-bar. He's fast. He's flashy. He's Royalty. And he's a huge part of why they're now coming back in this game. Jack 225 off Trinity. Scare about to scout and open things up. Maybe got a little bit of information.
Yeah, try to do what he could. Either way, staying alive inside bedroom for as long as possible. Unfortunately, though, his teammates pushing through bike shop just aren't never able to get on through. They do get in the hard point for a moment. Lamagod doing what he can to keep pressure on that hill. General does get the break. Still, it's possible for Enigma 6 to be within 10 seconds maybe if they can get this time.
As Mox falls, they should. There's one more to pressure. That's Lacefield.
There we go.
One by one. Finally, it falls to the favor of Enigma 6, but you see already set up now, spanning across Market and Cathedral is going to be Ghost Gaming. Can Enigma 6 break through? They struggled to do it at times. They need a break here.
That's a challenge you just can't have if you're Cade. You're already having an off map. You've just had a teammate die. Just wait for them to come off spawn. You know what weapon Mox has in the backside of the map. 20-second lead now for Ghost. Looking to get a second full 60 on Cathedral.
And similar to Search, and in this type of scenario, who gets the first blood? Who can find the opening pick to try and get the break? But it's Lamagod in from behind. And that, even though he gets one kill, it's so disruptive, right? Just making sure you don't get the 4-man push to come through and try to fire through. But Enigma 6 has gotten in. They've gotten set up. I thought that flank was going to slow it down a lot more than it did.
Nope, Royalty's a difference maker, man. He was, what, 12 and 12? On that top bridge hard point, now 23 and 14. A minute and 12 seconds of the hard point. He's doing everything for a squad. If they hold this full time, they will take the lead after they were down 118 to 18 on the last Cathedral hard point.
We expected an incredible series, and we're getting just that. Enigma 6 has now taken the lead, and General looking to be a playmaker here. Does find one inside. Not able to get away with his life as Lamagod in behind there at Elwall.
If you are Ghost Gaming, you need to catch your breath for a second and finally hold a hill like you did earlier this game. They have been terrible in the second set of rotations at just holding a setup for longer than 15 seconds. Royalty individually broke it last time. Finally, they will get the first hold, and look at how far out these Enigma 6 spawns are. They're not even spawning lower street. It'll take a full 15 seconds to challenge yet again.
Lamagod doing a good job holding the pressure from bridge. He's picked up.
Stay alive.
Yep, stays alive. Excellent play there. You know your backup is Lacefield with reactive armor. He's waiting if the pressure comes his way. Lamagod just had one go over his head. It works out well for him. Connects on the shots and does clean up the kill. But there is a breakthrough for Enigma 6. They've gotten in. There's 2 players still here. Cade and Proto trying to do what they can. They work together perfectly. That's 2 kills for Cade. At least give him, what, the final 15 to 20 seconds.
Reactive armor on both teams. We haven't talked about Lacefield a lot this game, but the man's 25 and 15 with 2 minutes inside the hard point as he's bouncing around looking for more challenge in front of him. General cuts him down, but either way, the kills on rotation going in favor of Ghost Gaming.
Lamagod, the next man up inside, finishes one weak player, able to tag up another but not close it out. E6 now going to enjoy a bit of time. Royalty does have reactive armor to work with. Gets a nice timing there on Mox and gets to the back window. Spacely, not a chance in that gunfight. We might get another lead change here as E6 continues to hold. Hotel Hallway has been one of their better hard points here so far in this game for retaliation. Reactive armor does get popped. That's Lacefield with a 2-piece and now looking for the third if he can find it. Can't win it outside bar.
Reactive armor popped by both sides. Centurion ready to go from Spacely. Proto with a great challenge, knows the player's weak. He's going to go ahead and force the action there, but Enigma 6 getting out of the hard point. Okay, they just gave up 9 seconds without grabbing any of it. So instead of being at about 236, they'll be at 226. Ghost Gaming actually have the lead going into this next hill.
Well, here we go. It'll all be decided here. We're out the bridge. To my knowledge, no streaks now from either side. It's all going to come to gun skill, trading, and the powerful payload. This camo pop for Proto. He knows he's got one free one, trying to stay alive. Gets to the edge, picks up the assist as well. Fantastic plays from Proto. Another lead change incoming.
Royalty now in the hard point 2 with reactive armor. They have the tools they need to shut the door. Will it work out now? 2 kills already for Ghost Gaming. They're trying to surge forward. Royalty pops reactive, but they're all dead. Only one player here. Cade now gone as well. 241 to 238. Ghost Gaming trying to hold on.
Llama mid plays in the uplink. He's trying to make him in the hard point as well. Hitting
They're
Royalty
going
off
too
spot,
far,
but not able to finish it. They're all getting cut down. There's one man remaining inside the actual hard point. Lacefield's trying to do it. Mox wrapping around the back. A good angle here to beat him in the back. As Lacefield drops, though, are we going to see another hard point? 244 to 244, Jack.
Ghost Gaming, they now have control. Nobody there from Enigma 6. I think they've done it. 250 to 244. Ghost win it in dramatic fashion. A heartbreaking loss for E6 there. I thought they had a major blunder made by pushing forward on those spawns, but Lacefield again, the difference maker on that map.
Well, Lacefield, and then it was Mox as well from Elwall. He tagged up one in the back. He got a kill as well. They're in a, 2v3, 2v4 kind of scenario there. Yep. They do just enough to come out on top. Their teammates come back in as reinforcements, and they win it. What a tight game. I mean, both hardpoints had so many lead changes, so back and forth. We thought this would be one of our better series of the weekend, and it absolutely was.
Oh, 100%. What a great map there between the squads. Again, props. You mentioned Mox, you mentioned Lacefield, everyone from Ghost Gaming getting involved in that game. From the side of Enigma 6, they were at 244, right?
Yeah, 244, 244.
Think of those 8 seconds inside Hotel Hallway.
Well, I didn't even notice that. I was looking at the minimap to see where they're rotating out. I wasn't even paying attention to them being inside.
He was so worried.
Assume that they're going to get time.
There was basically 2 players near Hotel Hallway. There was someone that was outside on Plat, and they were trying to kill the Plat guy. The guy on Plat just danced around, kept his attention. No one got in the hill. It was an 8-second difference that actually would have won them that map.
Tell you what, the hero from day 1, the beast from day 2, it is Mox. He continues to impress. We've got him on stage.
Thanks, Maeve. Mox, it's been a long road for you to get here to the Pro League. A lot of team changes with your roster coming in. You know, Parasite, he joins EG. You had Exotic leave for Cloud9. How good does it feel to qualify for the Pro League and play well?
I mean, to be honest, I didn't expect this much success so early on, but I'm proud of the team. You know, they all stepped up this event, especially, you know, Llama and Lace today. Lace was Space making some big plays, so I'm proud of them. I really am so far.
Yeah, and then to go undefeated so far through group play, that's got to be strong, you know, feeling good. How was the prep coming into this event? How did it help you guys?
I mean, shout out to the Ghost management. Seriously, they were pushing for us to, you know, do more than just, you know, hopping on and playing the game. It's really it's helped out a little bit because we know we've been watching the VODs and learning the breakoffs of some teams, and that, you know, especially momentum is huge in Call of Duty. So definitely, again, those first few kills helps out a lot in the early game.
And then now going through the second group of teams, obviously you're going to play everybody again. Are you expecting them to change up some of their things, knowing that you guys have kind of studied them a little bit?
I'm expecting FaZe to be a tougher match next time we play them, but no, I don't think so.
All right, well, congrats. You guys are 3-0 thus far, and we'll go to Ben on the desk to get their thoughts on that last match against E6.
Thank you very much, Matt. Great to hear from Mox as well. A fantastic performance from him and the rest of the squad. Of course, you heard him give a lot of credit to the rest of his teammates. Llama God, a player who, I mean, Teep, you've been pretty vocal about every time we're watching these guys play. You're going, he's evolving. He really is. He's now actually a god. He's been playing just unbelievable Call of Duty.
I wasn't sure if he really earned that god title after Llama. He was regular Llama, but now he's full-fledged Llama God. The kid's been unbelievable. The plays he's making with the E-Red, though, just unbelievable stuff. Heads-up plays from him, and in the search and the link, the kid's been just fantastic.
Just a llama. just a regular llama, Joe? He's not Llama God yet.
He's Llama God now. It was just a regular llama, just on the stage.
He has been
being a llama.
Very, very well. Of course, Ghost take that series 3-1 over E6, and it felt like it could have gone to a game 5. It felt very, very close at times, and others, specifically the Search and Destroy, definitely very one-sided. But we'll start with map number 1, 250-202. It goes in E6's favor, and at this point we're thinking, all right, okay, so E6 starting off very, very strong. And you talk about just how close this game actually was, Merc. I mean, going into the second rotation at Hangar, it was tied 137-137.
Yeah, it was, and again, that Hangar hardpoint was a difference maker. I mean, E6 was just able to hold it down, sort of go into that drill in that middle hill, and that was really the difference maker. Obviously, Royalty General finally stepping up. That's what we needed. You needed those Slayers to play well, because again, Enigma 6, they have a very fast play style. And in order to play that way, you have to be getting your kills, and they were able to do that exactly what you wanted. And Cade, he was sort of the X factor for me, using that K-bar with General. Right. Just put a ton of pressure on the map.
I just kind of talking about that Hangar hill as well, Teep. You noticed something interesting. In terms of Ghost, they played Hangar just beautifully in the first rotation, and then the second rotation, a couple of mistakes came through.
Yeah, I think they just rely on Mox a little bit too much. The fact that he's able to win that rotation almost by himself every single time they play this map is impressive in itself. But the fact that they didn't group up and fight for that back spawn the second time around on Hangar really, really punished them. And we're going back to the other series, I think the FaZe series, where they didn't really focus on Hangar enough, or actually FaZe got the full 60. Sort of the same story here with E6. It kind of brought them that momentum back in that first hard point. Right. Just kind of uncharacteristic mistakes that a lot of teams need to work on. You need to fight the back.
Yeah, you can just look at that scoreboard. I mean, it's sort of a difference, right? Because early on this year, we always talked about Turbine, how important it was every single time we went to it. We were going to it, three times a game based on it. But now it's really just about Hangar. Teams really need to take their time, go through the back, and make sure they're rotating. I think a lot of teams just put way too much resources into Turbine. Definitely going to have to switch that up.
Of course, the series 1-0 in favor of E6 after that first map. We head over to the Search and Destroy, and this was a completely different story. Ghost really kind of laid down the law in this one, 6-2 the final score. And remember, I think it's fair to say the boot camping that Ghost has put through has definitely been a success.
Yeah, Spacely kind of said, and he's almost the voice of this squad, which I really like. He's kind of taken that role, and just the way that, they're doing this boot camp, they've gone away, and he so confidently said, like, our SnD is great, our uplink is good, and the hardpoint is our weakness, and he couldn't have been more right. I mean, going into this, their SnD was fantastic. I think the first kind of 5 rounds was fantastic. Talking of fantastic, that FTL play was mind-blowing. Just the reactions coming in from, I think it was Lacefield, but just to kind of see what Ghost Gaming have done with their Search and Destroy, it just kind of shows that, sitting down, looking at how you're playing, looking at how everyone else is playing, it really does pay dividends, and I think more teams should take that into consideration.
Definitely a good point there. But in terms of the game itself, it was kind of made even easier for Ghost, it felt like. Just the individual plays they kept on making.
Just multiple times where Spacely, Lace, Llama God, you saw the FTL beatdown there. Just some crazy stuff from the individual side of things. E6 wasn't able to get those trades out on that B side of the map specifically. And when players are able to perform that well on their own and pick up one, buy enough time to pick up or get that trade onto the second kill, it makes the rest of the round just so darn easy. I'm sure Mox was just hanging out, having a great time on that one, just having to pick up the scraps basically. And the fact that Llama single-handedly can sort of stave off so much pressure is impressive in itself. Right. And man, we talked about how a lot of players being bad at using FTL. Well, he's quite good at it.
Very true. Very true. He's good. And in terms of the first 5 rounds, Merc, it just looked kind of easy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Ghosts were just very confident in their abilities and their strategies, and that's exactly what you want, right? Like, when you play some of these top North American teams, you're not going to win that game number 1 hardpoint, but a great job by them to be resilient. Understand, listen, that is our weakest game type, but we're going to our strongest in Search and Destroy, and it just shows, a 5-0 lead right away. It's a perfect response.
I think as well, Llama God, he got 8 kills within the first 4 rounds. And I think we talked about Elevate kind of having a slow start. When you have those slow starts in a game mode like Search and Destroy, you've not only lost 4 rounds, you've probably given him streaks. payload, to, very close to his payload.
Right.
And it's like a downhill kind of battle, if you like. You're just kind of always against the wind. And how you come back into that, you could see they went 5-0 down. They won a couple back-to-back, but it was always that time where they had, I think they had 2 streaks, they had Scarabs, they had Trinity Rockets, and in the end, they were the things that really changed the game and won them that 6th and final round. So I think it just kind of shows what important Call of Duty is when you kind of get that good start.
Right, of course, series tied 1-1. We head over to map 3. It was Uplink on Throwback. This was definitely a pleasure to watch at times, that's for sure. It was a period of 60 seconds where basically 8 points went in. It was very, very chaotic. But the first thing you noticed, Merc, was there were no NV4s across the board.
Yeah, on either side. And this is that sort of 60 seconds you're talking about. Just great decision-making from both teams. But yes, Mox obviously still performing well. Same with General, but it's a little bit weird, right? I mean, we're so used to like Octane, Enable, even like Krim or Formal on this map. Just you're being able to control the pace, control that middle of map with the NV4. And both teams deciding not to use that. Just a little bit of different playstyle from these guys.
Definitely was. And in terms of payload usage as well, Momo, it was kind of hit and miss, it felt like, during this map.
It really was. There was some great FTLs. The overdrive from Spacely was on point. Camos, actually, both camos were kind of a little bit strange. They were both shut down in this circumstance. And I think the first one we saw, if you guys did see it at home, it was kind of a questionable play. It was very weak, kind of standing still, not using those kind of in-game mechanics, the wall runs, for example. But yeah, I think there was some very special plays. Again, like Teep said, that FTL play is kind of coming.
The FTL plays were cool, but also I got to mention my boy Space. 8 points on the board in Uplink overall, which is impressive in itself. But it was really the overdrive play through Barn that opened up the door and made the game so easy. That play that he was able to take it up through Barn got them that 10-7 lead, and a 2-possession game in Uplink just makes that end game situation so much easier on you and the team. So I think the payload ability from him was very, very good. And then I don't know what happened, but in that second half, Lamagod just kind of ran away with things, and he got, his KD like doubled in the matter of a few minutes. So it was just crazy stuff from them overall. The slaying, I didn't really expect them to outslay a team like E6 this easily, but they seem to keep doing it. So
yeah, it was plus 22 at the end of the game, which it's very hard to do. And Enigma 6, luckily, they got 7 points. They were in that game for a long time, but you have to look at players like Kate and Proto that have to step it up if Enigma 6 want to make sort of any run on these second half of matches.
Right. Ghost up 2-1 in this series. At this point, we go over to map number 4, and this is where it came to an end. But boy, oh boy, was this a close one. I mean, E6 was down massively, Momo. I mean, they were massively. Now, you can kind of see here in the highlight package, but they managed to tie it up to 187 to 187. I mean, how did E6 do it?
I mean, E6, it really was kind of those individual plays. I will say for once, and I'll say it again, Royalty, fantastic individual plays from him. General was very consistent throughout the map and really did kind of find his feet towards kind of the second half, I would say. But this game, I mean, I have to just say it as this kind of is playing out, it was just a pleasure to watch. Just two teams, 8 very talented players on that stage just going at it. And I think this is where we kind of see some fantastic Call of Duty out of some teams that, some people at home may not know a lot about. So keep your eyes on both of these squads. But E6, great plays from Royalty. I have to highlight it again, but we see it coming to the end. And Mox, it was that final 4-kill streak that really turned it around. Lacefield, my player of the day from yesterday, turned up, and he, for me, was kind of the star of the show.
And there was that play you were kind of talking about. He picks up the kill, gets the assist as well, and they pick up their final couple seconds.
I mean, Lacefield's doing this with an E-Rad on this map. Like, he has 32 kills, 2 minutes in the hill, 1.52 KD, and again, he's running an E-Rad the entire time. Just puts so much pressure on the map. It's so hard to deal with, sort of breaking hills. And then as soon as you get to the hill, you have to deal with Lacefield inside of it.
It's such a quality team performance from Ghost on that retaliation hardpoint. And I think the fact that it was only a 6-point game when Cade ended up, I think, 17 and 28. E6 playing very, very good Call of Duty as a team. But when one player is kind of holding you back, he was the guy I picked before this weekend started that I really needed to see more from to get that really balanced performance if E6 is going to, remain in that sort of top 6 sort of category here. Just didn't get it in that last map, and it costed them.
Yeah, and for me, the other guy is Proto, right? Like, Proto just had such a great stage 1. He had such a great Anaheim. You need a little bit more from him. I mean, again, he's the other E-Rad on Enigma 6. He has to challenge Lacefield. Obviously, Royalty in general having a pretty solid series, but I feel like they need that third guy to step up, and it's definitely Proto.
And bear in mind now, for Ghost Gaming on Retail Hardpoint specifically, they're now 5-0 since Anaheim. They haven't lost it. And
very nice.
I guess the question is, have you noticed anything specific which you can kind of account to that? Is it just confidence, do you think?
I think confidence plays a huge part, and just trusting your teammates. You know, it's not kind of watching over your back and thinking, is he going to do this? Is he going to be able to do that? Do I need to go back and help him? It's everyone's capable. I said it before, 8 talented players. For this roster alone, just 4 people, I believe, can really challenge kind of that top 4, that top 2, if you like, in the world. And I really think this is just the beginning for this squad, and I hope they keep improving. It seems like they're putting in a lot more effort than most as well, and I think they're being rewarded, so congratulations.
I think on Retail specifically, talking about Ghost, me and Joe were talking throughout the game of how annoying it must be to play against them. On the broken hardpoint setup, for example, Lamagod is so darn high up on that wall over towards that bridge side, just catching timing after timing. Players just can't seem to find him in the sky. Very annoying to play against. And then overall, Mox seems to be solidifying himself as one of the best NV4 players. I don't know where he's at right now, but maybe around top 5. The kid has been unbelievable. I think the fact that that longer range map is where he's going to thrive is why they've been so consistent.
Definitely been a fantastic performance from Ghost so far, Joe. They find themselves now top of the group as well, 3-0. I don't think many people may have had Ghost at the top, but they're still playing just fantastic Call of Duty all around.
Oh, absolutely. But again, it just started. Obviously, they have 3 games left. A lot of things can change, but they're in a very good spot right now, especially with big wins over Enigma 6 in FaZe, because that sort of tiebreaker situation that we deal with every single week, when you're winning 3-1, you know, to both of those guys, they have to match that, right, to sort of overtop that. So a lot of pressure on those teams.
Well, still plenty of Call of Duty to go throughout the day, but we should take our time to advertise. Of course, Stage 2 tickets, they are available. You can purchase yours over at mlg.tv/Pro League. Open to spectators Friday, Saturday, and Sunday each week. So a little bit different than Stage 1. And of course, the Pro League running through June 30th to July 30th. But we are now halfway through Day 2 of Week 2 here at the Call of Duty Global Pro League, presented by PlayStation 4. We've had some fantastic games so far. And more importantly, of course, Ghost leads the group unbeaten at 3-0. Up next, Ghost look to go 4-0 against a struggling Elevate. We'll be back after this.
What impressed me the most was the fact that Space has been down and out this whole year, and he's managed to get 3 players around him that want it as much as him. Now he's a left ace, he's found his stride again, and he's playing good COD again.
We're not taking anyone lightly, especially Elevate. We beat them before, but we watched over them. We still know how they play.
We took them as, we took them as a free win, pretty much. And now obviously they are a good team, so we're not going to do that again.
Just can't underestimate them. They'll come out and play their hardest because, they have the same goal as us.
I think Spacely, I think he doesn't get enough credit for what he does. He's like a good in and out player. Like he's a good person to talk to in that game, so I think he brings a lot to the team that gets overlooked.
I feel like that roster clicked from so quickly is because it was all their last chances. Lace got dropped from C9. Space has been kind of iffy everywhere this year. Malks had a really good team going into qualifiers, and then they split because Royalty got jumped on E6. The drive to win was just there for that team, and it just worked for them.
Day 2 of the CWL Global Pro League continues live from the MLG Arena here in Columbus, Ohio. The next match we'll see is the winless Elevate going up against the undefeated Ghost Gaming, and I know we're thrilled for this one, expecting potentially similar results. We'll talk a little bit before we get to that match, though, about the overall group standings. Of course, we are now kind of halfway through week 2. We've had the first kind of set of round-robin games. We're going into the second set now, so we'll take a look at our exact group standings and where teams lie. As I mentioned, though, Ghost Gaming undefeated. Momo, I feel like that could potentially be a bit of a surprise to a lot of people watching.
Yeah, I mean, going into this week, this Group Blue, I kind of really didn't know where to put those kind of top 3 North American teams. I actually had Ghost Gaming coming in 3rd, and they've surprised me even more so from Anaheim. I think they had that great start to Anaheim. They fell off to 2 European teams. I was like, are they good? Are they great? Are they okay? Like, what are they? But this, for me, solidifies them as a very, very good, strong North American team.
Of course, you have Ghost at the top there, 2-0, FaZe Clan 1-1, Enigma 6-1-1, and Elevate, of course, I mean, they're now 0-3. Of course, those graphics need to be a little bit updated there, but it's okay. Moving forward, though, as we mentioned, first match in the second set is, of course, going to be Elevate versus Ghost. And I guess, Merc, I have to ask you the question. Does Elevate get that first map win under their belt here in day 2?
I don't think it'll be against this Ghost Gaming team. I think they will end up hopefully winning 1 this weekend, but I don't think it'll be against these guys. I feel like Ghost Gaming, they just have that hunger, right? Like they're taking every single series very seriously. They're trying to improve every series, so I don't think it'll be this one at all.
Okay, fair enough. So with that said, just to kind of build on that, do they beat Cloud9's record? 0-12? Is that going to be beaten?
I have no idea.
No idea?
The way it's looking, yes. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I was walking back towards the warm-up station, and I'm pretty sure I heard one of the guys just be like, hey, you think we'll get a map win next series? I was like, well, that's good.
Well, at least, they're improving, right? They are getting a little bit better, it seems, bit by bit. But, I mean, what can Elevate do, in your opinion, team, to improve?
So the first series of the day, I was trying to give them props where I could, but you don't get a trophy for breaking 200 points in Hardpoint. I don't really want to talk about them until they win a map. They need to earn the respect somewhere, and it just hasn't been there.
Well, here are our maps for the series. Elevate versus Ghost, of course. Momo, as the European expert here, does this look good for Elevate or not so much?
Well, I talked about their Hardpoint. They were 4-26. Now they're 4-27, going all the way back to Dallas. And I said 3 of the wins was on retail, so you can do the maths. This throwback Hardpoint should only go one way.
And bear in mind, even if it does go to that retail, you have a Ghost Gaming 5-0 since Anaheim. I mean, they're not losing that map, it doesn't seem.
If we play all 5 maps, I think this is a 5-0. Like, I don't see any. I don't see one map there, because throwback Uplink, again, statistically, is Elevate's best map. I don't see them winning it. It's very, very hard when a team is 0-3, 0-9. Yes, they're in a very tough group, but this is the Global Pro League. This is the best 16 teams in the world, and a lot of us would maybe put Elevate at 16, 15. That's probably
I'd put it at around 20.
Okay. Well, I mean, you could. I have no words. That's it. You could.
Fair enough. Well, casters are ready. We can send it down to the very excited Mr. X and Maven.
Dude, team killed me.
I love our analysis desk. But yes, we are entering Cloud9 Stage 1 territory right now. If they start out 0-12, then after that, we're approaching Jack Courage Dunlop territory at 0-15. It's getting scarier and scarier right now for Elevate. And yeah, I mean, on one side, you have Ghost Gaming looking to go 4-0 in match count. On the other side, the only story is Elevate, can they win a map?
Yeah, it's not a great story. There's no way around it. I mean, they have been really, really bad. thus far. I think, you know, at least Cloud9, like those games were heartbreaking, like a lot of those losses, like really close. Like this, I mean, they've had a series earlier today, which was close. You know, they're contesting in the hardpoint against FaZe. I know they win the first 2 rounds of the SnD. They lose 6 straight after that. And in the Uplink, you know, they just did not get a great game. I believe it was Zed who started off pretty slow. So I mean, maybe he turns it around. Maybe they can make this series interesting against Ghost Gaming. But Ghost Gaming's been so good.
I think the problem, there are a lot, obviously, but you need to think you're going to win, even if you're not.
Yep.
I mean, confidence, delusional confidence, call it what you want, but there's no one that can convince me that Elevate thinks they can win right now.
I used to think back when Impact was really good, like Miracles was such a key person for them, and like he was so confident all the time, like just gave it to the rest of his team. Like I agree with you. I think it's really underrated. I think right now you look at Elevate, it's like who's that guy that's going to be like really kind of rally the troops, confidence. Like you heard Joe say they're kind of joking in the back, like, do you think we'll win a map next series? Like it's not exactly the ideal winning mindset to go into this next series.
No, mental toughness. Yeah, mental's half the game, right? You can have so much skill, but you need to be strong up top. And right now, you're suffering pretty much in every category if you're Elevate. But here we go, game 1, throwback. Ghost coming off of a win, leading everybody here in the blue group. Llama God getting back to mid-map. He just had a brilliant performance on throwback uplink. You have it again in this series. Does not bode well for Elevate.
And Llama God's been impressive. Same with Lacefield. So you see Lace gets up into the opponent's top window. Ghost Gaming, they flip the spawn, so now they have control of Barn when it comes up, and they're keeping Elevate out of the center hardpoint. It's a very good start here for Ghost Gaming.
And the thing I love about this Ghost team is, yeah, partially maybe because they're fresh, but it's the thing I like about LG as well. They're friends and out again. They like playing together, and I just get that vibe. I get this vibe from Ghost, though. They enjoy playing together. Like they're all just excited to be here. They know what kind of opportunity it is. Mox, who I don't think has earned a penny yet on LAN, now set up to have a chance to play for $500,000, guaranteeing there's money going into his pocket. It's just a feel-good story. I like it.
It is. I mean, it's great that they're friends. It also helps that they're, you know, pretty fantastic players individually as well.
It certainly does.
I think that would, you know, give a little bit more to their success than them being friends.
Well, not friends, just, I don't know, enjoying
it's
playing
a lot
together.
Easier.
I think it's important.
It's a lot easier to play together when you enjoy the company of each other. But with so much money on the line, you know, sometimes you just got to put that aside. You got to do what's best for yourself, your career, get as many W's as you can, and the start, you know, 30 seconds left here on Bard. It is Ghost Gaming inside in complete control.
Lacefield wrapping around the back. Him and Mox able to sync up there to finish a couple of kills, cutting down everybody. Mox and Spacely still going to be here as they're going to soar in. The trades just keep going their way until a team kill does come through. But Mox still standing, and they're looking to soak up the remaining 10 seconds here on Barn.
It seems like Elevate just cannot get everybody going at the same time. I actually think Reedy's actually probably had the best weekend out of everybody on them. You see right now, 9-3 on a 3 streak. But still, I mean, you haven't had Desire really play well. You haven't had Zed play well either. You know, Watson has had games where he struggled. You just have not got a full team effort. I think Reedy, this is probably where he's excelled as a player the most.
He falls just a little bit short of picking up streaks, but you saw him getting it done with the ERAD, picking up an NV4 and finding kills as well. You know, it was interesting to see Lacefield go off with the ERAD on retaliation. The only guy that I'd seen do that really consistently was Reedy, and he would get cooked for it sometimes. People talk trash, and I'm like, why are you running an ERAD there? But again, we always speak to it. The pace of the game, I guess, just becomes easier in a sense for your sub players. Once you know, they know the timing's a little better, key positions, and you saw Lacefield just destroy with it on retail. That was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting comfortable to the recoil, right? I mean, it's learning, you know, which angles you can push, where more AR players are going to be stacked, so you don't just run into them. That's why you see the submachine guns later in the game really kind of come to the top of the meta. As you see, it'll be the baseball control by Ghost Gaming on the rotation. They're picking up a bunch of kills as Elevate just kind of funneling in one by one.
And I was talking about it the other day, but I think my favorite thing really about Infinite Warfare right now is kind of just the meta of the weapons, like how distinctly different the K-Bar, NV4, and ERAD are as far as where they're actually good on the map. I really, really like it.
I agree. I think the NV4 at range has been one of my favorite guns to kind of watch. And then I know the difference between K-Bar and ERAD up close, like, you know, certain players with the hip fire and, you know, positioning. I think that's really where, you know, those two weapons kind of bounce off of each other.
Props to IW and kind of getting it right. It's not easy when you're tweaking these weapons. It doesn't always happen early in the game, but it's at a very sweet spot right now. But as we get back to the action, you see the sweet spot going off for Mox as he's just connecting there with the MB4. Finally, he will drop. Lacefield, the next man up, but 3 kills go the way of Elevate, and they'll get the final time. They've got to keep it close on a map like Throwback. You can't get blown out earlier. You're just going to slowly bleed out.
Yeah, we'll go back to the center hardpoint. But right now, I mean, Ghost Gaming showing no signs of slowing down. They go through the first half of this weekend undefeated, looking to start off the second half here against Elevate with a win, which, I mean, a win here puts them in a great position, right? They go into tomorrow 4-0. They're in a pretty nice spot.
Oh, yeah, they all but guarantee they're coming out in top 2, right? Teams, obviously, like FaZe still has a chance to maybe take that top spot, but Ghost, you're looking like you should be 4-0. I mean, you lose this series, and there is no excuse in the world with how different the teams have been playing and performing so far this weekend.
Yeah, this is a must-win series, and I think if you're a Ghost, this is one where you can't come in, take Elevate lightly, although they have struggled mightily. But
it's actually interesting you say that. Like you would think you'd be talking about being a must-win for Elevate, sure, but I think a lot of us had kind of counted them out just due to their map count, due to their performance so far. I agree with you. This is even more just a must-win for Ghost, in the sense that it just guarantees you're in the top 2. You don't really need to be stressing as much going into tomorrow. Gives you a ton of breathing room. You can relax a little bit tonight and know you're coming to day 3 with a significant advantage over your competition.
Oh, especially because you imagine FaZe in E6 taking care of business against Elevate as well. So you don't want to lose this series. Then the other teams kind of just run through Elevate. Then you're in a position where, you're in a lot of trouble.
Well, you do see an opportunity now for Elevate to claw back into this one. You've got streaks building for a couple of players. Zed, 6 kills in a row. 4 for Reedy. 50 off the Trinity rocket is Zed. If he can just find another kill or 2, he's going to be fully streaked out. You can see playing very safe here, trying to find an advantageous gunfight. He gets it over the top, but Llama guns him. No streaks coming in for Elevate, but they do take over the lead, if not just for a moment.
And that was the gunfight that he definitely wanted. I mean, he had Llama God in a position where could have been able to kill him, but Llama able to win that gunfight, stop Zed from picking up those score streaks. Could be a huge kill. Later in the game when we go to baseball, right? If that's close or bike path, you're able to break with those streaks. Elevate not going to have them now.
Well, let's take a look at Lacefield. He's sliding mid-map, just challenging everything right now with this ERAT. He's feeling very strong after the last series. He will end up getting taken out. His 3 kills go towards Elevate. Reedy finding 2 of them. He's having a hell of a game. 20-12 right now, going toe-to-toe with everybody on the side of Ghost Gaming. And I agree with you. Reedy he's been solid, and he's not feeling well either. I believe I heard that I think he threw up earlier in the day. I saw him outside, just head and hands, did not look good at all. I spoke to him before this series, asked him if he was feeling any better. He's like, yeah, I'm getting there, just trying to get some fresh air. But he's playing well despite it, that's for sure.
I mean, usually with Elevate, at least in the past, we've seen he's put together some, pretty poor performances. I think this weekend's probably the best, overall I've seen him play, from, series to series.
Yeah, stage 1 he had some good maps, but I wouldn't say it was consistent overall.
Right, but now I think, putting together a consistent game. Elevate gets a ton of time on that hill, but they lose the rotation. It'll be Ghost Gaming here over at baseball. Mox picking up 2, earns that active camo. No need to use it right now. His team in full control.
He's trying to get another angle here. He flies out, sees everybody. That's going to be a ton of information, at least for his team. 3 players pushing towards bus. 1 he saw wrapping back towards mid-map. That allows Lacefield and Llama God to get set up, and that's exactly what they do. They shut down the push from Elevate yet again, and you're starting to blow this lead up again if you're Ghost Gaming. 30 seconds remaining in baseball. You saw looking out over blue was Lacefield. They've got everything checked. As soon as they hear the fight's coming, he's going to wrap back. You've got another solid hold for Ghost.
You're getting a decent game out of Desire, 17-21. I mean, obviously not the best of game, but with the way he's played this far, you totally take that. Watson who slowed down a little bit, 16-21, and you're getting decent play out of Zed, 20-17. So Elevate looks to be playing better. Will it result in a win? Does not look likely right now.
You're still in this, though, still in the hunt. Just can't let this lead grow much more, and you can't afford to give streaks over to Lacefield. We saw Reedy fall a little bit short earlier. Lacefield should get some, so he actually gets tagged up. He pops the reactive. I love that. Use it in a situation. Could you maybe save it for down the road to break a hard point? Yes, but if you can get fully streaked out, have those to work with, which, I mean, outside of Barn, they're influential everywhere. Hell, even at Barn, if you're catching people on rotation, the streaks, massive on throwback, and now you've got him in Lacefield's pocket.
Yeah, you'll take that trade all the time. Popping reactive to earn that full streaks. It's a really nice play there from Lacefield. Mox here through the lower cut, picks up 2. Able to stay alive. He doesn't need to really challenge this, right? I mean, his teammates have control of that barn side of the map. Elevate not putting up points anyway. But it'll be Ghost Gaming trying to take the last 15 or so seconds. I mean, let's put it this way. Even if Elevate gets control of that barn spawn, they have the camo to break. So Ghost Gaming in a phenomenal spot here.
They really are. And you've got the spawns set up already. Let's see what they'll be able to do. Llama going to be likely dealing with the first pressure, but now you can see on the minimap, no one hitting through Grandma's. They've all wrapped through the mid-alley, so that's going to allow him to flank through. The timing should work out perfectly. 1 weak in front. Second player behind the hay barrels. He gets both. Fantastic stuff from Llama. The rest of his team drops, though, so as he falls, it's now going to be a spawn in. This is actually really just a great break from Elevate. Maybe a little bit fortunate in their hit. It avoids a couple of the players' positions for Ghost Gaming.
It's going to be 2 kills for Ghost Gaming in the feed. Reedy will fall, was on a 5 streak there, trying to earn himself some score streaks. He may have, being inside the hard point, but 25 seconds left. Ghost Gaming, they'll jump back into that hard point. They'll be about 30 seconds away from closing this out after this hill, providing there's no contestation and hill switching, but you see Elevate, they break in. So Ghost Gaming, they're gonna lose the last 15 or so seconds here. We'll go over to Bike Path. They do have a chance to close out on Bike Path, though.
Yeah, and if you're Elevate, I mean, you've done a good enough job to keep it close, so you have an opportunity to go clutch down the stretch. But again, we talk about Mox with camo, the streaks for Lacefield. Those will likely be the difference. So even if you have a really good play from Elevate, even if you have a really nice break, now this is when it happens. Look, you're set up in the hard point, you're Reedy, your teammates all around you. Lacefield calls in the streaks, he gets a kill with the ERAD, 2 with the Trinity Rocket. Llama finishes off the last, and that's all 4 dead in control back to Ghost Gaming. They can win it here, easy to contest on this hard point, so we're likely going to see baseball unless you have some flawless holds from Ghost.
Elevate cannot figure out a way, man, to win one of these games. It's, I guess you can compare it to Cloud9, right? Cloud9 struggled, but I think this is probably worse than Cloud9, if I'm being completely honest.
Well, just in the sense that you haven't had that many competitive maps is, I think, what's been the most terrifying thing if you're Elevate.
At least Cloud9, right? They had some close ones, a series that could have went either way.
They
did have some blowouts.
Yeah.
They did have a lot of blowouts. Don't want to let Cloud9 off the hook, but
it's got to feel good if you're Lacefield now to be on the opposite side of that, kind of dishing out the pain instead of just taking it all through stage 1.
All through stage 1. From Vegas all the way after Vegas all the way through stage 1.
Yeah.
There was Cloud9. I mean, they were pretty bad for a decent amount of time.
Well, now, if you win this gunfight, even if you're Elevate, okay, so Lacefield will clean up. You still have the bombardment to work with. Mox has used his camo. He's going to hit the bombardment there on blue and courtyard. This is going to funnel everybody right into him. Get gun up. Now they're going to play catch. It connects. That's 4 kills with his streaks, and that is likely going to ice the game. Should be over here. 10 seconds more needed, unless Elevate can pull off some late game heroics.
And Lacefield, Mox, and Llama were just nasty in this one. 33 and 24 from Mox, 36 and 27 with the streaks from Lacefield. And Llama got 38 and 29. Looks like a completely different player on this Ghost Gaming roster. They take game number 1 here against Elevate.
And even for Spacely, yes, you're sitting around double negative, but you have 2 minutes to go in the hard point. And we talked about it yesterday, even on the breakout map they won where Mox went off. Like, time and time again, you see Spacely trying to be that intro guy, maybe not always winning those tough, 1-on-2 gunfights you're taking if you're trying to soar in and break, but sometimes just throwing your body in. I know we talk about KD a lot, but the KD usually is more influential kind of over the course of your whole team, right? When you have 3 guys going positive like that, if one's struggling but still putting in the time of the objective and playing bait a little bit, you can get away with that. I mean, we see that for that type of role all the time.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so many kills on the map, right? So if the other 3 guys are, 30, 35, 36, 39, there's not that many people left for Spacely to fight, and most likely, if he is alive and fighting, with that hill time, you kind of do like the process of elimination, right? I mean, if Spacely's inside the hill, and everybody else outside the hill is picking up a ton of kills. The only kills he has available is when those guys die, and then he's fighting 2-on-1s on the hill. So those are the situations he's left in there.
You're never, well, not never, but you're very rarely in a position where you have easy kills is the main thing there. But maybe a tougher game for him, but still, your team gets the win. You feel good about it. It's another competitive game for Elevate and from the final scoreline, but still, it was one that didn't feel good throughout just because the lead was, what, around 50 points kind of throughout the entire
Did you ever feel
game.
they had a chance to win that one?
Not really, no.
No. Like the Scorch against FaZe, I felt, okay, there's a realistic chance they have an opportunity to win this game. That one, like after the first rotation, I kind of felt personally, I was like, I don't know if they have, I don't know if they, it's close, but I don't think they have a chance to win.
Well, where it shifted for me is when Lacefield got the streaks. When you had Mox with camo, those streaks in
when
his head
Zed
as
didn't
well.
get streaks, and then Lacefield turned it around and he got streaks.
Well, think about it. We already know that map. It's very tough to string together like 2 solid hard points in a row. It becomes impossible when you have streaks to go up against. It just, you could get a very clean break. Next thing you know, fire from the sky, you're cleared out. And you saw it happen twice for Lacefield. One at Bike Path, one there at Baseball Field. Got 4 kills total between the 2 streaks, and that just kind of put Elevate out of their misery in game 1.
I just wonder how Elevate gets over the hump, gets a map on the board. Going in SnD, they have not been good in SnD. I think yesterday they won 2 total rounds. Today against FaZe, they win 2 to start things off, then they lose 6 straight. So just figuring out how this team's going to win these matches and maps. SnD has not been pretty.
And typically, I mean, if a team is struggling, specifically in respawns, that's usually been where you find a team able to take a game. You know, they'll sneak away a surge, maybe get a little bit of momentum, but they've found just nothing there. When you're going down 0-1 in every single series because you know the team is very poor at hardpoint, you heard Phil talking about the stats. If you're going to match that effort in search, I mean, you don't have a chance in any series. You know, that I mean, it reflects in their overall map win percentage.
I mean, when you're that bad at hardpoint, I mean, when you lose that first hardpoint, if you lose the second search, I mean, you're losing series either 3-0 or 3-1. You need to. We joked about it last week, right? SnD wins championships. It's like, I think you could throw that completely out the window. I mean,
hard point.
I mean, it's in every series twice at the beginning. It's much harder, I think, to be a better hardpoint player than it to be a better SnD player.
I think that sort of varies probably on the game. I think most people would agree. That sort of depends on what Call of Duty we're in. I mean, if you go back to Ghost, I think you might argue it's more difficult to be a good search team in Ghost than a good Dom team.
I guess you can make the argument.
It was a lot different.
It was a lot different.
SnD is a very, very different beast.
I mean, but go search and destroy. I mean, that's where a lot of the guys put their time in, right? I mean, a lot of the money 8s or wagers, whatnot, they're just strictly SnD. Everybody loved SnD during Ghost. So I think if you look back at that, might be an outlier. And you look at like Black Ops 3, for instance, or.
Well, I think we'd have to go to pre-jetpack probably if you're gonna say that holds true.
There's the notes.
I
think that says search and destroy.
Oh man, I almost got to read them. I was actually physically turning my head upside down to try and read that. I saw.
Yeah, so did I. I saw the word search and destroy. I would venture to bet that Ghost Gaming knows what Elevate's going to do. You know, there's a lot of footage on Elevate as well, because didn't they just play at Sheffield?
Yeah.
So you have a lot of recent video of this squad. I can't imagine they changed much of anything, post Sheffield. It was not too long ago. I just wonder what their scrimmages were like after Sheffield coming over, because I imagine some teams like, Splice probably took a break, right? If you're Epsilon, you're playing later in the stage 2, you probably took a break as well.
Fnatic was here.
Fnatic was here. So who were you? Maybe Red, but Red doesn't play until, for a while. So
next week, yeah.
Next week. So they probably weren't playing much.
All right, well, here we go. It's going to be search and destroy on retaliation. Desire gets vision on Llama God there across the bridge. We'll hop over to Hotel Hallway, where Watson is inside. I thought he had that gunfight won, but it's again Lacefield being a terror with that ERAD on retaliation. Greedy, 1 bullet, that nade, sorry, right in the oven. He falls, and now it's all on Desire.
Right in the oven?
Yeah, I don't know who would want to throw grenades in an oven. That sounds like a health risk.
Sounds like an awful idea.
Yeah, don't try that at home, children.
Well, I imagine there's not many people out there
that have hand grenades. Yeah, probably not.
They open up their cupboard and stuff.
Let's cook it.
Throw it in the oven.
Oh God.
Desire, the only one alive here, versus 3 players.
And they know that.
Can he do it?
Well, look at the bomb. And
look at the players.
3 arrows for Ghost.
Just bring up the minimap real quick so we can see. Desire knows where the bomb is. Ghost Gaming knows where the bomb is. They now know where Desire is.
And Desire is dead.
It's Ghost Gaming with round number 1.
That was play-by-play at its best.
Giving you that inside knowledge.
See, Llama God, he enjoyed a frequent time on the final kill cam in their last search and destroy. He's kicking it off here again in round 1. Won a couple of a pair of 1v1.
I can't imagine what it's like to. There's so much pressure probably on Elevate right now. Like you lose these rounds and you're just like, it's got to be in their heads like, oh man, like not another series where we don't get another one. Another first blood for Llama God. Well, Lacefield takes him out. He feels bad. So obviously you don't want to go through the weekend and struggle like this. Because they know that everybody is talking about this. And it's hard when you start to lose these rounds and everything just starts to mound up against you to figure out, like, okay, who's going to be that playmaker that's going to turn it around?
I don't care who you are, it's mentally impossible not to start to focus on that when you, when you have a one map. It's impossible.
That's it. It's going to be another round for Ghost Gaming. But no, I agree with you. It's impossible not to shut it out. Like, they're definitely in their own minds right now, like, thinking, you know, what is going wrong? Like, everything we've worked on, like, do we throw it out the window? Like, what do you do? You're Elevate.
Well, it's tough. I mean, you come into this, you know, maybe high hopes for Desire to make a change, but Rated was your best player. He was,
yeah.
And you lose that. I mean, how much does that hurt when you lose your best player and he goes to a team that didn't even qualify for stage 2 just because he's that confident that they're going to be better?
To be fair, before Rated, I thought Shawnee was their best player.
Yeah, right up there for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, they drop Shawnee, they get Rated, and then Rated ends up going to play with Shawnee, but it's going to be Mox evening things up. 2 players apiece. There's a 1 to his right. Not going to be able to see Reedy there in the corner. This should be a round win for Elevate. So 1v2 up against Llama God.
I don't know. You call Llama God Mr. Killcam. He's going to clutch.
Mr. Killcam?
I don't know. I saw him a lot. They gave him that name.
It's like the worst nickname you could possibly have.
It's not good. 45 seconds left
here.
You're
going to run right into him.
Yep. Llama, if he gets, it's all timing. Does he get vision on him? Does he check his right? Yep. There's one. Second going to challenge, just trying to play his life. He just saw him over the top. What'd I tell you? Mr. Killcam.
You can't lose that round.
There was not a doubt in my mind that he was going to clutch this. And look at, he is literally wide in the open and just sees a forehead.
And he's weak. All right. Well, 3 straight rounds for Ghost Gaming. As Elevate, they blow the 1v2 there. That was the round they most certainly needed. It was definitely winnable.
You don't say.
So, okay, now they get first blood. Let's see how they play after this. Watson gets taken out coming down bridge. They know there's another player here. They're going to chase him down. This will be Ghost Gaming getting the man advantage. So now it looks like pushing over towards the bridge.
Nobody's going to find Zed here. You can't see me.
Is there some kind of...
Oh, now you see me.
Strategy behind this?
Yes. Oh, sneaky. I'm back. I'm back. I'm a clever girl. Now I'm dead. Reedy, 1 versus 2. Can he clutch up like we just saw Llama God do? He's going up against Mox and Lacefield. He spotted 1. Some nice shots to at least tag him up, but hasn't been able to finish it. He has to work on the defuse. No time to work with. It's planted for the opposite side. This is a very easy win for Ghost.
Yeah, it's tough. They know exactly where he is. Llama can see the bomb, so they know. That's at Lacefield. Lacefield knows that he's not on bomb. Reedy forced to push here with the NV4. He's going to try and come around. Cannot let the bomb blow up here, though. It's going to give points. Nope. Gives up the kill anyway. 4-0 in favor of Ghost Gaming. You got a confused look on your face.
Well, again, back to I'm not surprised sometimes when it's Europe versus North America, if you're talking like your tier 2, tier 3 teams, if they're going to struggle in something like a hard point like that. I'm not shocked when that happens, but I just don't expect SnD like them to struggle this badly. Like it's been so poor.
4 rounds through 4 search and destroy games.
Well, I mean you're consistent in the sense you're averaging right around a round a game.
It's not where you want to be consistent.
Consistency is key, Matt.
Well, yeah, it's key. It's key when it's good. It's going to be just Desire, the last one alive with bomb inside Bike Shack. It's 5-0 in favor of Ghost Gaming.
I think a little props to Ghost Gaming as well. You know, is this a trap game in a little bit of a way, in the sense that you just had a big win against E6, which was a very good series, and then you look at the next one, you're like, oh, we're playing Elevate. They haven't won a map yet. Maybe there's a risk of a little bit of a letdown. They haven't let down whatsoever. So I'm searching, Matt. Bear with me here.
There's no sign of letdown from Ghost Gaming. There's no sign of improvement from the side of Elevate. It's going to be Mox with active camo. Should be heading over towards that B bomb site. Ghost Gaming has done a fantastic job. They've gotten first blood in most of these rounds. Now they've pushed through. Llama's going to be able to call one out on bridge. Spots another. It'll be Reedy drawing first blood. The bomb is down, though. Reedy picks up another one. They've already killed Mox, who had his active camo. It is just going to be Lacefield alive here in the 1v3.
Yeah, this round they're winning. They have
to. They need to win this round.
30 seconds, there's not a lot of time. They have to hunt him down. Lacefield's doing a good job trying to stay alive, but he will be challenged and will drop. Another round going to be on the board. Oh, another round. A first round going to be on the board for Elevate.
And they just look relieved to get that one round, but they know the mountain they have to climb. They got
that looks like relief to you?
Well, Reedy did. But
that is not relief.
For a second, it did. Listen, they're trying to just muster up any confidence they can get, like any kind of little wins they can turn into some kind of momentum.
What is it Josh tweeted? Little L's for big W's?
I don't know.
I think we're at a capital L right now.
Oh, Watson draws first blood here with the sniper rifle. Second one. This is another round we're going to see go in favor of Elevate.
Only thing for Mox is you do have camo, but you're also getting shot from behind. Reedy picks up another one. So back-to-back rounds here. Nice opening kills from Watson there with the sniper. It was a 5-0 and the last search and destroy. Enigma 6 was down, 5-0. They tried to fight back, got 2 rounds, and I think it ended. Here, a similar story. Just trying to battle back from 0-5. You built yourself such a big hole. It seems insurmountable when you have camo for Mox especially.
It's not much they can do to combat the camo if Ghost Gaming wants to invest into one of these rounds. And
yeah, as soon as he uses it, in my opinion, that's where the game ends. So, I mean, there's no pressure on him to use it at this point. They have a significant lead still. Another easy plant, this time on the opposite site. Camo is going to be popped. He's able to push through and find a kill, but he does get traded out quickly. Kills going back and forth, 2 versus 2. Reedy and Watson. You win this if you're Elevate, you were kind of right back in the swing of things. Llama God gets him 1 bullet, though, and Lacefield able to finish it. Now, Reedy, he's got to be clutch. He's been in a couple tough spots before. He's down for the count. 6-2 victory. You're cruising right now if you're Ghost Gaming. Nice win there in Search and Destroy.
It's a nice play. They get the bomb down. They camo Mox into that market. They're able to get 1. Another player weak, they know exactly where he is. Lacefield goes up, challenges it, gives them the advantage. Instead of getting back towards bomb, challenge Reedy with the NV4, they push all the way through. They knew 1 player was in the back. They're able to win the round. Ghost Gaming up 2-0 here against Elevate in our 3rd match of the day.
It was a lot of things. I mean, it was basically free plants on offense for Ghost every time. Majority of the first blood's going their way as well. You can't allow Mox to clutch that 1v2, or sorry, Llama to clutch that 1v2. Ghost wins.
Ghost wins. It's about all you need to know. It's 2 rounds on the board for Elevate. Kind of consistent with what they've been doing throughout the weekend in Search and Destroy. They take a round off of the 2 teams they played the first day. They take 2 rounds off of FaZe this morning, 2 rounds off of Ghost Gaming today.
Well, Ghost looking to improve to 4-0, set themselves up for a date with the Stage 2 playoffs for Elevate. Can they win a map? We're finding out after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Ghost Gaming continues to take care of business. We actually just saw them in the Throwback Uplink. Their previous series looked very good. Llama God was dominant. We're headed right back to Throwback Uplink in this one. And yeah, I think you can see right now on the faces of Elevate, they know the spot they're in. You're looking to go 0-12, matching.
Just searching for answers.
Yes, lots to look for. But, I mean, the big thing here, though, on the other side, the positive stuff. Can Ghost get this victory and basically cement themselves into the top 2? They start out 4-0. And, I mean, honestly, they did that in pool play in Anaheim, right? They're running the tables here. I know they fell a little bit short when it came down to, you know, the championship bracket, loser bracket for Anaheim, but I don't know. I mean, I've been incredibly impressed. Like, I really, really have.
I've just been really impressed with, you know, the preparation that they put in before, and I think that's a big testament to, you know, the Ghost Gaming organization, you know, giving them the tools to be able to, you know, and really kind of forcing them. I don't want to say force them, but really, you know, hey, you guys should watch VOD. Like, this is your job. Like, this is your job. Like, it's your job to come here and be good.
And there's something about, you know, preparing, even if, like, let's say you don't prepare for a particular scenario, just knowing that you, like, put the work in, I think kind of helps you mentally say, you know, we've put in work, we're ready, we feel prepared. Like, just that feeling of preparation, I think can help. Yeah, honestly, I do.
You watch so much VOD, it almost feels like you played the team before in a weird way. It's like you watch so much of their gameplay, you know what their players like to do in certain situations and whatnot, that coming into these games, they're not shocked by anything that any of these teams are throwing at them. They fully expect it. It's been a great thing for Ghost Gaming.
I just think it goes back to the confidence thing. Like, you build confidence by gameplay and scrimming a lot coming in, but then the other side of that, just the preparation on VOD and stuff, I think that just, it's another addition to having confidence coming into a weekend, and you're seeing that on full display for Ghost Gaming.
Well, now if you're Elevate, you got to start thinking, it's like, well, do they know what we're going to do off the break? Or do they know, like, what we like to do? Like, maybe try and switch some things up, you know, change some of their opening break strats, and that throws your own game off. So it's a very nice strategy from Ghost Gaming, putting in a lot of work.
Well, Elevate with an opportunity here. Speaking to Reedy, Uplink is certainly their best game mode. That's the closest they've been to picking up a win. Can they do it here on Throwback? It's shut down, the early pressure shut down by Llama God as he clears up 2. He's got 3 kills in a row. Tries to tack on a 4th, but will get cleaned up. That's actually now 3 down for Ghost Gaming.
I feel like this is Elevate's best chance to win a map here, as you see Desire gets into the Ghost Gaming base, not able to pick up any kills, but here comes Zed with the drone in hand. He's going to try and force this one in for 2, gets around the wall, puts it on the board there for Elevate early.
All right, there you go. You got a lead in which you haven't enjoyed many leads so far this weekend. Hold on, don't give up any kind of counterattack. You have a couple players down right now, and the forces of Ghost Gaming starting to rush forward. Watson and Reedy, though, picking up clutch kills on the defensive end, but drone is still hot. It's in Lacefield's hand here at Lemon. Finally, as he's eliminated, it's now opening things up for Watson to move forward towards blue, but not able to make a play. Spacely will take him out.
They've done a nice job on the defensive end. Elevate picking up some kills, not letting Ghost Gaming get forward on the map, and seeing a lot of good stuff here from Elevate at the beginning of this uplink.
You know, we talk about the comparisons to Cloud9, obviously, because they start 0-12 in map count, but you're also entering territory for, like, Millennium. Millennium goes 0-6. They're the only team that doesn't come away with a win during stage 1. They went 4-18 in map count, though, so you at least found some maps. They had a ton of really close hard points, remember. They were finding ways to lose those. They were definitely a heck of a lot more competitive in a lot of the maps, but Elevate for right now, you know, you had a very close Frost, and you mentioned their defense. That was the thing that stood out to me the most day 1 Frost uplink for them. They had a lot of good defensive holds. Can they continue to do that throughout the full 10 minutes here as you're looking to give up some points? Now sliding underneath is Lacefield. Nice play, trusting in his teammate to look over him.
Yeah, they were trying to get the drone to Lace for a very long time, but they just couldn't, like, get it over the building or get it through over by Hay. They are finally able to get the drone through. You see Mox now, currently on a 5 streak. And jump over to his POV, see how close he's getting towards score streaks.
He has died. So unfortunately, we won't be able to see if he's built anything there. But on the other end of it is Desire, who's looking for his 3rd kill. Unfortunately for him, it's the K-bar of Spacely. It's going to get the better of him. But another offensive attack was starting to build for Elevate. It looks to be slowed for the time being as Spacely and company kind of holding that 50-yard line, not allowing them to get in control of their ticket.
Lacefield just trying to clear out his top window. He'll pick up the drone, and they have Llama up in front. I don't know if Elevate has any idea he's in this position. Now Llama's going to spot one. It's an easy kill. One more kill. This will be a 2-point play for the side of Ghost Gaming as they'll take the lead by 1.
We mentioned the great game Llama had earlier today. He's doing it again now. 10-7 on a 3 streak, and plays like that, you know, kind of sneaky heads-up plays, they usually turn into points, and you saw it happen right there. The early lead for Elevate now has disappeared. Ghost back in control, up 1, just under 90 seconds here to go in our first half. Spacely does get taken out from behind. Llama God taking over right where he left off.
He just gets to the opponent's top window and just causes so many problems with the ERAD. It's really what I've seen from Llama God on this map, where he's been extremely successful. Because now, look, Elevate doesn't know. You see number 4 on the minimap? He's looking at his back, doesn't know where Llama is. You know, players on the bridge and sidewalk don't know where he's at. Makes it very difficult, but here comes Desire, looking to get a 1-point play on the board. He'll connect. We'll have a tie game.
That was great. I mean, the call out comes in. There's a couple in courtyard for Ghost. You know that Llama God's behind you because Watchin just died. He calls it out. You know you have a window. There's a timing opening. They hit it. Nice job from Desire. Heads up play from Elevate as they tie the game up. And now you've got 4 down for Ghost. No hesitation. Drone in hand. Reedy pushing. He's got a teammate in front. Desire opening up with kills yet again. 1-point toss going to be going over the top, and it will go through. Back-to-back 1-point tosses here from Elevate, and a strong close to the first half.
We'll see if Elevate can hold on to this lead in the second half. Watson up in Ghost Gaming's top window. Gonna fire down some shots, not able to connect, and the drone on the opposite side of the map. It looks like Ghost trying to get it forward here for a last-second throw opportunity. It's Llama God not able to connect on any shots there. Will not result in points. It'll be Elevate up 1 going into half number 2.
Good half there. You know, you're down 0-2 in the series. You see one of the first smiles we've seen from Watson is they are going to enjoy a lead going in. They had 5 good minutes of play. You need 5 more here to get a map on the board. Ghost, though, you know they just want to close this out. They expected a 3-0 coming into this. They don't want to see another map.
I agree. Ghost Gaming does not want to see this go to a 4th map. Being with the way it's been looking, it looks like they may be the only team, if they does go to that game 4, to potentially drop 1 Elevate, so it could hurt their map count as well.
Yeah, but I mean, the good thing, you heard the guys on the desk talk about it, it's going to retaliation, which is, what, 5 in a row wins for Ghost Gaming. You don't think it gets past that, but if you're Elevate, you have to at least give yourselves a chance to see it. There's a toss over the top. Llama controlling the front. The toss in, the dunk through. The lead that you enjoyed for Elevate coming into the second half is now gone.
For how good they were in the first half, you cannot let that happen at the beginning of this game.
Well, it's the opposite of the first half, right? When you got an early dunk for Elevate, right? In the first 30 to 40 seconds. Ghost does the same thing for you on the flip.
And now Mox on a long flank. Nice shots there with the K-bar, able to pick up 2. He now has control of the Elevate side of the map. That's going to be a 4 dead, 4 Elevate. And this is most certainly going to be points for Ghost Gaming.
This will be another dunk, and now let's hop right over to Llama God, because Llama's at mid-map. He actually just picked up a kill. He was set up here just preamp, just making sure nobody can push through. Got 1 kill, tagged up another. The only thing, Zed goes on the long overextension and flakes back in through their ticket window. So you actually have a nice counterattack opening up. This is a good opportunity for Desire. Desire's got drone in hand. Llama God will be playing a bit of defense. They've shut them down in barn. Llama's killed everybody but 1 left. He just gets it through. Llama killing everybody, but you do get the 1-point toss for Elevate.
But now Llama God working towards streaks. Same with Mox on a 3 streak each. And Llama God 25 points away from the Scarab. He's going to pick up 1 more kill mid-map. Throw the drone over for some yards. Trying to get it on the Elevate side. Nobody there. Pick it up for Ghost Gaming. But Ghost Gaming now, 2-point lead. Trying to close this out.
Ghost looking to remain perfect on the weekend. Their teamwork, their preparation has been incredible. Let's toss it to a team chat.
Mike, you're close to streaks. Look at your streaks.
No. Bowling is open.
I think middle.
I'm
gonna
one here.
Nice.
Bring the pass is open. Oh, one guy bowling bus right now. Bowling bus. Nice, that's 2 guys.
Nice 2. I want to class on their base.
That's 3.
They're spawn bowling. They're gonna spawn bowling.
On me.
I got one on the base. You got
One
this.
shot, Watson.
Let's go.
I have a Trinity.
Point dead. Nice. Nothing. They're bowling. Start bowling. Good job. 2 down.
I'm Trinity. Stay up.
Let me steps.
Go for one. I can't grab it.
I'm bowling.
Nice. Oh, fuck. One more on me. I couldn't grab it.
One under pass.
Top ticket.
I'm going to be
Top ticket.
Underpass. Our underpass.
I'm rotating back.
Front food.
Front food is. Watch out. Front food.
I don't team
our base. Front food. Weak.
Nice.
I have
One's
lemon.
lemon.
I'm looking for grandmas.
Yeah, lemon right now. Low lemon.
Good kill. Nice shot. That's what top bridge. Yeah, top trade. He's dead. I have camo. Keep slide up.
There's gonna be 2 bowling.
Yeah, he's bowling. He's a bowling and bowling sidewalk. Hit him bowling. Two fits. I need help, guys.
I'm flanking them. Stay up. On the fence. He's weak on the fence.
I got him weak. I got him way more. I got ball. I got new ball. I got new ball.
He's all the way in the back. Back burger. Back their point.
I'm gonna try to take a ball.
Mini side bowling weak.
He's behind me. He's behind me sidewalk, guys.
Back point weak. Back point.
Yeah, he's mid right now.
Inside bowling, going underpass.
He's going lemon steps.
Or underpass.
I'm going lime.
We're up 4, guys. 2 possessions.
We have cars.
We need the car.
One barn. Hey. He's hay right now.
He's right front, lemon.
Watch out lemon. Watch out lemon.
Watch out lemon.
I'm shooting around.
On me.
Watch out lemon.
He's dead.
Nice.
Still lemon. He's still lemon.
I'm
dead. Lemon dead.
I'll go.
He's dead. I got two. Bring it left. Bring the ball left. Try to get the ball.
I got it.
I have Kiva.
I think he was B cut.
I have your ace stack. Pass to me. Let's go.
B cut guys, one shot dead.
Nice. Just bait for me. I'm trying to get garage.
What's from blue?
B cut guys dead.
What's from blue?
Give me garage.
One mid.
High from blue.
Underpass.
I got him.
Alright, game what now?
Camo.
I camoed. He's only one shot.
He's behind you, one shot.
I got him.
Let's go.
One more in the base. Burger.
3-possession game, guys. We have overdrive as well.
Yeah, OD.
One B cut.
I have lemon.
You're bring it right?
Ghost now firmly in control. Matt, I love their comms. Honestly, love.
So do I. Yeah, you heard it's very composed. Not a lot of shouting. It's clear, who the leaders are on this team. And I just love when somebody pops camo. We hear with a lot of teams, as soon as the guys I just pop camo, everybody goes silent because they're expecting points or something to happen. You see Mox there with some nice movement, able to get a 2-point play, melee inside of the goal. In a map where I thought actually Elevate, halfway through I thought Elevate was going to win this map. I did not feel great about them in the hardpoint, even though it was a closer of their hardpoints. This one, halfway through, I was like, okay, this is definitely going to be the one. They're going to be able to steal this one against Ghost, but Ghost Gaming in the second half erupt. Elevate has no answer, and Ghost Gaming will go on and take this series 3-0.
Ghost Gaming, man, looking to be the best team here, week 2 of stage 2. I'll tell you what, it is just so incredibly impressive to me. You've got a team in FaZe who's been top 3 all year. A team in Enigma 6 who's been a top contender in North America all year as well. But who's performing the best? The new lineup, Ghost Gaming. It's great to watch, man. They look good.
They've looked extremely strong, winning these series. And the series, really, they've been blowing teams out. A lot of these series, we see teams, they go through, game 5s, game 4s. This team's taking care of business pretty quick as they go through.
They are. I believe, if I remember correctly, with FaZe, the first both hardpoints are very close. They had some back and forth battles for sure, but outside of that, yeah, man, they have been handling business. Ghost, you look terrific. See if they can keep it going into day 3. But for now, let's toss it back to Ben and the boys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Maven. Thank you, Matt. Of course, Ghost, they secure their spot at Stage 2 playoffs as well. It's worth mentioning, with that win, they go 4-0. They simply guarantee that spot, and they've played fantastic, and I think credit where credit is due. We've kind of preached it all weekend so far. They've put in the time. They've obviously put in the research as well as a lot of these other teams and the Ghost Gaming management as well. We heard from Spacely, definitely been an effect, and it's just kind of refreshing. I know you've touched on it already, T, but it really is refreshing to see a team really kind of, I guess it just means so much to them, I guess.
They're just hungry, and you can see in these sort of lesser matchups that aren't as competitive, let's just be honest about it, they still have that fire. We had that listen in right there, and they're still trying extremely hard. They're making sure they're doing the fundamentals correctly. They're giving each other props when everything is going right on the map. Everyone seems to be on the same page, and when that's happening, it makes the game a lot easier. It's easier to kill people if you only have a singular goal on the map. Everyone seems to be just so cohesive. It's just great stuff.
Ghost definitely playing with confidence, that is for sure. We'll break down that last series. We'll start with Hardpoint Throwback. Finishes 250 to 197. And to be honest, Merc, it was 134 to 115. And it looked as if Elevate was playing probably the best they played throughout this weekend. Yes, Ghost still kind of had the lead. But you almost felt maybe Elevate could take this map.
Yeah, I think Reedy had an excellent game 1, and even their first series today, the hardpoint was close. They seem to just be slaying well, playing a little bit more selfish, which we talked about yesterday about Mox. he just kept Ghost in the game. He was going on some streaks. Really, everybody on Ghost performed extremely well, except for Spacely. I believe he had around a 0.5 KD, which is, a bit odd for him, but a great job by them.
One key thing I actually want to get your guys' opinion on. If you look at that scoreboard right now, top right, you'll see Reedy, 23 and 18, playing pretty well, but 0 time on the hill. And at that point in the game, if you looked at everybody else from Ghost, the minimum amount of time was 25 seconds. It was Llama who was 23 and 21. Teep, I mean, does everyone need to do that fair share of hill? What do you think? Is that potentially the problem for Elevate and Hardpoint?
I think someone might be playing a little bit selfish for KD, I think. The team's an absolute mess. It seems like they just have given up a lot of times in these certain situations. And especially on a map like Throwback, for one player to have 0 seconds, I think is just a little bit unacceptable. It's a rotation. You need that forward pressure at any given time, and the fact that he's just blatantly not getting in the hill in certain situations, that's costing some free kills possibly for someone else on the team. So it's a giant mess for Elevate right now. Yes, they're scoring more points in Hardpoint overall on average today, but like I said before, yeah, you made it a little bit closer. Nice job. You lost. You haven't won a map.
Yeah, like Teep said, you don't kind of win a trophy for getting 200 points. But the one thing that kind of blows my mind is we go back to AW. Watson was just like a prolific AR player. He was a beast when it was. We go back to last year. Desire was kind of that solid AR for what was Fabi, kind of the Epsilon roster. And Reedy is probably their best AR player. I don't feel they have structure, but they've got like historic players which have played that role before, but no one kind of is able to play that role. And I just don't know why it's not working for them. Zed has always been that fast SMG player. And I think, you know, he'll have his very good maps with his ERAD, and then he'll have his very bad maps. We saw 0 and 10, 6 and 21, so it's really kind of all over the place at the moment for Elevate.
Yeah, well, just going based off that, that's probably an issue for Zed then. He's probably a little bit confused as to who's helping me run this ERAD, you know?
Yeah.
We've talked about his slow starts. Maybe he's just playing faster than his teammates, which then puts him in situations with different timings. So I feel like they just need to figure something out and stick to it and just work on it, right? Just have Watson run the NV4. Right. I'm not sure what it is, but just stick to one situation.
Of course, 3 players on Ghost get 30+ kills. Pretty hard to lose a game of Hardpoint when you have that much slaying power, that is for sure. Heading over to map 2, Search and Destroy, and for the second Search and Destroy in a row, Elevate go 5-0 down. And Momo, Zed, Watson, and Desire all start off 1 and 5. Reedy was 4 and 5 at the time. But I mean, it's just Search and Destroy, I feel like, is the one game type you expect, all right, they should at least be able to keep it a little close.
Yeah, again, going into this kind of event, I know they're not the best team in the league. By all means, they'll be the first to admit that. But SnD was the one mode which I could almost rely on as kind of a fellow European. I was like, come on, let's pull something like, let's make it around 10 or something and just push these teams. And again, I think Rated leaving this team, it's left a big hole in this team.
Definitely.
Desire, fair play, he's been picked, you know, it's big boots to kind of fill, but there's definitely something missing. Reedy, I have to say, again, he's playing the best of his team by far, but there's no iron team. You know, you've got to all be on the same page. You've got to basically work together. You can't go 5-0 down, back-to-back series of SnDs. And again, when it was 5-0, I just thought, is this going to be a clean 6-0 sweep? I don't even know if they're consolation rounds. It doesn't mean anything to me.
Very true. I mean, it was just almost too easy for Ghost. Yeah. Just the sheer control of the map that they had, they just made it look simple.
Oh, it was just like their game earlier today. They just go out to a 5-0 lead. They just respond well. Again, their teamwork right now is just on point. They just seem to be doing things together. And I think that just deals with sort of their years and how this is sort of their last chance to put something special together, and I think they are. I mean, they're 4-0 right now. They're playing extremely well. Probably the best overall team we've seen this weekend. I think their only weakness would probably be Hardpoints.
Yeah, fair. I think that's completely fair to say. As you said, 4-0, sitting pretty. They've already qualified for Stage 2 playoffs. Couldn't ask for a better weekend, that's for sure. But map 3, the throwback uplink, we will just kind of touch on it. I mean, without throwing players under the bus, Watson starts off 8 and 21, finishes 14 and 28. It just felt kind of so far throughout this weekend, there's always been one player just struggling a little bit.
The thing that bothers me the most is they played a throwback uplink in the last series, the first one of the day, and it's just literally the same mistakes again. A solid first half. They keep it close. They're able to score a bunch of points on this side.
They're in the lead.
Yeah, exactly. They switch over to the other side where they're pushing over towards Barn when this half is over, and nothing seems to go their way. They're taking the drone, to the not preferred side of the map, not controlling the areas of the map that they need to do, and the fact that they're just going from game to game, especially on the same map and game type, and making the same mistakes is just so annoying for me to watch. Like, does no one on the team realize what's going on? Do they even care is the bigger question.
I think that is the big question at this point. I mean, I currently lie 0 and 12 in map count. just one more map loss away from breaking Cloud9's record, of course, of 0-12 in stage.
Hopefully that happens, so Cloud9 doesn't have that record anymore. I'm sure they would love that.
I'm sure Pat's smiling
do that,
somewhere, right?
please.
Yeah. I'm sure he would definitely love that. There, a quick look at how that went in terms of the overall series. A swift 3-0 for Ghost, and as we said, that does now guarantee Ghost Gaming their spot at the Stage 2 playoffs. So exciting for them. But during that series, of course, we did have the score streak prediction game going on in the background over exclusively at mlg.tv/COD. Here's a couple of questions, and I'm curious to get your guys' answers to these as well. The first question we asked during map number 1 is, will any player finish with 35 kills or more in game 1? I feel like you put your money on yes in this one. You go A, right?
I'm gonna say I would have said no. I thought the game would have been over.
That's what I was gonna say.
I thought it'd be like 250 to say 100, and I thought they may not reach that. But if the fact that Elevate drew out that long, someone's gonna drop it. I think.
Especially throwback. Yeah, throwback hardpoint's so fast paced, but I don't know because I'm not sure it would have got to that point.
Fair. There was 330 bombs, and Lacefield and Llama both got 35 or more, so impressive from them. In game number 2, we asked, will game 2 go past the 8th round? 54% said yes, and 46% said no. Teep, where would you have gone in this one?
Look at Elevate's SnDs. No's the safe bet at this point. You usually wouldn't say that, but the way that how short these SNGs have been.
I'm surprised more people said yes than no to that, to be completely frank.
It's very rare, like, to think that, someone's got to reach 6. Like, you think, yeah, surely we're going to reach 8 or 9. But the historic of this weekend, I don't think Elevate has reached round 9. Even 6-2, 6-2, 6-1.
Yeah, Ghost has just been destroying.
Yeah.
Early 5-0 leads. They allow a few rounds every now and then, but typically it's 6-2 towards Ghost. So.
Ghosts have looked fantastic in searches. Yep. That is for sure. The final question we asked, of course, in game 3 was, what will be the score difference in game 3? Would it be A, less than 5 points, or B, 5 points or more? 83% went with 5 points or more, and the correct answer, of course, was A. But I feel like this one, everyone probably would have gone with B there.
Oh, 100%. I picked B for sure.
Okay.
I think I would have got all 3 wrong.
All 3 wrong?
Yeah, I was like, I thought maybe more than 8 rounds, but oh well, at least I wasn't playing that.
Fair enough. Let's take a look now at our leaderboard, and okay, that's a Punisher is 9 streak, so that's improved since yesterday. Still 6s across the board down on the bottom side. I believe the record, of course, for the score streak prediction game that we've seen on stream at least is 13. So maybe it gets beaten, maybe. Not sure though, because it's pretty difficult to get that many right.
I'm a huge fan of that Fat Gorilla guy.
Fat Gorilla, that was the name that caught your eye, Joe?
Carrots.
Okay, fair enough. Yep. You can play the score streak prediction game exclusively at mlg.tv/COD. You get your up-to-date event statistics, feature player POVs, and of course that fantastic source quality. But we still have one more match to go here at the CWL Global Pro League as day 2 of stage 2 concludes. Ghost secured their spot at stage 2 playoffs with that last result. Will FaZe Clan join them as they play E6 in the final game of the day? We'll be back after this.
think the pickup of Royalty is definitely a good pickup. He's a very underrated player, and he's very aggressive, which is, I think, that's what E6 needs. Emery's, he kind of slowed them down a little bit, but with their new pickup in Royalty, I feel like they're just super aggressive and almost reckless play style, and I think that could cause a lot of issues for any team, including us.
With E6, I think we'll take it 3-0 both series. That's the goal. It's just 3-0 everybody, so that's the only goal that I have in mind.
I think it will probably come down to the SnDs. I won't really give a map count. I'm not like that. It'll most likely go with full distance, I think.
We got to close out our SnDs. We choked a 5-3 lead versus them. As long as we could just play our game and pose our own aggressive play style on them, then we'll win.
The aggression level is definitely increased because with Clayster, he was kind of like the main AR, and then now you bring in Gunless, who's more of a faster player. So now you have Attach, Zuma, and Gunless all running, kind of running around, and then you have Enable, I guess, sitting in the back, kind of being sort of the anchor. So I think they bring a lot more aggression now than with Clayster. Whether they'll be better or not, that's to be determined. I'm not really sure, but I think they do bring a lot of aggression to the team now.
Call of Duty Global Pro League action continues here at day 2 of week 2 with the final game of the day. FaZe go toe-to-toe with Enigma 6 in a game which could secure FaZe Clan Stage 2 playoff spot. For Enigma 6, this is a must-win, and bear in mind when these two teams first played, FaZe Clan did 3-0 E6, so even more pressure really being applied over to E6. Joining me on the desk, of course, for the final game, we have the wonderful TP, Call of Duty World Champion, Call of Duty XP winner on the end there, Merc, and a legendary Complexity Coach, Master X.
Hey.
How are you, Joe?
I'm real good, dude. How are you?
What's
buddy? Hanging out.
I'm good, man. We've had a great day of Call of Duty. We have, and it's great that it could potentially finish day 2 with FaZe securing their spot. And it's an interesting one. How much pressure, I guess, is E6 going to be feeling coming into this team?
All of the pressure, honestly, especially getting 3-0 last night. Double round robin's really tough in that regard. That first matchup is pretty much sets the precedent for the rest of the weekend for you. And the fact that they got 3-0, they need to get probably a 3-0 right back just to force some sort of tiebreaker scenario if it does go later on, but we'll get to that later. Regardless, I just focus on that win first off and just focus on those mistakes that they were having last night. But the biggest thing, FaZe just gaining so much momentum, in my opinion. They're finally starting to click together. And man, when you add a player like Gunless, it's really what we expected.
Definitely, he's been a fantastic addition to the FaZe Clan squad. Obviously, we heard in that video, Matt, Zuma says, yeah, both these two games are going to be 3-0. Well, you got the first one, right? Yep. Do you believe the second one is going to be a 3-0 as well for FaZe?
I think it might be. I mean, with the way they beat Enigma 6 the first time, I think the thing that plays really in FaZe's favor is how much pressure is on Enigma 6. They know they need a win, and they know they need it most likely in a 3-0 fashion. Like, by getting 3-0'd yesterday against FaZe, kind of threw a lot of scenarios out of the window favorably for them in map count. So they need a win here. They need a 3-0.
Right.
It's just a ton of pressure on E6.
Especially considering it doesn't look like anytime soon Elevate's going to steal a series either, so you desperately do need that win. Joe, you take a look at the map set. How's it panning out?
Oh, man, a lot of throwback, and that's a lot of pressure from FaZe. They just put so much aggression on the map. When you talk about, I mean, they talked about in the video, Attach, Zuma, and Gunless, all three of those guys, they play fast, man. And we've seen Enigma 6, they also have a very aggressive play style, but it hasn't been working out too much this week because players like Proto, he's been sort of dragging, not playing as well as he normally is. Zuma in that video says both games would have been 3-0. Coming into this, I'd be like, probably not. I thought E6 would maybe get in 1 or 2.
So did I.
So it's going to be crazy.
Pressure on Enigma 6 and what is a must-win matchup, the final game of day 2. We can send it down to our casters for the series. It's Courage and Momo.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, one more final series today. It's a rematch of the last series from yesterday. FaZe Clan going up against Enigma 6. Last time it was a 3-0 for FaZe, and Momo, for me, I think alongside all you guys, we were surprised to see that be that quick of a series to end day 1.
Absolutely. I mean, I had these two teams at the end of this group kind of being that first and second. Ghost Gaming, they've already kind of sweeped in. They're 4-0 so far. But I think these two teams, they will butt heads. I don't see this being another 3-0, Jack.
Well, Enigma 6, you heard it from the analysts, a must-win match. FaZe looking to win their 3rd series in a row. The last 2 were both sweeps. We'll see if they can do it again. Throwback hardpoint to kick things off. This is the CWL Global Pro League Stage 2, Week 2, presented by PS4. Our last match of day 2 could already dictate really the final standings of the weekend.
It really can, and that is the importance of this. FaZe have already taken one over onto E6. But getting things into it, it's going to be throwback Hardpoint. And Jack, the one thing that I want to say is FaZe, they need to keep up that aggression. They need to keep that fast-paced action because Enigma 6, that's exactly what they will do. I feel they need to match it and more.
Well, I think that's also where Enigma 6 struggled earlier against Ghost Gaming, right? Ghost Gaming are fighting fire with fire when it comes to aggression against this E6 team. If FaZe can do the same thing here, that could be a recipe for success. Off the break, they do in the opening gunfights as they'll go up about 15 seconds, but it's E6 charging back off spawn.
All eyes on Gunless to start that off with a nice 2 kills. Grabs himself a couple of points for his team as well. But answering back, Zuma classically on the flank. He's going to find himself behind enemy lines. And now setting up for maybe a couple of points himself. 20 seconds remain. You've got to think of that rotation round to the barn. And it looks like we've got one player, Proto, actually just lingering around. You've got General heading over there as well. But Zuma's going to go down. And FaZe now, they're almost transitioning a little bit too late.
It seems like Zuma so far this weekend, Momo, has had some more opportunities to go ahead and maneuver around the map more freely, especially now with Gunless on this team. We've seen him do more flanks. We've seen him push underpass a lot more on throwback than we're used to spotting in recent events. So far, it looks like he's playing a bit more comfortable, especially now with that hand surgery being done. But as I say that, it is FaZe that are broken into. Enigma 6 finally getting some hill time.
Yeah, 4 kills back to back. 4 from Royalty, 2 from Proto. And again, this is where they can gain a lot of time. There's 40 seconds left on the barn. The one player that is close, it is Zuma. He's picked up one and now going for another one-on-one in the barn. He's going to lose that again. And Enigma 6 will hold on. Another important 1v1 going down here. It's going to be Royalty who falls to Attach, but Attach taken out just like that. And we're going to see an Enigma 6. They should tie things up here against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, that one bullet was all it took. We can Attach enough for the Scarab to take him on out. Thankfully for FaZe, you do have a 2-piece from Enable, which will put him into the green in slaying. And FaZe, look at the spawns they just forced Enigma 6 to have. Back baseball, don't want to have that when moving towards bike path. FaZe will get the scrap time, and they'll have the first bodies in the new hill.
Well, the 2 plays in Respawn that impressed me throughout this weekend for FaZe are definitely Enable and Attach. They have been on fire, really showing what a change can do, because sometimes it's not the player who comes in that makes the biggest impacts, it's the players around them that really can be the ones that change the most. 52 to 32 at this given time, but again, contention coming in.
You can see Enigma 6, they try to push towards middle. Unfortunately for them, FaZe were absolutely ready. And FaZe will charge on through, stop the contest. They want this time, Momo. They are not happy with just keeping it even on this hard point. Everyone from FaZe pulling their weight. On the other side, who's the standout for you that's struggling the most right now?
Well, you've got to look at Enigma 6. I feel it's just the time on the hill. There's only one player actually jumping on there, and that's Proto. I think he needs a little bit more help objectively, but Cade, he's had some great moments. He's had some poor moments this weekend. He needs to turn up right now. We know how this ended last time against FaZe Clan. He needs to turn things around. He'll be looking to do so on the baseball field.
Well, we have some key engagements now going down for both teams at baseball. If we can go ahead and swap on over to Enigma 6, who are currently in control. Enable the closest from FaZe. Smart play from him. You got to like this, Momo. He's just playing his life. He's not going to openly challenge, but if a player walks into his sight line, he'll go ahead and fight it. Now he'll fly forward as his teammates get there. Unfortunately, not ready for General in the back of the map.
The only thing that happens, he flies with his team, so at least it's more of a team fight. And Gunless trying to make a bit of a hero play. He realizes his teammates aren't around him, so he backs off, waits for the squad, and now they will push. Gunless goes down. General is the one to put him in that ground, and you know what? Kate's going to add to the action as well. General, Royalty, all combining here, and FaZe Clan wiped off for another wave. They're going to have to not only get all the way back over there, but they're going to have to win another fight here. Enigma 6 could be right back in this game.
General was 2-6. They rotate, and he gets in the power position he wants at back bathrooms. And now look at him, 8-7 on a 5 streak. No time in the hard point really to show for it, but it's the kills, especially anchoring that back spawn for his team, that is making all the difference. He's now on a 7 streak. We just saw the end of his streak there. Does earn himself a couple score streaks, which could wind up coming into play as this game goes on. The end of our first rotation, it's a 21-second lead for FaZe.
Okay, so back to the train platform. Like you said, 20 seconds. General trying to command his way here over by this high tier, but no, General taken down by Gunless. And Gunless so far so good. 4-kill streak for himself as well. Attach still slaying out, which is what he's been doing all weekend long. Proto just a bit hesitant to get into the mix, and you can see why with the FaZe Clan dominating that middle platform. 3 go down, and FaZe should be able to gather a few points.
Another 2-piece from Zuma. Gunless is trying to stay alive. NV4 in hand. Now dead. 30-second lead for FaZe. That Scarab surprised it lived through that grenade, but either way, Enable thankfully there to watch over his teammate with the 3-piece. NV4 doing what he needs to.
And the crazy thing is, right, you look at the kills, the scoreboard, if you like, no one really going off for FaZe Clan. Everyone's just doing their job, but it's that point in the hill. 30 seconds for Attach and Zuma, a minute for Gunless, nearly 30 seconds for Enable. I just think Proto needs a little bit more help. 6, 2, and 5 for Enigma 6.
Yeah.
Help the guy out.
Well, what can they do to help him right now? It's Proto now in the hard point. Enigma 6 down by 50. FaZe still doing a good job, Momo, of getting towards that back market side. They're fighting for those spawns. How often have we now seen Enigma 6 on this field side trying to push from baseball, finding no success? Here comes another slide through. The E-Rad from Attach is there. FaZe holding strong, now up by a minute.
Yeah, they really need to kind of gather and choose what they're doing. It seems like 2 players are on one page, 2 are on the other. However, 142 to 75 nearly. They're doubling the score. FaZe Clan are here to play. And you know what? They're here to win as well. 3-1 was the last score. I feel like FaZe, they're gunning for that spot.
Well, this is an example, right? And we talked about this earlier this weekend with FaZe, where they wind up outslaying narrowly in a hard point, but still lose the game, right? In that 10-second swing. How different is it right now where they have a very slight slaying edge, but they've doubled the score of E6. They're putting so much focus on the objective. Extremely selfless play.
I hate to call people out mid-game, but Cade, you're 9 and 18, double negative. You got 9 seconds on the hill. What is he bringing to the team? The one thing I did hear last time was his communications were on point, but that's not good enough against the likes of FaZe Clan, Jack.
Well, look, earlier we had General at 2 and 6. Slow start from him. That's when Enigma 6 went down by about 20. Then, as General picks it up, at 16 and 14 now, you had Cade, who's now completely fallen off. There's always been a player on E6 who's just been struggling. I saw a few people from the European Call of Duty scene talking about Elevate as well, having that same misfortune so far this weekend. Obviously, a little bit more extreme for them. But either way, not having all 4 players gunning at the same time is a major reason why FaZe are now up by 80 seconds.
Well, FaZe Clan, they're on the same page, and it's the right page here. They're 170 and breaking into that 200 mark will be probably over at the baseball field. Proto picking up 2. Zuma trying to answer back with the double himself, but it's not going to happen. Cast your eyes to the minimap, though, because you're looking at those yellow arrows. It's Enigma 6 who are set up first, and there's only one player that can stop them. It's Attached just in the top blue here. Can he stay alive just for a couple of seconds?
Cade trying to get to that window, doesn't actually spot. Oh, now he did. Now he did. Nicely done. The shot beat down for everybody at home. 1 bullet and a quick melee right after is basically an insta-kill. And Cade showed it right there.
Proto taken down by Zuma. That's 2 fallen, but you see the spawns from Enigma 6. They're going to spawn at blue due to where FaZe are pushing in. This is going to be a bloodbath, and one side's go up and down. We're going to see Cade fall as well. Back to back. The kill feed looking like very tempting spot here. Enigma 6 trying to break through, trying to get into that hard point.
So I don't actually agree with how FaZe played that moment. They get the first 2 kills. Yes, they know E6 are going to be spawning close, but right there, they stop their forward momentum and try to call in a Scarab as the lead blocker.
And the one thing as well, calling in that Scarab, you're taking yourself off the map.
Yeah.
You're putting your team in harm's way, and I agree with you. Enable's going to bite back with 2, find himself a 3-kill streak, but Enigma 6 definitely not out of this game. Yes, they're about 70, 80 points down here, but we've seen what Enigma 6 can do on Hardpoint. We need to get Cade on the right page here, but it looks like we're getting a little bit more help objectively.
Enable making all the right moves right now. Trinity Rocket does get 2 for General, but the damage has already been done as this lead is still up to 70 seconds for FaZe. Camo ready for Gunless. Zuma with his payload as well. Attach 1 kill away from his.
He's got it.
A bunch of utility now going to come into play as we rotate towards Barn again in 30 seconds.
Attach once again. The slaying has really been there for him this weekend. And he was kind of the standout player, I think, for Teep going off day 1. However, still on a tear is Gunless. FaZe Clan are stepping it up here. They're taking all these points away from the train platform. And you've got to think about the next one. Over towards the barn. FaZe have probably got the better position too. They've got 4 payloads, Jack.
Oh my goodness. This game should end here. FaZe already again rotating on over. Gunless wins the one-on-one gunfight. Centurion dropped in the hill. I do think, yes, General will cut it down right away. But look, FaZe has still got that back spawn. Zuma just still spawned up in back market. So they will keep bodies near this hard point. Payloads being popped everywhere between these teams. Royalty and crew know how important it is to keep bodies in this hard point right now.
The crazy thing is, picking up a big 2-piece there. Does finally fall. He's going to use his payload. Doesn't come off with anything, as he will go down after the 2-piece himself. But again, Enigma 6, they are not going down without a fight. 30 seconds still left on the hard point, and we're ticking to that time where we are certainly going to go to the bike path here. But you've got to fight this out. Enigma 6 cannot give any time to FaZe.
Camo being popped now from FaZe. It's Gunless 2. Make it 3. Yes, he will. The payload at least stops some time for E6, gives his teammates time to move back towards the hard point. FaZe want every second they can get, Momo. They have been unrelenting on these pushes towards the objective this entire map.
And the great thing is about FaZe now, they're in such a position where they can just trade off points on hard points. They don't have to go 1 ahead or 2 ahead. They can just split the time evenly, and they're going to come out with the W here. They're 18 points away. We will still see Enigma 6 in control. General is on that hard point, and the Scarab is out, so keeping FaZe at bay. But 2 go down. The Scarab picks up a double. You don't see that every day. And General finding the 3rd. There's the 4th. Wiped off. Enigma 6, they are not going down without a fight.
All right, now they just need to do that, 5 more times. Again, Scarab out. General earns another. He's got the Centurion still protecting him as well, so go ahead, slide on through. They'll get stunned up. He is weak, so he's, nice job falling back from that Scarab. Gives him enough time to gain just enough HP to live through it. Proto now with camo of his own. Oh, he's been spotted. He gets spotted by Enable and weakened before he can really get too much damage done. Attaching Gunless in the hard point. FaZe want to end the map right here.
Yep, and you know what? Time is ticking away. I feel like Enigma 6, they're just denying the inevitable of FaZe Clan coming out on top. But time and time again, they're proving me wrong. I thought we were ending at bike path. We're heading to the baseball field, Jack.
The fact that this game is still going on, as you mentioned, surprises me enough.
Yeah.
2 kills now for FaZe, just 2 more to find, and this game will be done. Proto's the last hope for Enigma 6. Oh my goodness, turns and burns onto attach, and they're still in this game.
Okay, we've got a Scarab. Maybe you can keep them at bay, stun them a little bit. But the one thing that I will say is 1 break is all it needs. You got 4 players from FaZe, all dropping 30 bombs. The interactions are off the charts here. And again, time is ticking away. FaZe, they want to push together, but people are getting picked off left, right, and center. Proto needs to go big. He's going to find 1. Can he finish him? Yes, he can. 3 go down. Enigma 6, they've got 30 seconds left on the baseball field, and that mini-map shows that they could take every single second.
Still down by 45. FaZe, all they have to do is push in for the last bit of scrap time. E6 know this, so they can't overextend towards middle map. 2 more players still here. It's Attach winning the one-on-one gunfight. Can Proto clutch up in the hard point? Does it appear so yet? Yes, he does. But no one's near in middle.
They need to rotate. The 2 players have seen it, and the smart thing for General is not to go for the points, but go for the kills. You need to get them off before you can even do anything. The FTL to speed up the movement. He's going to find 1 in the back. 2 points is all they need, and you're going to have Gunless slip in. 250 is going to finally come in for FaZe Clan. And how long was that taking for them?
Jesus, too long of a map there for both teams, I'd say. But in the end, it is FaZe who wind up winning it because of that large lead they built themselves earlier on. It shows how tough it is to make miraculous comebacks, Momo, on a map like Throwback.
It really is. Rotations, it has to be on point, and when you've got to go for every single second, you can't give up that rotation. You saw the baseball field. It went down to the 1v1. They won it, great, but you've got to have players ready on that next one. General did all he could, and I tell you what, I thought it was ending bike path. I thought it was ending on the baseball field. We see it go to the train platform, but like I said, they were kind of denying the inevitable there. FaZe Clan, they go 1-0 up.
FaZe Clan are up 1-0, a must-win series for Enigma 6. Just got a hell of a lot harder. We know Elevate, they're out of contention at this point now, but it's still the battle for top 2. Who will wind up making it in towards playoffs? We'll wind up potentially finding out at the end of this series. Either way, we have a whole nother day of matches tomorrow. Momo, for you, does Elevate stand any chance at getting anything better than top 32 at champs?
Drastic changes need to be made. Not roster changes. Of course, we know that can't happen. But something needs to change. I need to get Watson that MV4. He needs to go back and shoot 2,000 bots a day or something. He needs to really work on it. Maybe they need to borrow Spacely's notebook. I don't know. But something major needs to happen with that team.
Yeah.
And I look towards Reedy for that. The captaincy, he is playing well himself. He needs to kind of radiate through that through his team. It's difficult to say.
You mentioned changes that need to be made. One change that happened was behind some of the leadership on FaZe Clan. We caught up with Enable prior to this weekend to talk more about it.
I don't feel any added pressure now that I'm stepping into the in-game leader, because I've been doing that a lot. It just hasn't been shown to the public, I would say. So I'm fairly comfortable with this role.
I think Enable fills a leadership role pretty well. Even when Clay was on the team, he didn't really have that much of a leadership role. A lot of people see him screaming on stage, and a lot of people call him our leader. But even when Clay was on the team, and he would even tell you himself that Enable was pretty much our leadership role even when he was on the team.
I'm a pretty outspoken player. I've kind of been a leader for most of the teams I've been on, so I think I'll be in a pretty good spot to do so.
Clayster would hype us up, like get the energy going a little bit, but Enable was definitely more so the in-game leader.
I think being around first-person shooters for as long as I have and having that experience really helps me because I can kind of tell my teammates who are still fairly newer, I guess, compared to me in the scene, how it is switching a teammate, kind of forming that new relationship so late into a game and really mixing up that team chemistry. So me having that experience, and I've been through it multiple times before in my career, I think that helps a lot for the newer guys.
Played that video again just to spite Clayster, who I think is right now in the chat. Clay, if you can hear me, I love and miss you, and I look forward to seeing you very, very soon. But we actually have some pretty standout numbers from this FaZe Clan team. One of them comes in Search and Destroy. Look at Gunless atop that leaderboard, a 1.93, 4 plants and 4 defuses. He's leading in KD. He's leading in plants except for Cade, who I just noticed had 9. And he's leading in defuses as well. The man's doing it all.
The kind of crazy thing is he doesn't take camo in SnD. That was the craziest thing to me. But Gunless, yeah, I think he just dropped double digits for his first 2 ever SnDs on LAN with FaZe. He was right there behind at like 8 and 9. He's been playing fantastic, especially in the Search and Destroys. But the one thing I will say, you know, he has been, you know, kind of changing the game for FaZe. I think Attach just could kind of come out his shell. Enable's been stepping it up. It's a fresh FaZe we got right here.
Ooh, he's rocking the jersey. He's rocking the hat. He's sipping on some water. The guy's ready for game 2. So am I.
Still strange to see, though, in a FaZe jersey.
I know.
Just doesn't look right yet.
I still need a FaZe jersey. I'm a large. If someone can FaZe, send that on over, please. As well as Enigma 6, still a large. But either way, right? E6, you need to win this series. He just dropped the hard point to FaZe, came down to the wire. Hardpoint's been frustrating to watch from these guys, Momo, because even you think of that retaliation earlier today, they were down by 100 and brought it back to, what, a 6-second loss?
Yeah.
On that bridge hill. Twice now today, we've seen a huge deficit for E6. They start to turn things around, play like they can, and then they drop the map because of it.
I think it's very difficult for them right now because at the moment, for the past few series they've been playing, they've had one player just kind of lagging behind a little bit. I think Cade needs to step it up in favor of E6, but I think Royalty just needs to continue. He's been really, really strong. Just kind of watching Royalty brings me so much joy, just like the way he moves around the map.
Yeah.
If he can continue to do that, we could see a very, very close game. Of course, Enigma 6 and FaZe have already played once here. Will FaZe solidify their spot at the playoffs? That's the question. I know a lot of people back home, a lot of fans watching will want that to happen. This new, fresh roster showing signs of life. They were a bit shaky on day 1, Jab, but they seem to be finding their feet now.
I'm going to tell you something right here.
Tell me.
E6 wins this map, we're going to a game 5. If FaZe wins this map, it's a 3-0 again for FaZe.
I mean, 2 3-0s against obviously a top North American team like Enigma 6 really does kind of make a statement in itself here, but we're going to jump on board with Enigma 6. They're going to be on the attack first, and it looks like they've got a free bomb plant here. Ooh. Well, there we go. Attach kicking things off with the first blood.
First blood. Cade now dead. Proto with the bomb, and he's going to go ahead and try to get this down. Wow, Royalty's been spotted too. Twice these guys just get tagged.
Okay, nice.
Why does this always happen with Attach? What is happening with Attach and grenades?
I have no idea right now. Royalty and Zuma. Royalty with the double, but a 1v2 for Enable. And this is still a very tricky spot, and that's kind of crazy. I was looking at the stats before, chat.
What just happened?
I mean, Attach nade himself's not going to help anyone.
How do you even do that?
I mean, throw a nade at the floor, make it bounce back off a wall.
I've never done that.
Jack, I actually dispute that. I'm going to dispute that. I'm going to be the first to do that. I've seen you do that.
I have 5 or 6 vivid memories in just the last few months of where I've done that.
Yeah, okay.
You caught me.
One thing I will say, Jack, you gave me a fun fact before. I was looking at the stats. Ghost Gaming, they had 19 first bloods this weekend. 18 of those rounds they've won. FaZe got the first blood and they throw it away that easily. Kind of crazy to think. Infinite Warfare, I really do feel that first blood means so much in Search and Destroy.
Oh, most certainly. Especially when last weekend we were talking about how teams that planted first and got first blood didn't wind up securing those rounds. It's been the polar opposite, showing how good of a team Ghost is, especially in Search and Destroy. There's a second round in a row where FaZe get first blood. Last time they couldn't convert it. This time we'll see if their luck changes.
Well, Attach is still on the map, which does help. 4v3 with 35 seconds. They need to go for the defuse, but the position of the bomb really isn't going to help them. They've got control of the top market. Zuma's going to put General in the ground, and a 2v4 with 29 seconds. Looks like only one way. FaZe Clan, they're looking for the first round on this map.
And Royalty, I believe, also just has a K-bar. So where's their opportunity to kill the players off that back cover on market? Yeah, you hear the NV4 spraying on down. At this point, if you're Enigma 6, you've just got to try something. But you're being flanked by Gunless with an SMG. FaZe tie up the game.
Well played from FaZe. They played the clock very, very well there. The bomb positioning was perfect. The control of top market was perfect. A clinical round. And again, the first blood really paying off for them this time. FaZe Clan do tie things up 1 apiece here. And I think this could be a very, very close search and destroy. If we do go to that game 5, Jack, like you said, I think these SnDs between these two teams are going to be nail biters.
Oh, 100%. And that's all you could ask for. General and Royalty, they've been some of the standout players for Enigma 6 in SnD this weekend. Full stack from FaZe. More of a standard strategy, but I could hear Enable yelling, Hall, Hall, all there, all there. He saw 4 players cross that area. Attached, just trying to get out with his life. Enigma 6 try up something different, but they keep their focus on that top A site, and they'll get a second plant for this game.
Yeah, Enable's going to be taken out pretty quickly in that round, coming from Cade. And now with the bomb plant, this is where Enigma 6 can really take control of that Cathedral, and they're going to get the second as well. It's Cade himself. General leaves Gunless only in a 1v4, and you've got to help. Is it just a visit over the fence? Yes, it is. And down a hole.
If Attach wins that 1v1 gunfight against Cade, I believe that was on Market Stairs, they have a chance. But once he dies there, you know that that round is ending quickly. Yeah, General, again, up close and personal with the AR. One of the better players I've seen this weekend, whether it's an NV4 or a K-Bar, at controlling his ADS in close range engagements like that. So Enigma 6, 2 rounds on offense, 2 rounds secured near that A site.
FaZe will be the round in this round, attacking. They'll be heading over to A, which is the first time, I believe. However, they're going to be matched straight up by General and Curse.
Oh, if they hit the outer wall run, they win this round.
A better grenade from Attach this time, obviously on the opposing team. And again, first blood for FaZe.
I actually am really surprised to see teams not be ready to blow up those cars. It's one of the biggest strategies at Hardpoint. You have your lead guy blow up the vehicle for your teammate who's going to play in the hill. They're just standing next to 3 exploding cars. He winds up paying the ultimate price.
I felt FaZe were in a very vulnerable position there, but Enigma 6 have actually backed off. Of course, they can't see what we can, and they're going to go for the full wrap. Now, Enable may be expecting a push here coming from Broken side. Little does he know, they're all over towards this graveyard.
Has Gunless spotted anything as of yet? I don't believe so. Yeah, he's not expecting someone to be close. Will win the one-on-one gunfight, but there's a trade opportunity now for Cade. There it is. 1 versus 2. Zuma left last alive, and whoop, Cade's now seen him.
Yeah, he's been spotted, and he knows now that one will be kind of just rushing at him.
He can hop it. It's not planted for Zuma. This was a terribly played out round from FaZe.
Absolutely.
They planted it on the opposite side of the bomb.
Yeah, they kind of pushed right round and set up on the wrong side. The one thing we've been saying all weekend long, and to be honest, all year, is no one kind of just hops on the bomb and goes for that ninja. You know, even in a 2v1, they're looking for you, they're seeking you. But when you've got the bomb in that position, it's so easy.
That's one where if Cade sees the bomb planted on the other side, he goes and challenges with his teammate.
Yeah.
Because he sees it planted on the Cathedral side and no one from FaZe is even near there, of course he's going to hop it right away.
Prone and Defuse. Enigma 6 lead 3-1 in the search and destroy. Going into round number 5. Attach again, first blood. And there we go, followed by second and third, and good luck to Proto in a 1v4. He's already 0-3. This is not going to help him.
That was just unacceptable from Enigma 6. They try to go for a flank onto Attach. Attach 1 reads it like a book, and then he turns and snaps right onto General for the second kill. They try something, they get buried in bedroom. 3-2. FaZe regain after that rough round loss.
All 4 were hunting him down there.
Oh, yeah.
You are not getting away.
Well, they don't want him to get off the map, right?
Absolutely. He was trying to wiggle his way around. Not going to happen. Attach starts the round with the first and ends it with the last. Attach again, standing out here in the series so far. Enigma 6, though, could be about to go 2-0 down here. They find themselves 3-2 in the lead at this given time. But FaZe, can they tie things up here?
Enigma 6, they've been doing this 2-2 pressure. Last round on defense, it was towards Bridge. This time now, Hotel Hallway. Royalty, 1 shot. It's Zuma. You know he's going to fly at you and get first blood. Another first blood for FaZe in this game, too.
It's going to be followed up by a couple of kills. You just know it. Attach and Cade are going to trade things out in a 2v3 for Enigma 6. There's gunfights going down, but one's turned his back. Make it 2. Proto cleans up, and now Enable left alone is going to be all up to Cade. Enable knows where he is as well. Getting vivid memories of the way Fnatic kind of qualified over that green car. But no. He's made a dash for it. Cade is going to get out the way, but Enable makes quick action plays.
He's dead. Cade should have him here.
Is he?
Cade should have him here. No, Enable! Beautifully done. Backs on up. I thought, you saw Cade running through. I thought it was going to get the timing. He stops for 2 seconds, and in that time, it's enough for Enable to not only get off the bomb, but get enough distance. You see there, he knows to just build some range. You have an NV4, don't play it close. Beautifully done by Enable to bring FaZe back to a 3-3 game.
And you've got to think there, you know, on the side of Cade, it was a real 50-50 opportunity. You know, is he planting? Has he decided to chase you and go for that kill?
Yep.
Unfortunately for him, he guessed wrong. Enable flying high, and there you go. Call-outs made. He has spotted them. And maybe you're going to see those two players over at B, maybe either rotate or push through, as we do see a very split-up FaZe. Let's go into round number 7. A minute left on the clock. No bomb down just yet. Enable, he's getting a lot of information.
And look, he's just, that grenade, it's just to zone out his opponents. He blows up the cars. FaZe have now had enough time to rotate on over. 35 seconds off the clock, and Enigma 6 are now moving through their spawn and playing a different site.
Yeah, really smart play from Enigma 6. You know, some people and players, they kind of dedicate themselves and say at the start of the round, let's go to A. And some players don't like, you know, changing halfway through a round. They overcommit sometimes, but a very smart Enigma 6, they've gone to B. They've gained control of the bedroom here, and Cade is going to have to reload. That's going to punish him, and Enable in and out like that. Cade is going to fall. Ooh, and a strong gunfight from Zuma with the Erad from that range. General disabled there, as we're going to see Royalty left in a 1v3. You can only think that it's going one way.
That's a great round from FaZe. Look at the communication in top bedroom, right? The first player from FaZe gets a bullet or two into Cade, I believe that was. Enable would never push that with an NV4.
No.
If he didn't get the call out that he was weak. Immediately hears he's weak, says, hey, he's right behind the bed. He's got a couple shots at him. What does Enable do? Slides, jumps, beams him right there. Gets the second kill. Zuma with some brilliant shots, which really just opened that round up wide open for FaZe to secure.
And just the fact as well, as a player, kind of, you're listening for how many, you know, he's just spraying them bullets. Like, he can't have many left. He's probably going for the reload. Very, very smart from Enable here. And they do take the lead in the search and destroy. 2 rounds away from making it 2-0. But you got a very aggressive General here, sneaking up behind.
This E6 team, they always try something new. This time now, it's a long flank. They've been more spread on the map. They're letting General make their play. Simple as that. Attach sees one. Enable just killed Zuma with a Scarab.
Wow, and Enable actually, I thought was spotted by General. I thought that first kill meant a double, but no. Enable's got pretty lucky on that side, and he could have got some timing onto General. Yes, he has it. Enables the camo, 25 away from the bombardment. Sneaking away with his life there as he takes 3 hit markers. But left in a 2v1 now. Royalty is last alive. He's been spotted, and that call-out will be made. I don't know how, but FaZe have just got the better of it.
You don't know how. I can tell you right now, Gunless is just hiding inside Bike Shop. One player goes to help push Enable. Gunless kills him. Second player challenges Enable. Enable gets out with his life. The rear guard saves him. And because of that, Gunless is then able to shoot a second player in the back with the Erad.
FaZe 1 kill away from making this a 5-3. You've got Enable with the camo. More than likely won't be needed at all for this 30 seconds. Bomb is down. And look at the positioning.
Yep, it's so smart. You had Enable trying the Llama God wall run, getting what information he can. Now they'll get closer to the site. If worst comes to worst, they still have camo as a get-out-of-jail-free card and streaks from Enable.
15 seconds, not needed. FaZe 5, Enigma 6, 3. And going into round number 9, you've got to think here now. Camo, streaks, the momentum that they have. FaZe looking for
4 rounds in a row, that momentum. I think people forgot how good Gunless was at Search and Destroy because we missed him at Anaheim.
I'll be the first to admit, I miss Gunless.
Oh, 100%. Think, forward hat Gunless, since he put the hat on forward, FaZe are 7-0 in maps. I don't know.
I say he turns it around for map 3.
Life's a simulation, right, Enable? Guess this is a part of that simulation.
Absolutely. Royalty, though, is going to draw first blood for Enigma 6 here. Just what they needed going into an all-important round. They need 3 back-to-back. They can't lose 1, and that's going to help as well.
Oh, this is best-case scenario. They just get a Trinity rocket burned by Enable. Enable uses that Trinity. They're not expecting General on the flank. Ooh, almost chains together both as a body stack, but that is actually the best thing that could have happened. Enable dies 25 points off the bombardment.
Yep.
Not sure why FaZe are trying to force that round victory. especially when they're on defense and the bomb's already been planted. I don't know what they're doing there.
I think the one thing when it comes to like that round 7, round 8, you want to close it out, because if you don't, that's when you start giving them camo. That's when you start giving them reactive armor.
Yeah.
And then they start to get that momentum. This 4 kind of round lead that they had, or 4 rounds in a row, you're starting to give them a little bit of a taster.
This one is going to be quick. Here we go, 4v4 gunfight near bridge. Unable calling out what he can to his teammates. Azuma able to get one before he's taken to the grave. A second challenge now from Royalty, who begins to fly around with this K-bar. We'll put Gunless and Attach in a 2v3.
Enable almost froze there. Attach goes big. He kills one. He stays alive, but he's been spotted. He needs the help of Gunless. Gunless is going to find one. And now a 2v1 Enable. Oh my goodness. I say Enable. It was Attach. What am I saying? I don't even know. But FaZe 2-0.
That gunfight victory by Gunless sums up what he brings to this FaZe team. His K-bar is one of the best in competitive COD. No expressions on the face of E6. Their playoff hopes are disappearing in front of them now as they're down 2-0.
Absolutely. Enigma 6 going into this whole weekend, I was thinking, you know what? They're finishing top 2, but can they take that first spot? I actually thought they would. I thought this FaZe may be a bit iffy.
Yeah.
I thought Enigma 6 may be looking for that #1 seed, but no. FaZe, they're looking dominant, 2-0 up already. And you know what? You said it, Jack. You said if they win map 2, it's going to end 3-0.
If FaZe now take this uplink, yes, they've done their job. They've beaten Enigma 6 in 2 sweeps, but I know what their main goal will be, and that is getting revenge against Ghost Gaming potentially tomorrow. They still have a series to finish today. FaZe now up 2-0 as they continue to steamroll right on through week 2. Here is your G Fuel key player matchup for FaZe and Enigma 6. Proto versus Enable. Proto, the superstar in the objective, and the uplink, at times can fall behind in KD, especially with the struggles they've had against Ghost Gaming earlier this weekend. Enable, on the other hand, again, that slower-paced AR that his team needs. He's not going to be the one putting up the big points, but it's that 1.10 consistent uplink KD that FaZe love to have. This has been your G Fuel key player matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our final series of the night. FaZe up 2-0 over Enigma 6. And I'm actually very excited to announce we've got a guest caster, pro caster for this game 3. It is none other than our playoff-bound, fantastic European team. It's Scraps from Fnatic. Scraps, my friend, thank you so much for being here. He flew all the way out. Scraps, I got a great question for you. Gotta hear from you guys. What does it feel like to finally have qualified for playoffs? How are you guys feeling after that big weekend?
Yeah, I just think, me and my brother, we're actually doing pretty well, with Tommy. But yeah, Sunny B's just a piece of lard.
I can't do it. Put this down. We're ready for game 3. We're having some fun with Scraps, one of the big new names in competitive Call of Duty that everyone seems to love. They'll be playoff bound. Unfortunately, their European brethren in Elevate won't be. They will not be. But FaZe could be joining them right now.
They could be.
In these playoffs with this potential map victory here. You think it's done now, 3-0?
I think, yeah, I'm going to go 3-0 FaZe. They're looking confident. They're looking very good as a team. And I think it's just another statement here for the new FaZe roster.
Okay. I have to agree. I said it prior to map 2. I mentioned that FaZe, if they win the SnD, there's a 3-0. If Enigma 6 won the SnD, we would have been going to a game 5. As you all know, FaZe did win that Search and Destroy off the backs of a great performance from Gunless. As you can see there, some insane round scenarios that they wind up winning. E6, this has been kind of the most down they've looked on themselves this weekend, and it's for good reason, Momo. They're on the verge of finishing only 3rd.
Yeah, and, 3rd this time. Stage 1, it meant something here where, you solidified champs, you solidified your Stage 2. 3rd here just means, you're not in the playoffs. It's such a disappointment here for these guys, and all 3 teams will want to finish in that top 2 spot.
Yeah.
But, of course, only 2 can.
And our big story then for Sunday would be, can FaZe take first from Ghost Gaming?
I mean, Ghost, they're currently 4-0. Yep. Ghost have already beaten FaZe. So, FaZe have not only got to beat Ghost, they've got to beat him in a certain way. It's going to be difficult, most definitely for FaZe, but it's possible. It is possible, and a lot of, like I said before, a lot of FaZe fans out there will want that to happen.
Sorry, just had to push Scraps out of the way there.
Oh, he's full of... Yeah.
Here we go. We are ready for game number 3. As this could be the end of Enigma 6 playoff hopes here in Stage 2.
Scraps doesn't smell too good either,
We've got a lot of things in common.
Scraps will be joining us for playoffs. However, one of these teams trying to book themselves a spot in that playoff. Is it FaZe? Is it Enigma 6? Enigma 6, they're 2-0 down here. We're going into the uplink. And you know what, E6, they were always renowned to be a very, very strong uplink team. The Royalty, obviously, or Royalty joining them, a lot of people said it kind of dampened their uplink.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Enigma 6, they get the point of the board right away. That's what they needed. Cade with the 2-0 start. No, can't get the 3rd. Enable at least cleans out his base. And because of that kill, the rest of FaZe can now overextend towards middle map, Momo, and get a presence towards this new drone spawn. Love what I'm seeing from them right there.
Okay, so they need to regain the control of the platform. It's all about mid-control. Obviously, on Uplink Throwback, you need to kind of have that high lane, and so far, so good for the likes of Enigma 6. Great to see Cade having a good start. 4-on-1 for him as he does fall there to attach. However, a minute has passed, and 1 point has been scored. Enigma 6, they lead 1-0.
Enigma 6 still doing what they can to keep control of top ticket on FaZe's side of the map. You just saw Zuma with that kill on the Royalty. Does remove him from that position, as he's still just pushing forward with this E-Rad. Getting aggressive with the sub. Fight fire with fire when it comes to E6's aggression. So far with Gunless on this team, FaZe have done a great job of matching it.
Okay, well, Gunless has that drone in his hand. He's pushing forward. He's the first one there. And He only has one player to help, and that's Attach, and he's going to be coming up against 3 Enigma 6 players, so he reroutes himself back to the middle, finds himself a couple of players. Attach finding a kill will help him as well, but staying alive is the important thing. He might want to drop the drone right now as 3 players go down, get that weapon back out. Not going to help him here. It's all full 4 for FaZe Clan.
General, what does he do? Rush right towards top food. Stay alive, then re-challenge with your team. Beautiful shot as he beams right on over to Zuma. There's the second to enable. The one-man wrecking crew, that is General, a 5 streak from him, now double positive. Spots a 6th as well, and he's the reason why Proto's able to throw in that 1.
2-0 to Enigma 6. So far, so good. FaZe Clan seems to be a little bit struggling in the slain department, but Attach, once again, 7 and 4. 4-kill streak for him. He's working towards that Scarab with 1 more kill. He's taken damage. He has been spotted, but he's got the help of his teammates, Gunless and Zuma. They now take control. Attach finally gets his hands on the drone, but he could be caught out from the right-hand side. That bowling area is going to call for the help of his teammate. Not going to get it. And 2 players make it, 3 do fall. And FaZe, they're going to have to reset here as Enigma 6. They're going to start another attack.
General just keeps getting towards this lemon side. They have not touched field yet, and I really can't blame them. It's been working up to this point. They're up 2-0. They're just trying to keep the submachine guns from FaZe as far as possible away from their top middle window. Proto getting fancy with the drone. Gunless accidentally team kills Attached though, so it would have been a 4v2 number advantage in middle. Instead, it's just a 2v3 that Enigma 6 will have to overcome.
Zuma's gone big with the double kill and now can push forward. That aggressive play will pay off for him. Finds the number 3. And even though Proto does take him down, that aim enables so many gaps and, you know, avenues for FaZe to push forward. Could this be the first point on the board for FaZe? Are they going to go for a safe one? It looks good. It is good. FaZe and Gunless is going to be the one to strike back. 1.5 minutes left on the clock here in the first half. Of course, potentially our last map of the day, Jack.
Potentially the last map of the day, indeed. Would have been another quick one. Because of all the 3-0s, I believe we've had 7 series up to this point. 5 have been 3-0s, 2 have been game 4s, with another potential for a 3-0 here if FaZe can wind up turning up in these next, 6 minutes of play. But General and crew, they have something else they want to say about it. General now 11-8, his best start so far this series. Enigma 6 just keep grabbing the drone Momo and just throwing it forward for yards, doing whatever they can to stop 1-point play potential from FaZe.
Yeah, it's a really smart play as well, because it's not having a player without their weapon in hand. At all times, they're getting that drone, they're thrown away, and they've got 4 players pushing. Sometimes I feel FaZe, sometimes just hold on to it a little bit too long, dance around, go back and forth, and I think Enigma 6 is showing really how Uplink should be played. However, that drone's reset. It's going to go in the hands of Proto as Caden General add to the mix as well. Another 1-point play potential, but we're going to see FaZe Clan respawn back at their base, a potential interception.
Oh!
A nice, smart interception from Attach as Enable.
He got up there for that one, huh?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, Attach. Showing off his flyers right there as he goes soaring through the sky. Zuma, how many times have we seen him at underpass? Remember I talked about this earlier?
Yep.
How it just seems like he's more free to push towards underpass, try to play pinches, try to play flanks. Right now he's only 12 and 13. Yes, it hasn't worked out too well for FaZe, but I like that they keep trying to put on this different type of pressure onto E6.
And I think the discussion is always going to come up, what would have happened with Clay here? How is Gunless affecting this? And, yes, they've kind of lost that very static assault rifle, which can just kind of dominate. But the one thing that Gunless is doing is being more aggressive, which is enabling Zuma to be more aggressive. He kind of feels more comfortable, it looks like. However, they're 2-1 down.
They are.
5 minutes left, obviously, on the second side. But going into this, we've already seen, I think, 3 uplinks now, where the first half's been super, super close, and then suddenly 8 or 9 points have been scored.
Remember, Enigma 6, Maven mentioned it, the only team, well, not the only team, sorry, the best team in uplink statistically in stage 1 in their regular group stage. Not been the same case here this weekend. They've definitely struggled a little bit more with Royalty on this team. It was brought up during the Black Ops 3 season a little bit at times, with Royalty having some different pacing issues, maybe playing a little bit too selfishly in these different types of game modes.
Yeah.
Especially in CTF is where he got a lot of critiques, if you remember from last year. Right now, you can't really blame him for their struggles, but you got to begin to wonder, what exactly is it that has gone downhill for them in this game 3?
Okay, well, we're kicking things off here as the second half has begun, and Enigma 6 started strong as they finished the last one. General 17, make it 18 kills as he puts Enable to bed. Proto's got to answer back, not finding the second. Zuma does shut him down. Luckily, that was close range with the Erad. Otherwise, could have found himself in a lot of trouble. Royalty and Cade, though, they're putting the pressure on. The interesting thing is that drone hasn't moved. It's still going back and forth, and all they're trying to do here is get that roll. Wow, Enable.
That can't happen.
And again.
Enable. That cannot happen if you're Enigma 6. He was one shot. You had 2 players there. It should have been an easy cleanup. Instead, now the drone moving forward. This is to tie the game. No, take the lead. Gunless going for the dunk. There it is, and they give it to the player who's obviously rocking that active camo. They want him to get as much score as he can because right now, look at him, 9 and 15.
Absolutely, and a selfless play, and a smart play, I would say, coming in from Gunless there to give that away, and the man is on your screen. Get rid of that drone, he wants a gunfight, he gets it and he wins it. Proto does fall, and it's answered back very, very quickly here. But again, we're going into potentially the last 3 minutes of this game, and there's only 1 point separating these 2 North American Titans here. FaZe Clan have been so consistent throughout the year, but they fell off just towards the end. They've made a change here. It looks like it's making an impact.
Did you hear that sound? Didn't get to see it too much. Overdrive burned right there from Enigma 6. General no longer with that payload, and it's for nothing. So that's a big one. Coming down to the end of side 2, where payloads are so important, Overdrive will not be a tool to have if you're on the side of Enigma 6.
Caden Proto are going to stop that push from FaZe Clan here. But payload's so important. We're going to see, obviously, maybe Camo come in a little bit later, reactive armor as well. But payloads, they're crucial in a game mode like Uplink. Gunless and Enable are going to put 3 away.
He reads it like a book.
Perfect play from Attach there as he hits number 19.
Attach reads it like a book, still keeping his left analog stick move forward as he's just trying to sprint up into the base of Enigma 6. Proto, though, with that K-bar.
Okay.
Does stop it, and this is big for Gunless. Huge. Him just staying alive there for that extra moment, look what it does. Keeps the drone on their side of the map, gives his teammates enough time to come off spawn. Caden Crew trying to clear a lane for this drone to move forward. Proto with the 1. Ties the game, 3-3.
2 minutes left on the clock, and Gunless is going to respawn, get back in the action, and now they're going to start a push of their own. Zuma, I like what he's doing here. He's not grabbing that drone. He's going forward with the ERAD. He's getting in the face of Enigma 6, but he's not going to walk. Proto shuts him down as well as Attach, and now the drone is all up to Enable. He's going to pick it up, maybe push it forward towards Grandmas, and he's going to find him. Wait, can he find a 1 out of this? Not going to happen. Royalty shoots him straight back, in the back, should I say. And again, we still sit here with 90 seconds left, all tied up.
Gunless is just trying to get Camo. That's going to be the race in these final 90 seconds. Remember, this guy was 9 and I believe 16. Now 17 and 21. He's turned it up a little bit more in slaying. Oh, yeah. That's why he's even close to earning this payload. He was nowhere near it. Just
I like
a little
this.
bit ago.
I like this from Zuma. He's just playing fast. He's playing very, very in the face. But this drone needs to start going forward. He needs the help. And yes, he's taking the pressure away from them. But you've just got to feel, where was that? That was 2 or 3 seconds late coming in from FaZe there. And now the worrying thing is all 4 players are pushing down this top side of the minimap. And they can go for a 1 or maybe 2-point play with this Camo.
They've got Camo. They need to kill the lead blocker. Here goes Proto right now, popping as he turns the corner. He slides on out. They've lost him. They're going to try to portal block what they can. Gunless hops into it. He doesn't, but he still gets the dunk. Smart defensive play from Gunless, but the dunk still goes through.
45 seconds. Gunless needs to grab Camo. He's got it. Gunless has the Camo. He's picked up the kill. That's what they needed. To tie this up now, they need to get that drone, get the kills they have done. They need to get this drone to Gunless. On your mini-map, it's number 2. He's the one with it. Is he going to pop it? He's so weak. He didn't want to use it. But 30 seconds, you've got to do something. All 3 players go down. It's all up to Attach.
He's last alive. Goes for a 1.
He gets it.
Connect.
With Camo, they can grab a 1.
But they have no pressure in middle, and they're going for an overextension in towards Train.
They've got the time track. 17 seconds, it's a lot of time, but they need to get the kills to back it up. 12 seconds, Camo is available, 2 go down. He needs to be the one that grabs it. I don't know why he's taking it, but he's used it. 6 seconds, drone's in the hands of Zuma. Zuma needs the 1-point play. Gunless is available, but no. Oh! For the throw!
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness!
Overtime!
I don't even know who picked that up, Jack. But it wasn't Gunless, it wasn't Zuma. I just don't even know who grabbed it. But he went down instantly after the throw. Oh my goodness. How are they that calm? How are they that calm?
3 different players grabbed the drone. 3rd time's the charm at the end.
Wow.
All right, we're into overtime.
Let's take a deep breath as Gunless uses Camo. I don't know why Gunless kind of had that Camo, but someone kind of took that drone away. Anyway, Jack, we're into overtime, and we're going to see the first players taken down.
Oh, he thought he had the kill!
FaZe. Oh my goodness, what is happening?
He thought he cleaned up the player. Royalty now with his payload. FaZe with nothing to show for it. A team kill from Zuma onto Attach. This should definitely definitely be a 1 if you're Enigma 6. All you have to do is get one more kill.
Listen, Enable, they find themselves still kicking in.
Now they have no drone.
Proto, where is the drone picking up? They need a 1v1. Attach is there. Maybe for the interception, it could come in. Attach saves the day and throws it behind.
Fade away, throw off the map, Attach with another interception.
I just cast my eyes to the analyst desk. He's just applauding what we're seeing right now. Two fantastic teams. Enable dropping 30, and my goodness, FaZe, they're still in it.
How is this possible?
Attach,
Enigma
man.
6, I thought that they had that 3 times over.
Take a deep breath and get back into this series. A minute has passed already, and that drone is still sitting on the train platform.
It was Attach who hit the 1 to get them into overtime.
Yep.
And it was now Attach who just saved them off the start of overtime. Enigma 6 kills the middle map. Attach just find 1.
And Attach, he has his payload. So does Zuma, but I don't think that's going to help too much. But the drone, again, is just lingering. They need map control. That's all these players are fighting for. A Centurion, not going to change the game too drastically. But again, we're getting to that time now where you think, you know, even if you score a 1-point play or a 2-point play, definitely doable for the opposing squad. 2 go down either side, Jack.
Gunless. The man's just trying to keep things even in middle map. They don't know where General is. Oh, Enable did spot him. They moved the drone forward for yards. It's actually caught in midair by Proto and returned to middle map. Return to sender is what he says. Zuma with the drone. He's got lead blockers. They have a potential for a dunk. A pretty easy one, unless it's an interception by E6. They want the dunk, though. Beautifully done.
Smart play.
Yep.
I like the way that he saw the drop in play of E6. I think you spotted it too, Jack, and he knew that 1 point was secure. There was no interception at all going to happen. You may get to see it on the replay here. As he starts to fall there, General, there's no way he has no boost left. Smart play.
He could have thrown that the second he turned that corner, right? Where the second he pushed past that police building. Instead, he holds onto it for 2 extra seconds. As you mentioned, waits for that boost to go away. The time to beat will be 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Can Enigma 6 hold on?
Now, the question is, how does Attach use this reactive armor? If they go thick and fast, they take a couple down, they can end the game right here. Zuma starts off quick. Attach saving that reactive armor. He doesn't need to invest anything just yet. It's going back and forth. My goodness, the kill feed is going crazy. But Attach left alone in the middle.
Proto and Cade take control. Zuma now dead as well. Enigma 6 with all the signs of a drone being moved forward. Cade resets the armor too.
Centurion got placed from Zuma right under the underpass, but it's taken out straight away, I believe. And now a slip and slide straight through the window. Can't find any bullets onto him. Finally tags one up. Attach is the only player to do it, and 4 down. This should be.
They've got the pass as well. They've got the pass as well. This should easily be a point. They should be the time. General's got to go.
General doesn't want to. He wants to keep it straight. A 1 point play. It looks good. It is good. E6.
Woo. FaZe has got no kills in the second half of that overtime.
Yeah. And you know what? I don't think Attach even got to use that reactive armor.
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they were getting killed over and over off spawn in that second rotation.
You got to think how FaZe kind of stayed in that game. Attach made the 1 point play with a 1/10 of a second.
We're still in it. We still got a series here, Enigma 6. Their hopes are not done yet. They're not making it easy on themselves, though, or their fans out there.
They're not making it easy on us.
Yeah, right? I mean, the 1 point throw at the end from Attach, then the interception. But again, at the end of it all, that final 2 minutes and 12 seconds they had to hold on for, go and look at the kill difference. It was probably something like 14-5 in that second half of overtime as Enigma 6 just steamrolled them in middle. And thus, we will go to a game 4, another hard point. E6 will not be double swept by FaZe in our second round of the round robin.
Yeah, and FaZe now, you know, they've got to regain from that.
Yes.
They played extremely well. A lot of people will argue. You know, E6 was the better team in that uplink. You know, they got a very, very late 1 point play. They saved the 1 point play in the overtime. But Enigma 6, they just were too damn strong.
They most certainly were. There's FaZe. You mentioned they have to bounce back. We're going to go back over to a hard point again. You now have some momentum for Enigma 6. They're getting their classes all set up. Momo, I thought it was done with FaZe winning that SnD. Doesn't seem to be the case. Some life left in Enigma 6. Who's your player to watch now in game 4? Who's got to go big time?
I think General, you know, he was turning up towards the second side of that uplink. I think I want to see him consistently just kind of taking any player on from FaZe, no matter who it is. You know, he can go toe-to-toe with the best. But Cade, you know, I picked him before the series to turn up. He actually played pretty well. You know, he was playing pretty well throughout, but to kind of take this as a series, they've got to win another 2 maps. He's got to keep that up.
Listen, for the first time in that series, I feel like you saw all 4 players from E6 click. Everyone in Slang was there. Everyone was winning their gunfights, and look what happened because of it. They clutch up an overtime in Uplink, one of the rare ones we've had so far in Stage 2. As we get prepared to go into Game 4, we'll see exactly what the map is, because I'd love to remind people at home, it's been one of the few series we've had go past a 3-0 sweep, right?
Yeah, I think it might be Retaliator. I don't know why, but I think it was Retail Throwback for some reason. But I could be completely wrong, Jack.
You probably are.
I took a wild stab in the dark. Let's hope for the best.
Yeah, well, we will hope for the best as we go ahead on with this series. Momo, for you, moving forward, Europe's chances of getting more teams in playoffs. You still have who out there? Splice,
Red Reserve,
Epsilon, Red Reserve. Of those 3 teams, how many do you think make it?
You've got to look at the groups. I think all are capable by all means, but Epsilon has a very, very tough group of Optic, Envy, and Cloud9. I'm going to say they make it.
Okay.
You know, I'm making a bold statement in saying that, but I think themselves and Optic come out of that pool. I don't know, actually. Cloud9, they've been very, very strong. I think one. I think we get.
If you bet too much against them,
I think we get 2 of the 3 out.
2 of the 3.
Yeah.
Pick 2.
Anyway, into the game.
Doesn't want to get roasted.
No, I think Splice make it, and I'm gonna go with Epsilon.
All right. Here we go. FaZe versus Enigma 6. Not seeing any crazy DMR thermal strategies like we saw from the boys of Ghost, but it's already 4 dead, and it's NV4s all over the kill feed.
Yeah, and I'm happy about that. Put that rubbish away. I'm not a fan.
You're not a fan?
I don't like it at all. I think, yeah, you might pick up 1 kill, but then you're just kind of a bit of a detriment to your team. You sat there with, like, some pretty useless weapon. I'm not a fan of it. I've seen it come off online a lot more than LAN. Get that MV4 or K-Bar out and do some damage.
Ironically enough, the player who created the strategy, Mox, is the player I've seen with the most success with it.
Yeah.
Anyone who's tried to duplicate it, I've just watched fail epically. I have not seen it work for anybody but Mox.
Yeah, someone sit at the back, they fire off like 9 shots. It's like, yeah, you kind of just shot 9 shots, you didn't do anything, you didn't contribute to the hard point.
Nope.
It does frustrate me, but I think that's just from my style of play of being, you know, in the objective at all times. If he was on my team, I'd be like, dude, put it away.
Look at Zuma, commanding top plat. He's gonna call out the spot that they're coming from bar, so he knows exactly where to expect the pressure. Everyone moving on in from back broken. Zuma gets 1, and he actually dances right around that number 3 who was Proto. Thankfully, Cade's there to help him out as well from across the hallway.
Yeah, really smart movement coming in for Zuma there. And FaZe, they take the early lead. They're going to go into the lower street here with about a 30-point lead. There's 30 seconds left here as we do have Cade battling back. He's got his teammate General alongside. General, again, starting a little bit slower. 2 and 5 for him, as the rotation will be coming in very, very soon. But Enigma 6, they seem to be 1 step ahead here. And you know what? No one's even picking up time for FaZe here. There's 20 seconds left. Get on that hill.
They'll have 2 plays, yeah, for 1 second. But Enable knows how much more important it is for him to just stay alive here. Eats a couple more shots. Oh, no. I was about to say, I thought rear guard saves him right there, but no, he's got FTL jump on. Seen again. Enable 1 shot again. Thankfully, Cade is there to help. But either way, FaZe do control Cathedral. They already have a 40-second lead, and this is where it can get out of hand quick. The same fate happened to Enigma 6 when they faced Ghost Gaming on this map earlier on today.
And that's going to be a good start for Cade as he does push forward, but Detach is going to level it up at a 3v3. You'd favor FaZe as they are in the more powerful position, but 2 players breaking through for Enigma 6. They do take control of the Cathedral for a second, but 1 player is Detach, and the double kill does make his team retain that. And this is super important because not only is he in the hill, he's pushing his Scarab out here just to kind of deter them, and all of his team are tracking back over that bridge. They should be able to keep control, and you're going to see Proto and the likes of Enigma 6 now look towards Broken.
Attach must be a big, you know, Zero fan. Is he rocking the same reticle Zero?
Is it the pink three pink dots?
Yes.
Then it is.
That's why he's 9 and 3 right now. Shout out to Zero, one of the best players in the world, our Stage 1 MVP. You'll see him next week, right?
You will.
Next week.
It's going to be a difficult group and a very interesting one to say the least, but he's very confident of getting out.
Oh!
Whew. Okay, Attach. He just continues to impress me. This weekend, compared to, you know, their stage 1, he's been a different player. 7-kill streak, not bad, Attach. Keep it up. You're almost 100 points in the lead here, but Enigma 6, they've got control. As for now, I say that not for long. Just burned like that. Where is Enigma 6 gone? Give them me back.
I mean, look, 4 and 10, 3 and 7. 2 of your players are double negative. You talked about how General was your guy you needed to go big.
Yep.
Guy's got 1 second in the hard point, second least amount of kills on his team.
I do question Enigma 6's hard point and the way they work things. I'd love to kind of have a chat and see, because it just seems like one person is just dedicated to that hard point. That's not how, you know, this new era of Call of Duty works. You've all got to be contributing, even if it's a little less. You know, Gunless sitting at 20, Attach 110. You know, that's fine, but you've got to be getting on that hard point. If you're the closest one there, there's no way, out of coincidence, you're always the closest.
This team was much, much better when General was more focused on being inside the objective. As simple as that.
And he slayed better, too.
Yeah, he slayed better. He was more involved in the map. Right now, 6 and 12 from him. Proto and Royalty doing what they can inside the hard point. FaZe still up by 90 seconds.
This is a very, very hard kind of comeback to make here, because not only have FaZe got all the momentum, I don't think they've got too many streaks here. Attach might have something. But again, it's kind of working towards those payloads, and the payloads are so crucial on this map in particular.
I would say that this is an easier comeback of coming back by almost 90+ seconds on retaliation than what they had to do on throwback, where they had to come back by like 50. You know?
Yeah, throwback in particular is very hard to kind of come back on. I mean, yes, you can kind of have that snowball effect if you can get control of Cathedral and then somehow break Broken. That's a strong 80 points, 90 points out of it. But I just think FaZe as a team right now, they're not going to let that happen. I think they're smart enough. They've got, you know, this, you know, I was going to say so-called new leadership, but really it sounds like Enable's been doing it for a while. They seem very comfortable. And I don't know what's clicking here, but it's working for them.
Proto just dancing around. Wall bouncing, soaking shots, baiting for the rest of his team to get the kills. What was a 100-second lead? Now down to just 50. This is what we talked about, where this game can snowball out of control quick. There's no crazy streak so for Enigma 6, which is a positive takeaway if you're on the side of FaZe.
Yeah, Attach does have that bombardment, so definitely be aware of that. May come into play at the next bridge if it goes all that way. Even the Cathedral.
I would say Cathedral.
Yeah. Cathedral, you're absolutely right, Jack.
Or now.
Okay.
Or FaZe right now. Want to not give up these last 18 seconds? Okay.
They want to put this game to bed. They want to take that lead, but the last 10 seconds...
Don't agree with that at all.
I don't. When you said Cathedral, I was like, Jack, I'm stupid. Absolutely Cathedral. And then they use it on the bridge.
They use it on bridge, and they don't even hold the spawns for the new hardpoint.
Yeah, this is a difficult time. You know, I think I might have just jinxed FaZe right now as Enigma 6. They are getting back into the game, 20 points behind. We had a close uplink by all means, but this hard point, it could be just as good.
Cade doing what he can to relieve some pressure near this top plat side. 1v1 gunfight in the hard point is won by Gunless. Cade,
wow.
What? Gunless has killed all 3? How?
That shouldn't be happening. However, we'll give him
all
credit.
4?
Make it 4. He's sitting comfortable. He's using
all 5?
Little ticket box to his advantage. Can he make it 6? It's looking good. I don't think it's wise to challenge him right now. There's only 20 seconds left. He's going to use the Scarab. I'm sure he'll just shoot that out the sky as well, but he doesn't need to.
He's still alive. Finally, as I say it, gets shot in the back. 179 to 131. As FaZe are looking to hold these spawns at new, and it's Enable's 2-piece that's going to get the job done.
Yeah, Enable as well. He's set up already. He's got the spawn for Zuma, who's going to find himself in a very favorable position. The call out coming in from Enable there, just hiding behind this little tombstone, but he's going to be taken down. Proto using the height to his advantage there. Gunless trading that one out, and now maybe a possible pinch here coming in for Enigma 6. 2 from the bridge. FTL has been used. That comes in from General. He picks up 2, and a great usage of FTL could find themselves back in the game. With 40 seconds still left on this Cathedral, they can find themselves almost back-to-back.
My favorite FTL plays are ones that are actually well thought out. You know, not panic ones that you see in SnD where a player starts to get one shot, just tries to use it to get behind the guy, and most times it doesn't work out. Like there, General uses it as a gap closer, a way to get past an extremely open line of sight where ARs can fire down range. He gets into towards Cathedral cover. Another great one, you know, Llama, an uplink. You throw the drone forward, you FTL into it, you get it, then throw it for the 1. it's little things like that that I think make FTL a strong payload ability.
Yeah, it really is. In the right hands, it's fantastic. And just kind of touching on that FTL, is the fact he's, he was going in with a player. He was almost kind of grouping up and, in a bit of a choke point. But that FTL, it just separates him instantly. And, the FaZe players turn around. It's difficult. However, FaZe still lead by around 35 points and growing. FaZe Clan still dominating Broken.
This is the map for me. I mean, this is the whole map for me right now. Enigma 6 get the 3 kills. That right there, if they win this map, that's the moment that won them this game.
Well, it very well could be. We've got one player spawning out. That is Caden. Royalty 22 and 18. Very, very strong start. But just the fact that he can come from behind. The camo has been used right. Gunless, you know what? 3 players go down. You couldn't have it worse.
Gunless has had a terrible weekend with camo.
He really has. I've seen Uplink throwback, poor use of camo there, poor use of camo. I'm trying to think. I mean, he doesn't even use it in SnD, which I think is poor in itself. But judging on what he's done, it's been difficult to watch.
FaZe can improve one thing. It's camo.
Look at the score, Jack.
What was a 100-second lead is now a 1 point is now a tie between E6 and FaZe. What a comeback from the do-or-die team, Enigma 6.
Enigma 6, they are back in the lead. Could we be seeing a game 5? Jack said if it doesn't go on the 3rd, we will see it. 10 points in the lead and growing. You look at that mini-map and FaZe, they're not that close to breaking here. You've got all 4 players lingering around, and you've got to look towards the payloads. Royalty's nearly got his, I think he's rocking Centurion. Zuma's already on his way as well, but 3 players back to back. We are going to see the bridge most definitely.
We most certainly are. FaZe, they need to watch out the side door. 2 Scarabs will lead the charge for Enigma 6. A pinch also coming in. Enable's ready for it. The Scarab picks off Zuma. Enable gets gunned by Cade. That just cannot happen in that scenario, especially when you're holding the door. These 14 seconds could basically put this game out of reach for FaZe.
It really could, and I've just got to give credit where credit's due. That Scarab play was fantastic. It takes down the 1 player in the hard point. It's a 3v4. They push forward. No one is in that hard point. However, it's all about the bridge. 9 points away and generally setting up for that victory. I don't believe we've got any streaks, but I say that. I thought I heard something coming in. 9 points away, Jack.
Gunless challenges while weak. It's a pinch now from Proto. He's popped his payload as well. Everyone from Enigma 6 soaring in, attached with reactive. That's not going to do anything. Centurion now dropped. Royalty with reactive of his own. Enigma 6 will bring us to a game 5, our first of the weekend.
Wow. Okay. The uplink ends like that. The hard point, we see a miraculous 100-point comeback. I think I jinxed it, Jack. I was like, it's very difficult to come back on retaliation. Yeah, shut up, Phil.
Well, that's what I said. I said, I think you'd rather want to try to come back by 100 seconds on retaliation than 50 seconds on throwback. And it's because of things like that.
Absolutely. You were spot on, Jack, and now we are going to see a game 5 SnD. The one thing that you did say, Jack, was, if we don't see it end in 3, we're going to a game 5, but you didn't say who's going to win that game 5.
I've still got FaZe.
You still got FaZe.
I've still got FaZe winning this one. Gunless just too good right now.
His SnD's been on.
I think now with that last SnD, I believe his KD is just...
Well, it was 1.93?
Yeah, just shy of that 2.0. Either way, numbers are nuts. Folks, our first game 5. Tweet the stream. It's our last match of the night. E6 versus FaZe. little Western vibe there with the music. Here we go, baby. It's Game 5, our final match of the night. I'm just happy, Momo, we get to see a Game 5 this weekend. We knew it could be a close series, and it hasn't let us down. For everybody tuning in, welcome. This is week 2 of the Global Pro League Stage 2, presented by PS4. Here's a breakdown of the series. Momo, talk us through how it all played out.
Well, straight away, game 1, FaZe looked strong as ever there. Hardpoint, they were always one step ahead. Search and destroy, it was close. You know, it was no easy ride for FaZe, but again, being 2-0 up, you have that momentum, you think they're going to close it out in 3, and then no. Enigma 6, they bite back, classical from them as well. Their uplink has always been on point. The additional of royalty has changed them a little bit, but to close that second Hardpoint out, they come back from 100 point down. I had about 19 people, about 19, pretty precise there. Quote me on the exact words that I said. Was surely the leadership of FaZe will not allow the comeback here on retaliation. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry.
No, here we go. I'm ready. It's time. It's Game 5. It's our first one of the weekend. Cannot stress that enough. FaZe win this, they qualify for the CWL Stage 2 playoffs with a chance to win the majority of that $500,000 prize pool. We'll see there. If Enigma 6 wins this, they still have a chance, but as I'm sure our analysts will break down, they need a lot of help from other matches going on tomorrow.
They really do. You know, you've still got all these other teams to play. You've got to Elevate, Ghost. Yes, they're sitting pretty at 4-0, but I think some of the analysts, you know, when I was in this, we were saying if Elevate sneak a couple of maps, even in tomorrow's game, it doesn't change their path, but it could change someone else's.
Play spoiler. We've seen it before, and it wouldn't surprise me if it comes into play tomorrow. Here we go. Crusher, search and destroy. What can the boys of FaZe do to clinch this playoff map right now? Or do Enigma 6 have some more tricks up their sleeve? I think it's going to be the latter. Let's see what Royalty does off the break.
Well, very, very fast pace, should I say. Royalty is what he's all about. Whatever game mode, he's always flying straight down the neck of his opponent. However, 2 kills straight away for FaZe Clan. Puts him in a very good spot.
Earlier today, we saw FaZe play this map. Things to note, Zuma was always inside towards that U area of the map, right in the middle of your mini-map in the top left corner, just wreaking havoc with that sub. General's looking to expose an opening in the FaZe setup, but you could see Enable. He was turned and ready for it, picked up an ERAD too to make sure he had that gun for the close range engagement.
That's like the sixth sense of a Call of Duty player right there. Just at the right time, he turns around, he picks up the kill. And with Cade revealing his position now, there will be a little bit of intel towards FaZe. However, a 1v3, very difficult, sees the feed of 1. And again, reveals that position. 35 seconds, he needs to act quick. And FaZe, just play that time. You don't need to do anything here, but oh my goodness, that should have been traded, I feel. And now a 1v2.
Cade decides to surge on through, makes it a 1v1. I was actually surprised to see him play that aggressively. He still had time to work with. Whew, FaZe does not need to be that close. Here it is again from Attach, had the trade ready to go. All right, FaZe up 1-0, and it's all off the first blood we saw earlier in the round.
Strong start for FaZe Clan here. And again, their first blood's very, very crucial to take in these search and destroy rounds. I've seen so many from Attach there. We see Attach finish the round with the final kill here. But I feel like Royalty, you know, I know we've switched sides here. He just needs to be a little bit more careful on SnD. I feel that was a bit too aggressive.
Well, oh, Gunless, I just heard the call out to EL from FaZe. They're calling out wall run, but look, they have nobody watching their pinch. Royalty can have a great timing here. As he turns the corner, the trophy actually blows up in his face. Costs him that first kill. It's Cade and Enable, both players leading their teams in kills in the one-on-one.
Technically, the first round was also a one-on-one. But of course, the trade came in for FaZe. Cade now, again, the player which I really wanted to step it up. He's been pretty consistently okay, you know, in the respawns against FaZe. However, he's going to go down to the 1v1, and he just doesn't even know where he is. Neither do I. Where was Enable? What did he even do? Did he have... Did he have FTL there?
Yeah, no. You'll see it again. He just hits that wall run and kind of hops right off of it, hits the slide as well.
Beautiful.
And Cade just can never get his gun centered. Those 1v1s, keep track of them. Because if this comes down to the wire, that's a round that Enigma 6 absolutely could have won that didn't go their way.
2-0 to FaZe Clan, a very strong start here. You've got to be happy with that. Enable already making his way towards that payload, 3/4 of the way, in fact.
Look who's in you, it's Zuma. Look who's watching the cross towards rocks, it's Enable. This is the exact same setup from FaZe. This time they see nothing at A, so they rotate towards B a little bit earlier on.
And this is where they have the difficult job because they know the bomb's going down. And you know what? No trophy system surprises me there as we do get the jammer, the flechette grenade as well going in. The double as Enable tagged him up. I don't like that. I don't like that, Jack.
Unacceptable.
There was no defense.
Unacceptable from Enigma 6. No defense at all. Here comes a slide now from FaZe. They've now forced the players off the site, and that just spells disaster for me as FaZe look to push towards outside. It's kills being traded by both. 2 versus 1, Gunless. And Attach up against General.
General needs the ace. He can't get it. He picks off 2, and FaZe, click of a finger, we're 3-0 up.
You need trophies.
Yeah.
You need trophies.
I mean, it wasn't just like a jammer grenade that came through. It was a jammer. You had 2 flechettes, 1 picking up a kill. Like you said,
FaZe have been throwing a lot of grenades.
Yeah.
Because Enigma 6 at times haven't been using Tac Mask.
That's where they need to adapt. Hopefully they have the classes available to adapt. Let's see how this works out as Enable. So close to that camo.
Round 4 demands an assist off camo.
Attach goes down for the first blood, this time in favor of Enigma 6. We do see Enable in a very strong position here, but with 3 plays down, he's in a very tough position. And a strong play there from Enigma 6. What did they do differently there?
They finally got aggressive, and they were finally all together as a unit instead of splitting up and playing all different areas. Another key thing is they get first blood, and I think they get some great timings too.
There's a round which they needed. I think going 4-0 down kind of sets the precedent for the rest of the game. I think it's maybe a little bit too far out of reach, but 3-1, definitely doable.
Oh, when I mentioned the good timings, just look at what happened with Enable right there. Goes to spot bridge. The second he spots bridge, he sees the foot of the player running away. Teammate starts getting in you. The second he turns towards you, the guy turns the corner. Winds up peeking towards that back door, gives it up for a second. The second he gives that up, his teammate dies because of it. It's like so many poor timings there for Enable. And a really good job from Enigma 6 to recognize that and secure that round win. Another first blood from General. He's now 4-3.
He's going to be traded out straight away, but there's players to back him up. I don't expect this to be a very long round. Not the way that they're playing here. A 2v3 for Proto and Royalty. They are together, but the bomb is down. They're going to retrieve that? No. Yes, they are. Okay, Royalty finally has it in his hands.
Just get away. You know everyone. Yeah, this is good. Get away from this. You know everyone's there from FaZe. They know where you're at. Just reset the map for a moment. 3-1, still the round count lead for FaZe, but the biggest thing to note, Enable does have that camo.
Yeah. Now, does he need it for this round? 3-2? Probably not here. However, look where Proto is. He's going all the way around, and you know what, on the analyst desk, we've been saying time and time again, no one just jumps on the bomb. It's very rare that it happens, and you know what? No one is going to either. Proto just could have outsmarted FaZe so badly right now.
I love this. You're already in a tough spot. Just try to throw a wrench in a normal setup. FaZe have not spotted anything. There's 18 seconds left.
I know one player will be happy about this, TP. He's been saying it all weekend long. You don't need to check it. And you know what? A 2v3, he needs to just poke out for a second now just to make sure he's not defusing. There you go, round in the bag.
Brilliantly done from E6.
TP's applauding.
2v3. That was a wonderfully played round.
It's just, we've seen it so many times, and as an analyst, we get to view all these and obviously the minimap and constantly look at that, but even at a 3v2, a 2v1, no one just jumps on the bomb and just says, I'll defuse you, push forward, like in previous titles, and it looked like, you know, they knew that out of the FaZe, but they just went and sat in corners, let the time go down, then pushed. Perfect play from Enigma 6.
And now, because of it, they brought themselves back within 1 round. Enable still with this camo. Probably not going to use it off the break of this one. As you can see on the minimap, no one here towards the site from Enigma 6.
Camo available. The bomb shortly going down. We've got 1 player on the flank. It's going to be Cade, 6-4. Definitely turning up towards the later part of the series here. And a very crucial round. Oh, they're going to damage Inzuma. He's already 1-5. He's actually up to go straight out. He does pick up 1, but 2 do fall. And now in a 2v3, make it a 1v3 Enable. And Gunless taken out like that.
I love it, baby. I love it. Remember, guys, if you're just tuning in, FaZe, if they win this map, they secure their spot for the $500,000 Stage 2 playoffs. If they lose this map, there's a hell of a lot more to fight for. If you're Enigma 6, you need help with some series tomorrow. It's not going to be easy, but there is a chance. That is the simple thing to take away from this.
FaZe 3-0 up just like that, but just as quick. We see it at 3-3. Enigma 6, they've countered the play. Enable still has that camo in his back pocket. And Cade, he now sits on 8-4. What was he beforehand? Because Cade just used his payload as well. That's the Centurion.
Centurion dropped as well on the flank.
I think he picked up 2 at least that previous round.
They should be able to go for a quick plant here. Do they have a trophy? Do they have a trophy?
Camo used from Enable, he picks up 1. Royalty with the Trinity Rocket, picks up the second, and now a 2v2 Jack with 40 seconds left. Royalty finds the third. We're all down to Gunless in a 1v1.
Gunless and Proto. Did he spot the player go towards rocks? I do believe so. Gunless knows where he is. FTL jumps forward, doesn't get it. The clutch from Proto. No more camo for Enable. One of those 1v1 rounds, again, that can make all the difference.
Onboarded Gunless right there. I thought I was sat on a roller coaster. He just boosted forward. I felt like I went forward with him there.
Dude, it said it took him 6 shots to get that kill. Oh my gosh.
4 rounds, back-to-back Jack. Enigma 6. They did the comeback on Retaliation Hardpoint. They're doing it on SnD. They now have the lead.
Are they the new EG that just loves to go down in a series, put some pressure on themselves and say, okay, now we'll fight back? My goodness.
Royalty still has his
Look at
payload,
FaZe.
9-4.
What do FaZe do?
FaZe are flustered.
Yeah, they're just sat in the back. They don't even know. They don't know if they're getting flanked. They don't know if everyone's stacked B.
I don't know if they're aware, just kind of being aware of potential score streaks. Trinity Rockets did come in from Royalty. I don't know if he has anything more.
Can we swap? Is this Royalty's perspective we're on right now?
This is Cade right now.
Okay. I probably could have looked in the bottom left of my screen to know that.
You're casting Cuddle Wild, Jack.
You know what? Still not smart.
The Bush
now here's the bombardment. This was what they were worried about. They're going to try to flood right on through. And it'll work out. That's a best case scenario for FaZe.
And now they have the 3-2 advantage. They've taken bombardment out. They can almost go back and plant if they wish and have that advantage. But they're looking for another kill. Royalty says no. Double digits for the new man on E6. And 25 seconds left to go. A 1v2 here for Cade.
The bomb does have to be planted. No reactive armor anymore. In this round, tries to peek on through. 4-4. FaZe stop the bleeding.
For me, that was almost a one-on-one. He picks up that first kill, the guy planting the bomb, he's dead as well.
Yep.
Strong plays, and again, it's Captain Clutch, attach. He did so well to keep him in the game in Uplink. It didn't turn out the best for them.
Ooh.
Still impressing me throughout the weekend. Cade definitely turning up. We've got double digits for Royalty. How this game ends, I do not know, but I've just enjoyed this series so much.
So have I. So have I. 4v4 inside A. Nades coming in. Royalty with reactive. Attach first-blooded. A second player now on bridges. One shot. Gunless trying to even the numbers back out. The pinch, they're not ready for this at all. Players have their back to him. Royalty with help sprints away. It's Enable all by himself.
Such a strong play from Royalty there. He chases him down. The reactive comes into play. And now a 1v3. Enable, surely this is not possible for him. He needs something pretty special. He's got an MV4 and it's inside of A. I don't know.
General wins the gunfight, 5-4. E6 to keep their playoff hopes alive are 1 round away.
This is huge for Enigma 6. Absolutely huge. They lose this, lose 2 rounds, it ain't happening. However, you take down FaZe the first time you lost 3-0 to them. Yes, you're only taking them in a 3-2 series, but it all goes down to the Sunday. 90 seconds on the clock here. Potential last round, last map, last time.
And they have the perfect play call for it. They have everybody here. You're not going to have any payloads for either side. Just straight up gunfights. Proto sees multiple players pre-aiming this and decides to fall on back. Yep, still just shoulder peeking. Getting what information he can. It's actually Cade who's decided.
Oh
my God.
What happened? What? Oh.
He just fell off the map.
Oh no, you don't want that. You don't want that.
He
Sliding
falls off the
through.
map.
Cade finds one. Cade finds a double. Can he find a triple? Yes, he can.
What are you doing,
FaZe? Over like that. Cade.
It was all planned.
Proto.
Ah, yes, the infamous round 10. Have your teammates suicide, bait out that they tried to push the wall run, but Cade's already there. 3-piece in the back. E6 still have a chance to qualify for playoffs.
Pick up 1, maybe pick up the second, but for me, you don't let a guy pick up 3 from sitting in the corner.
How?
How is the right word, Jack? How?
How is that even possible? Enigma 6, clutch up, the reverse sweep happens. Proto, I guess he tries to wall run, falls off the map. I don't know how nobody checks that corner from FaZe.
I mean, the first time when Proto was jumping back, I was like, whew, calm down a little bit there.
Yeah.
But to do it the second time and the third time, I don't know if he got grenaded or something, but you got to give props to Cade. He was the man that needed to step it up. I felt he was a little bit lackluster in the respawns, but my goodness, what a way to turn up. Game 5, double digits, fantastic stuff.
E6, get it done. The man who also went big throughout the series, Royalty, is down on the main stage with Maven.
Thanks, guys. A 7 streak for you. 12 kills in that Game 5. The new guy to Enigma 6. You went huge. How important was that series for you, man?
Basically, we knew we were facing elimination from playoffs if we didn't win that series. So when we went down 2-0, we're just like taking one map at a time. And then slowly we won that uplink. We clutched up. Hardpoint, we came back. And then that SnD, we were down 3-0, came back. I went on that 7 streak. But that last round was all my teammates. They got like, what, 4 kills. I didn't do anything the last round. I was just kind of chilling. So I'm proud of them.
Hey, talk to me about Proto. Did he run out of boost? What happened? He falls off the map?
I mean, all I heard was I fell off the map, I ran into boost, him screaming that, and then I guess I saw like Cade get 2 or something like that. Jordan got 2, so I was like, we won the round. I was like, whatever. Like,
that was awesome, man. What a great run. You guys were down 2-0. You get the reverse sweep. But talk to me a little bit about kind of the mentality going into tomorrow. You guys kind of need to go 2-0. You have a chance. You're alive due to this win. What's the mentality going into day 3?
Honestly, just take it one series at a time. Just like we did last series, we just played, take it one map at a time, and we'll come up with the wins that we need. So,
hey, I'm proud of you. New guy to E6. Incredible performance, buddy. We'll toss it over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Maven. What a series to close out day 2. E6 with the reverse sweep over FaZe Clan. It keeps their hopes and dreams of stage 2 playoffs alive. And that series, I mean, we'll start at the very, very beginning and break that one down. Of course, the throwback hardpoint. It was a close one at times. Obviously, it finishes 250 to 209. And it just felt like E6 kind of dug themselves into too much of a hole, Merc. They were trying as best they could, but the deficit was just too big.
Yeah, just the firepower on FaZe. And this is just what we talked about. I just feel like if one player slacks off on Enigma 6 versus FaZe Clan in a respawn, I mean, that's really the issue. And I feel like they just dominated that first hill. I mean, FaZe obviously doing a very good job. Gunless having a great game. So just a great overall series for them. But, I mean, Enigma 6, they weren't out of it. As you can see, it was 160 to 83, but they did fight back. But I felt like Cade just had a bad game 1.
Yeah, and I think FaZe has put themselves in that echelon of teams. I would say Luminosity and Optic Gaming are up there where you can't splice, where one guy cannot have a bad performance or else you're going to get crushed. This game, pretty close. No E6, battles back. But still, it's that one player, Cade, did not have a great game. Really cost them game 1.
Yeah, just crazy stuff overall that FaZe was able to walk away on Train Hill specifically as we bring up this box score as soon as this replay is over. Just able to dominate just so well early on in the game. And that hole you put yourself into is just a little bit too deep for E6. However, on that side, when you have a player that's struggling like that, the fact that they're able to stay alive and get over 200 points is impressive in itself. That means the teamwork is there, and really going over towards baseball, 105 points for E6, just a really solid setup on that. It seems like FaZe just doesn't do a great job of getting to the back sort of box right there on that hill. So E6, props to them for winning that one.
Yeah.
8 points on Train, not impressive.
That's yeah.
Oh,
I told you guys, I predicted it.
Yeah, that first hill. Good job, Joe.
Dude.
Good job, Joe. Good job. Well,
I didn't see the preview screen or anything.
No,
You
did. Absolutely not. FaZe take map number 1. Moving over to map number 2, of course, the Retail Search and Destroy. This one, again, pretty close. And one theme that I've noticed so far throughout this weekend is FaZe and their team kills. It's happened in SnD. It's happened in Respawn. They just keep doing it. Well, why? What is going wrong?
I feel like a lot of teams just kind of call out those Scarabs at the wrong time. There are situations where players are allowed to flank. The communication must be off. And Scarabs are really good as a score streak to gain a lot of information over towards the bomb site due to the third-person feature of it. But the fact that it is happening so often is a huge mistake. I believe it's Enable multiple times that have called out a Scarab and sort of forces a team kill. Just weird scenarios going on. I don't know if that's like a characteristic of a new team, just not communicating the timing appropriately.
It's a new team, I think.
It's quite odd.
I think it's a new team. It's maybe Enable or whoever's calling in a Scarab, pushing it one way, doesn't expect the teammate to be there, it blows up, accidentally team kills them. I think it's definitely a product of them just being a new team and potentially, their comms just not being there yet.
I mean, the thing for me is that Enigma 6 has an early 3-1 lead, and I'm not exactly sure which round it was, but it was a 4v2 situation, and FaZe is able to clutch up, and I felt like that just sort of propelled them to sort of win this game. You can't throw away rounds like that.
There was one moment at 5-3 in favor of FaZe where they Enable uses streak, and then all of a sudden E6 managed to clutch up in that round, and you're sat there thinking, whoa, what just happened? Actually heard, I think it was Zuma say, bro, I didn't know you were using it, so a little bit of communication to the point that you made just a few moments ago, Matt. Maybe it's just that new team just trying to get clicked and fully informed.
Well, it's further in the series, but game 4, I think, we were sitting here, and after it ends, E6 wins it, obviously. Spoiler alert.
Wow.
You can hear,
ruin it for everyone.
You can hear Gunless on stage kind of like, I don't want to say yelling at the guys, but just kind of getting animated and like, hey, we should have been doing this. So I think with time, he's definitely going to throw more of an impact on the game in terms of what FaZe is trying to do as a team. It's just going to take some time.
Then, of course, we go over to map 3. FaZe 1 map away from guaranteeing themselves a spot at the Stage 2 playoffs. E6, though, they weren't going down without a fight. This one goes all the way to overtime, and the final moments of regulation play were just absolutely bonkers, for lack of a better word. It was just crazy. It was hectic. But before we get to that, obviously, TV, you can see now some of those highlights. The game was just very, very close overall.
Yeah, some sort of misplays going on overall, but Proto luckily able to get that camo off. General waste overdrive at the beginning of the second half, and just a little tip there, you don't want to slide and use overdrive. You don't really get any benefit of it. You need to be running. So some odd situations, but going down here at the last second, it seems like it was over. Fortunately, Attached picks up the drone and gets it off.
0.1.
Lands in with 0.1 seconds.
Whoa.
Just crazy stuff overall to force the OT, but that did not stop E6 from clutching up at the end. Just some crazy plays there from Attached to keep them in it.
It's crazy. You see Attached with a 1-point play at the end. Then in the first 60 seconds, Matt, he gets the interception as well to keep FaZe alive.
Well, it was a mess for FaZe to even stay alive in the game. I mean, at the end where they get that 1-point throw off, I think it was like 0.1 seconds. We just showed it. I mean, they like threw like 3 or 4 bodies at the drone over by Hay. It's not great. And you can see the box score here. Enable goes big in the kills department. Proto on the side of E6, he puts up the big numbers and the objectives.
And I feel like Attach had reactive in that second overtime, so I felt like he should have used that better. Like, they have to be able to use that. They can't allow Enigma 6 to sort of get map control. That's just, a payload that should lead to a score. So I definitely think they messed up early on in that round, just giving Enigma 6 map control. Because as soon as you have map control, you can sort of enter with that. Right. And that should be it.
Definitely. And I want to talk a little bit about the end of regulation too. Gunless had that camo, and it seemed like a good 1, 2, maybe 3 seconds where he's waiting for that pass. And for whatever reason, they just decided to chuck the drone over towards that underpass area, and Gunless just goes, guys, why'd you throw the drone over there? Just kind of like a weird hesitation, and then he was forced to use the camo. It was just a really weird scenario. The communication's weird. Yeah,
so he like pops camo to middle of the map, and then just like runs under underpass. He picks up the drone, and then instantly becomes visible. They just mowed him down. Then he had there was another teammate behind him.
Yeah, it was Attached.
Dove on the drone,
Luckily, it was just a very kind of hectic moment. Yes. And again, to the point that you made earlier on, Matt, that communication.
There was no teamwork
coming through. Obviously, that's something that you expect to see kind of evolve the more they play. But either way, E6 stay alive in this series in the crazy overtime of Game 3. We've said Uplink has been a swing game mode all year, and it was exactly the same here. We go over to map number 4, and this was just ridiculous. E6 found themselves down 100 points. 100 points, and yet somehow managed to win the map.
Well, this is the second retaliation hardpoint I think we've seen FaZe lose, right? They lost one to Ghost. I think we remember we were talking about Gunless with the NV4 in his hand.
Yep,
I think the first series of the weekend still has it in this one. I know I personally prefer him with the K-Bar or the SMG. I think it should be, one of the other guys who runs that secondary, NV4, if you're going to add it. Right. But you see right here, I mean, he picks up the K-Bar 5 streak, so I think he needs to just run the K-Bar on this map.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So hopefully they'll figure it out, but I feel like 2NV4s is so good on that. But Enigma 6 just doing such a great job. I mean, we've seen it time and time again on this map where you have to rotate to that grave and to that broken hill, and there's just so much time you can't give up.
Right. Obviously, we've been saying for quite a while, Gunless may well be the best camo player in the game. Now, obviously, we saw a little bit of a shaky use in the uplink, but it also happened again in the hardpoint. He pops camo, instantly dies. We have seen him use other kind of specialists as well so far here this week. Teep, do you think maybe he should be giving it up now after what you've seen, or should he still be going after camo?
You got to give Gunless the respect with camo. He's been one of the best throughout the whole year. Some questionable plays, though. I really will give you that point. It just, I don't know. It seems like the team is off a bit, and I'm going to go ahead and make a call. This is looking like Black Ops 3 phase in Hardpoint, where it's really close games. The slaying seems to be a little bit swayed into their favor. Right. They're not able to clutch up. True. They seem to have the lead the entire game. If we get to the last 2 hills, they basically fumble that lead. They blow it, and it just gets away from it. It's actually funny to watch. It's very reminiscent of it.
And I think Attach had a bombardment. I know a lot of people were questioning that. Sort of, those are just streaks that should extend the lead. You know, you have those to break. He uses a Trinity. I know he might pick up 1 or 2, but the bombardment definitely in question there. So you have to be able to use those streaks effectively.
Yeah, crazy ending towards that hard point, but series tied 2-2. We go to a Game 5 Search and Destroy, and we love our Game 5s, and this one didn't disappoint either. Enable starts off 5-1 with FaZe at 2-0. Cade was 5-2 at the time as well. So the game definitely kind of started off at that quick pace that we wanted, Teep.
Yeah, definitely early momentum over towards FaZe, playing these rounds very good. Enable luckily able to get the jump on Cade in this one. Couldn't even get him on his screen to win that one. But then all of a sudden, the momentum finally shifts. E6 finally chips away some of these rounds back into their favor. But this is the round I want to talk about. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the round that I think E6, for me, that's when they started to take control of this game. You know, after this round, they go on. They win, I think, 3 more in a row. But they had Royalty plant the bomb at A. He kind of sat all the way in the back, and Proto went on the longest flank imaginable. He checked the bomb, and then he ran right out the other side. And then that Royalty just checked bomb from the other way. They're able to pinch on that site. It's a huge round.
It's beautiful.
But that was at 28 seconds. FaZe is already in there, just looking around.
They should have had a guy get on bomb right
away. Get on it.
It's funny.
We've seen it so many times this weekend. For some reason, people just don't get on the bomb. I wouldn't even check it, right? Like, I don't even blame Proto for taking the long way, taking 20 seconds. You just jump on it, please.
It's funny because it's what both yourself and Teep kind of said. You're like, well, they're not going to get on bomb. Like, this is the perfect play. Like, you would expect. I mean, if FaZe do go on bomb, they defuse 100%. Yeah. Proto's on the biggest flank, biggest flank, but still a great strat call from E6.
I think it's just a product of how Search and Destroy's changed over the years. Like, you guys can remember back to like Black Ops 2, it would always be like a guy gets on bomb, you look over him, he tries to defuse.
Yeah.
Then as the years went on, it just became like, all right, the guys are just playing for the kills, kind of. And then I think now it's so rare to see somebody jump on bomb right away that you don't really have to worry about it.
True.
I think one of the biggest things we have to talk about, too, is how Royalty was able to snowball that game in their favor. A perfect Trinity rocket over towards that B site, the reactive to win round 10. Just overall game-changing plays when you have that utility earned so early on in the game, and really, like, in a matter of a couple rounds, he really used it to the best advantage possible, got that momentum even more into their favor, and then Cade with that 3-piece. How does FaZe not react to that? That should really be an easy trade, but regardless, he gets the job done.
It looks so bad as well. Proto falls off the map. We're like, oh my god, this is going to around 11.
Oh, man.
But it didn't. Obviously, they were able to clutch up.
I just think that round 5, I mean, FaZe should be able to go up 4-1 there. It's probably over. Even FaZe going up 3-0, I just feel like you should be able to close out. You're snowballing. You're going to get your payloads first.
Right.
Probably working on streaks. They win that round 5, and it's a 4-1. I just don't see Enigma 6 getting back into this one.
And what was another actually important round as well, which we haven't talked about, was round 7. That was when Proto actually clutched up. Enable used camo, and as well, goodness, that was when he FDL'd straight at him, and Proto still managed to get that kill. Yeah. So 2 big payloads actually used in that round, and E6 still come out on top. I mean, that was, to your point, Matt, they just snowballed the momentum.
And I think we talked a little bit about Proto coming into the series. Like, he had not been great up until this point, but he had a lot of big plays in this match that ended up swinging it in E6's favor towards the end, which now makes tomorrow a lot more interesting.
It definitely does. It could have been going into tomorrow with things kind of all done and dusted, but we'll take a look at our group standings now and show you that it definitely is still all to play for in terms of that second place spot. Maybe even that first place spot. It depends. There could be some crazy scenarios, man. I know you were doing the math, but as it stands, Ghost Gaming, they are 4-0, sitting pretty at the top. Elevate, yeah, it's not been a good weekend for them. 0-4, 0-12, 0% win percentage.
They've solidified that spot.
They definitely have. I don't think anyone is going to beat them to last place.
I don't think so.
No. For E6 and FaZeCon, though, they are both tied 2-2, and you'll see FaZe at the top simply because head-to-head with E6, they have higher map wins as opposed to E6, of course. But tomorrow gets interesting, Matt, and I know you were doing a lot of those equations, if you will, so break it down.
Well, I mean, there's ways that, like, Enigma 6 can get in, right? I mean, if FaZe, they play a match early, you know, and they lose it, or they lose a game to Ghost, right? And E6 goes 2-0, they could potentially end up with 1 more win then FaZe, which they'd be good. I mean, there's a scenario, you brought it up, you're like, can all these teams end up 4-2?
They could go 4-2.
So they can. I mean,
Ghost plays E6 and FaZe tomorrow. Right. It's very possible that they lose both games tomorrow and everybody's 4-2.
Right, because then FaZe and E6 both play Elevate, who really hasn't shown as much, so you expect those to be.
But there is a great chance Elevate plays Spoiler tomorrow.
They haven't showed us anything, Matt, to be honest. Not much, nothing.
Are they even here?
It's like Reedy takes a mask off. It's Marky B under there. It's really Millennium underneath there.
It would be funny.
Is that Marky B on stage? Sorry,
there is a possibility, though, that they could cause a massive upset. You're completely right, though. It definitely doesn't look possible. But tomorrow is still wide open. There really is still a lot to play for. And we'll take a look at tomorrow's schedule so you know when to look out for those games. Kicks off with Elevate versus FaZe Clan, a must-win for FaZe there. You do not want to be dropping that map against Elevate. E6 versus Ghost at 3:30. Then we see Elevate versus E6. And to close out what could potentially be for that #1 seed, FaZe Clan take on Ghost Gaming. So many awesome games tomorrow, but that concludes an amazing day 2 here at stage 2 of the CWL Global Pro League. Ghost Gaming go undefeated and confirm their spot at playoffs. Joining them will either be FaZe Clan or E6. Of course, we will find that out tomorrow. As we said, still so much to play for. Elevate, on the flip side, haven't improved from yesterday, and they are still searching for that first map win. Action continues tomorrow at 2 p.m. as week 2 comes to a close.